teaching lessons, huh?
He's a teacher.
Okay, Israel. Shalom, shalom, shalom. Slakia for being a little bit behind. Like we can't get this timing thing as good as we want on Sabbath, so we'll work on it. Is that cooking?
Yes, sir.
Okay, cool.
So,
Let's get our prayer. Come on. Baruch Thai Haba Shem Yahshai.
Baruch Thai Haba Shem Yahshai.
Hawa. Nothing award. Say water.
Amen. Bless you, Yahweh, in the name of Yahweh Shai, that gives to us light this day. Thank you. So be it.
Baruch Thai Haba Shem Yahshai.
Baruch Thai Haba Shem Yahshai.
Hawa. Nothing Rayach. Nayachaka. The water.
Amen. Bless you, Yahweh, in the name of Yahweh Shai, that gives to us sweet savor. Thank you. So be it.
Amajim Wapanya Yerushalayim.
Stand and face Jerusalem.
Baruch Thai Haba Shem Yahshai.
Baruch Thai Haba Shem Yahshai.
Hawa. Nothing Shabbat. Bashalom. The water.
Amen. Bless you, Yahweh, in the name of Yahweh Shai, that gives to us the Sabbath and peace. Thank you. So be it.
Psalms 121. Anasha. Ayanyamya. Ahoya. Maya. Yabu'a. Isaiah. Yabu'a. Ma. Yahweh. Shaisha. Shemayim. Wa'awatiza. La'a. Yanathan. Lamawat. Regalia. Yala'a. Nawam. Shashamoyah. Hana. Yala'a. Nawam. Wala'a. Yashan. Shashamamar. Yashua, Yehovah, Shemoria, Yehovah, Cesaria, Ayo, Yanyamya, Yad, Hashemash, Yala'a, Hakaya, Rayawam, Wala'a, Halabana, Balayala, Yehovah, Yashemoria, Nakor, Rai, Yashemor, Napasha, Yehovah, Yashemor, Abulakia, Wabu'aya, Wa'ai, I belong.
Amen. Psalms 121 in English. I will lift up mine eyes unto the hills, from whence cometh my help. My help cometh from Yahweh, which made heaven and earth. He will not suffer thy foot to be moved. He that keepeth thee will not slumber. Behold, he that keepeth thee shall neither slumber nor sleep. Yahweh is thy keeper. Yahweh is thy shade upon thy right hand. The sun shall not smite thee by day, nor the moon by night. Yahweh shall preserve thee from all evil. He shall preserve thy soul. Yahweh shall preserve thy going out and thy coming in from this time forth, and even forevermore. Amen.
Amen. Israelite Credo. Shema Yasharala. Yahweh. Alahayim now. Yahweh. Achad. I'm sorry. Shema Yasharala. Yahweh. Alahayim now. Yahweh. Achad. Shema Yasharala. Yahweh. Alahayim now. Yahweh. Achad.
Deuteronomy chapter 6 verse 4. Hear, O Israel, the Lord our power is one Lord.
Lord's Prayer. Avnella, Shabbat Shemayim, Wadash, Hayah, Shamkah, Yahweh, Malak Wavkah, Taba'ah, Ratazaka, Hayah, Aisha, Wa'aratiza, Kawa, Hayah, Bashemayim, Netalalawa, Lachom, Kol, Yawam, Wasalachano, Chawabino, Kasalachano, Wala'ah, Tabiano, Wanasawan, Abo, Hawashano, Mayan, Rai, Kaya, Laka, Amarakwa, Waha'ala, Wahatapawa, Amen.
Lord's Prayer in English. Matthew chapter 6 verse 9. After this manner therefore pray ye, Our Father, which art in heaven, hallowed be thy name. Thy kingdom come, thy will be done in earth as it is in heaven. Give us this day our daily bread, and forgive us our debts, as we forgive our debtors. And lead us not into temptation, but deliver us from evil. For thine is the kingdom, and the power, and the glory forever. Amen.
Amen. 10 Commandments. La'a Yahaya, Laka, Alahaya, Akariam, Ayo, Hanya.
Thou shalt know other powers before me.
Number 2, La'ah, Ta'inah, Lakah, Hasol, Wala'ah, Ta'ibadu.
Thou shalt not make unto thee any graven image, nor serve them.
Number 3, La'ah, Talach, Sham, Yahweh, Bashawa.
Thou shalt not take the name of the Lord thy power in vain.
Number 4, Zakor, Hayawam, Hashabat, Laquadashwa.
Remember the Sabbath day to keep it holy.
Number 5, Kabad, Abaka, Yamaka.
Honor thy father and mother.
Number 6, La'ah, Taratizat.
Thou shalt not kill, murder.
Number 7, La'ah, Tana'ah.
Thou shalt not commit adultery.
Number 8, La'ah, Taganah.
Thou shalt not steal.
Number 9, La'ah, Ta'inah, Shakur.
Thou shalt not bear false witness against thy neighbor.
Number 10, La'ah, Ta'chamad, Ko, Asherah, La'raika.
Thou shalt not cover anything with that which is thy neighbor's.
Yahweh B'Shem Yahshai.
Blessed are you, Yahweh, in the name of Yahweh Shai, that gives to us the law.
Israel, Yeshabim.
Israel seated.
Okay, once again, Shalom Israel. Shout out Cabo Cobb and his congregation in Guatemala. And the brothers and sisters they're responsible for in Guatemala and from Cali all the way to Georgia and abroad. Hope y'all doing well today. Also, shout out SOW family, Kazakia, and Virginia, Quatazop in Houston, and Zion and his congregation in Rochester, New York. Hope y'all brothers and sisters are doing well, fighting the good fight, keeping the focus and the priority, the body of Israel, keeping everybody strong. Okay, we're gonna go and try to get some headway in First Maccabees 9 today. Like I said, I don't want to rush it, but I don't want to just be completely stagnant on the topic. We didn't get very far last week, but we're going to start off back at verse 22 again in First Maccabees chapter 9 to get a feel of how Israel was post Judas Maccabee's death. And that's where we're kind of starting off our topic again. So let's get, without any further ado, Johanna, let's get you started today on the reading. Okay? Imagine. What's that? That's why you're here. That's why you're here. You gotta. Imagine.
No.
Wait. I'm sorry. See, you got me. You threw out your confusion and got me all sweating and bubbling things up.
Shabbatah, Bun Yahweh, Bun Yashal.
Yahada. Shah Shabbatah. Ba Yahada. Ba Yashal.
Yahada. Shah Shabbatah. Ba Yahada. Ba Yashal. I'm sorry. See, it's his fault. Do it again. I'm like, listen, that's how you know people's outlook is a spirit. All of a sudden, I forgot to salute because you forgot to salute. What the hell's going on here?
What is that?
Okay, it's the truth. I just like glitched for a second. Because you put that glitch on me. That was your fault. Let's do it again. I'm sorry.
Yahada. Shah Shabbatah. Ba Yahada. Ba Yashal.
Yahada. Shah Shabbatah. Ba Yahada. Ba Yashal. I'm at you. Yahweh B'Shem Yashal Brakatah.
Yahweh B'Shem Yashal Brakatah.
Yashal. Man,
Christian like frogs, huh?
it jumps for real. I was like, am I supposed to say something in a first?
Yeah, I'm like, waiting on him.
What do I do with my hands? Why are they up here? Like, I don't know what I'm doing. Okay, First Maccabees chapter 9 and verse 22. Yep. Let's do it.
First Maccabees chapter 9, verse 22. As for the other things concerning Judas and his wars, and the noble acts which he did, and his greatness, they are not written, for they were very many.
Listen, he's just saying that what Judas did went far beyond the history books. His impact. Because you can say one thing about a person's acts and the things he did in wars. But really what can't be quantified is the hope and the inspiration that brothers that dedicate their life to the work brings to the table. That's what really can't be quantified. The level of hope and a level of confidence that when brothers and sisters live the right way, what they give to the next person. Okay? So his dedication as a whole really couldn't be quantified, and you can truly tell this by after he died, how things fell apart. Because when he was living, Israel had confidence to fight. Even if it was 2,000 people, you would sit back and look on the outside and say, man, he died with only 2,000 people by his side. To get 2,000 people to be the best versions of themselves is still great. We're caught looking at things from a different lens. If he was able to motivate 2,000 people, how many of us can do that in righteousness? How hard is it to motivate anybody in righteousness? It's easy to sit back and dangle carrots in people's eyes for riches and fame and glory. But how many people can motivate a small number of folks to suffer and to suffer with joy in your heart, to dedicate with happiness in your heart? That is very hard to do. And that's why his efforts on top of the wars are commendable. So let's continue.
1 Maccabees 9:23. For now after the death of Judas, the wicked began to put forth their heads in all the coasts of Israel.
And this has been a constant battle. The good and the righteous fighting to maintain an example and pushing back the wicked, but not ever eliminating them. Now that Judas is dead, that resistance is virtually gone. Now they get to push their influence through all the arenas and all the areas in the different Israelite provinces, whether it was in Judea, whether it was in Galilee, up north, or whether it was in Gilead, east of the Jordan. All three of these provinces, which had Israelite influence, the Israelites were still there, but instead of that was that push to stick to our laws and our ancestors' way of life, the Greek way was being pushed. But let's make sure we're clear about what the Greek way was. It was the illusion of success. Mm-hmm. It was the illusion of coming up. That was the allure. As Israelites, we want to push about what the Greeks was into, the toga this and the flesh this and the five-letter word this and that. All facts. But what was the big allure? Did they sit back and say, yeah, Israelites, we want you to sit back here and be sodomites? That's what we want you to tap into. Was that the real push?
That was the cost of doing business.
That was the cost of doing business.
It's not like they want to. It's the same spirit now. And I hate to go into the pop culture thing, but when you deal with people that are artists and they want to be successful and they have a love for music, they have a love for a certain talent.
And they want fame.
And they want fame. And they don't want that part of the lifestyle. But when they get put in compromising positions where the question is, you could have what you want, but you have to compromise this. That's when the Greek way applies.
Mm-hmm. But the Greek way starts off with, you can grow and you can have extra. That was the Greek way. And that's what made us wicked. We went into this in detail last week, and I don't want to go into it again. Just a reminder, just an opportunity to explain what the allure really was. What was being dangled in front of it. What made all these leaders say, forget the law. Forget our ancient way of living. What makes you do that? It was the allure or the false thought that you can sit back here and get out of the rat race.
Yep.
And you can live comfortable. That was what was pulling us into all these different directions.
And quietly.
To where it was making the haves have more and the have-nots have less.
Yeah.
Isn't that what society is now? Society is full of haves and have-nots. And then if you look, that's just in America. Then you look at the globe, what makes America so potent to where you can have these extreme variants of haves and have-nots is how poor and destitute these other countries are. You can't have America the land of the free and home of the brave, and all this success and wealth, and not have extreme poverty in other places. That's also the consequence of what makes this place, quote unquote, great. Because if everybody was able to be sustained equally, if Africa was allowed to use their natural resources for their own country, if South America was able to use their natural resources to benefit their country, guess what would also happen? America's wealth would diminish, which means we'd be brought more down to the third world space, and they'd get brought out of their poverty level a little bit more, so everything will be balanced out. That's what people don't want to accept. If the countries were allowed their sovereignty, China, Russia, Europe, Africa, South America, Southeast Asia, if they were allowed to flourish on their own, then everybody will be on an equal par, and everybody will be slightly above average in their society. That's the consequence. And this is what the Most High was trying to show us in Jerusalem. If we all took care of one another, we'd all have a little bit more than what we needed. But that was eating at Israel, because they saw the Greeks, and they saw this massive gaps between the servant class and their class. And we wanted a piece of that action. So that was the movement that swept over all of Jerusalem or Judea, Gilead, and Galilee. Let's keep that in mind. Let's continue.
First Maccabees, chapter 9, verse 23 from the top. Now after the death of Judas, the wicked began to put forth their heads in all the coast of Israel. And there arose up all such wrought iniquity. In those days also was there a very great famine, by reason whereof the country revolted and went with them.
So, what was the Most High's response to two things? The rest of the world, the rest of the regions that Israelites were living in, obviously gave into the influence that these Israelites that were pushing this Greek idea of freedom, they were giving into those policies. There wasn't any more resistance. The resistance that Judas had was now eliminated. Nobody else was stepping up. So what's happening is this. Nobody else was stepping up. Then you had the Greek influence was getting stronger, and the people that did want to step up at once started giving in and started accepting, we're just going to do it their way then. We're just going to push this Greek way, and I'm not going to say nothing no more. I'm not going to resist. Nobody was resisting. This is a very important thing to understand. We're about to go into verse to explain it, but what the Most High is saying is, not only did the wicked do wickedly, nobody else was resisting that wicked influence. And when nobody resists the wicked influence, now what has to happen? The Most High has to intercede and has to bring calamity to the region. Think about this. Why would the Most High bring famine to the region? Read verse 24 again.
First Maccabees 9 and 24. In those days also was there a very great famine, by reason whereof the country revolted and went with them.
So the country revolted from what? How did the country revolt? They revolted from the example Judas Maccabee set.
Yeah, okay.
They revolted from the example Judas Maccabee set and gave in to the wicked example. So that means the nation as a whole started over what? Overindulging. Because what is the spirit of the wicked? We went into it in Wisdom Solomon chapter 2 last Sabbath. We were overindulging and giving it to our flesh. So now, let's look at this in our lives. When we are feeding the flesh too much in our life and not setting up disciplines and things to control our impulses, what does God do for us then? He brings famine in our life.
Okay.
So what is he saying? Either you're going to abstain and control your flesh, or I'm going to do it for you. Either you're going to fight to stay under control and learn to live at your means, or I'm going to force the conditions around you to make you live at your means. This is how the Most High talks to us. Well, listen, the things written aforetime are what? So he's speaking to us and how he deals with our over excessiveness. The Most High starts dealing with opposite extremes to neutralize our extremes. Did you see that right now? Just in those two verses. In verse 23, it said what? The wicked began to put their heads in all the coasts of Israel. We talked about what the wicked meant. The wicked was about the pursuit of what? Living beyond your what? Your means. So in response to the rest of the nation giving in to that mindset and completely corrupting us, he loves us. He loves us enough to bring a famine in the land. Because when the famine kicks in, what do you got to do?
Adapt.
Now, but how do you adapt? What's the adaptation? I can't sit back here and live high on the hog no more. Nope. I got to save. Man, I got to save this grain. I can't eat that much no more. I can't have these wine parties. This is all the wine I got.
I have to temper.
Now instead of 10 glasses of wine a day, I got to go down to one maybe. Instead of me sitting back here eating 3 plates of food, I got to go down to one.
Yeah.
Because I got to stretch out the little food I got. That's what a famine looks like in real time. Why am I explaining this? That was the Lord humbling us by humbling and taking away and challenging our conditions. To teach us, this is the space you have to learn to stay in. Does that make sense? We don't like the idea that we have to stay under this tight rein, and I can't be free, and I just can't buy and sell and do what I want to have the freedom to expand like I want. You don't think the Jews are like, why in the hell is there a famine in this goddamn region? But in Greece or Turkey, they're smiling.
Yeah.
They're dancing and flute playing and drinking all the wine they want. But in Jerusalem, that place is dried up. Why the hell is this place dried up? And you got to ask yourself, why is your life dried up? It's the same thing. Other people are getting bonuses and success, and your life, he's keeping you on a budget. He's keeping your life on a regimented schedule. He's trying to teach you to accept that regimented schedule before he gives you anything extra. It's the same concept. We want to look at the wicked and think the wicked is just these idol worshipers. But if you think about the idol worshiper, well, we've been talking about the idol worshiper. What's the idol worshiper? It's the person that doesn't accept the life and the conditions the Most High sets before them. That is the root of idolatry anyway. The wicked, the idolatrous, is us who won't accept the life God gave them. So, as we're reading about the nation's calamities, take the time to take the national story and put it into your story, so we can extract as much as we can from these stories. Does that make sense? So, read verse 24 again.
1 Maccabees 9:24. In those days also was there a great famine, by reason whereof the country revolted and went with them.
So, hold that. Jump to Psalms 94 and 16 real quick. We're going to get back to this Psalms 94 down the line. But read that.
Psalm 94
and 16.
Psalm 94 and verse 16. Who will rise up for me against the evildoer?
The Most High is still saying the same thing. Who's going to ride up and stand up for the Most High when nobody else is standing up for the Most High? Who's going to sit back and speak up and represent the Most High's will when it's inconvenient? That's really what he's saying.
Yeah.
Who's going to live a principled life and teach discipline and teach abstinence when nobody wants to? Who's going to sit back and teach Israel accountability when everybody around you is going for theirs? That's the real question of Most High. He's looking for somebody to step up so that the Most High doesn't have to intercede and start breaking Israel off with famines and droughts and all these harsh conditions. It's like either we're going to step up or he's going to step in. Which one is it? Which one do you want? You want Israel to sit back here? Would you rather an Israelite tell you you got to change your life, or you lose your family, or you lose your son, you lose your wife, you lose your job, you get into an accident and lose everything? This is what he's explaining to us. Either Israelite men are going to stand up, start correcting you, and you got to choose if you want to accept that message, or the Most High intercedes and you start taking losses. Because when the Most High intercedes, let's be honest, you lose a year or two. If you're going to really think about it, when he got to intercede and start checking you, do those losses, two questions. When the Most High intercedes and he starts taking away, do you ever recover? The answer is yes. Second question is, how long does it take to recover? It takes time. It takes time to recover when the Most High starts stripping things away from you. The question is this: do you want to play that game and have the Most High intercede and start taking away things and dropping you back from the beginning again, and it feels like you're 2 or 3 years behind of schedule? Or do you want the Most High to have brothers and sisters correct you and pull you to the side so that you can avoid significant losses?
It's based off of how smart you are. This is really based off of how smart somebody is.
God, I'm just trying to show us, before we even go into intelligence, these are the options we get. Do you listen to counsel and avoid these significant falls when the Most High comes in? Think about this. Think about the consequence of a famine. The Most High has us live year to year based off our crops. Year to year. So if he sits back here and has a drought, that means, or a famine, that means for a year or 2 or 3, it depends on how long the famine was. How far behind are you now once there's a famine in your land? How many years does it take to catch back up?
A long time, right?
It takes years to catch back up and get all your bills right. Because don't forget, part of what happens during famines is your debt keeps accruing. Do you think it was just about planting and getting some food and rub-a-dub-dub and
No.
you got corn in your belly and you're good? No. Part of that money goes to debts. Part of that money goes to financing that you're in debt to other people on. So now when you're in famine, your debt keeps racking up. So beyond the fact that your food, you're losing calories that you don't really want to lose. On top of that, your debt keeps racking up and you're further behind than you expected. All because you didn't want to fight your battle and nobody in the nation stepped up.
When you say fight your battle in particular,
The battle of what? Somebody stepping up and fighting for righteousness in the region. Because that was why he set up the famine. Because nobody stood up to tell people the truth. And two things: to tell people the truth and to inspire others to fight. Because this is what Israel non-campers don't want to understand. What good is being at your house, being a commandment keeper, when the whole nation is falling on their ass? For the ones who don't believe in camps, what good is that? We will all be starving together? With everybody be in their house, being comfortable, and not breaking the law? What do you think this Psalms 94:16 is talking about? Who is going to stand up against evildoers? What does that got to do with the law? And hide in your sealed house. And not inspiring people to fight back in the spirit.
Because people easily can get caught up with the idea that that's not my problem.
That's the point. That is the exact point. And what benefit comes from that when he sits back here and stings the entire region with famine that brings hunger, sickness? Because what they don't tell you is this. What is the number one result of what happens when there's a famine in the region? Sickness and death. When people are now malnourished is when disease kicks in. That's the number one thing. Once you get past malnourishment and sickness, then you have looming debt that cripples you for 7 years down the line. And I say 7 because it's a complete amount of time that you're going to be behind. All because nobody wants to step up, take the responsibility to inspire others not to run from adversity. That's the consequence. So what good is knowing the law and sitting in your sealed house and not standing up for what's right? When you do that, everybody still loses, including you. So is it worth it? You gonna tell me nobody in the nation followed the law at this time? That's not true. People followed the law and just didn't have any courage to stand up for what's right.
Is it courage or is it a lack of priority?
I think it's courage because there's a real fear of sticking your neck out and standing up. Because they were going to kill you. Because it tells you that later on. That you're going to be a public enemy number one to whoever stood against this political party that was advancing in Judea, Galilee, and Gilead. Now, it to your point, it's your answer too. It's not my problem because I don't want to lose my life and take a risk.
Right. Or the fact that I don't have enough food and enough resources is a bigger excuse than fighting.
But my point is this.
That's people do that too. They'll say, I got so many in-house problems that I can't worry about the body. I can't worry about the city. I can't worry about the community because I got my own problem. My own problems precede and exceed the means and the needs of other people.
Yeah.
And because people do that all the time. You ask them, well, what? It could be something as simple as, a community engagement where I can't make it because I got these issues. So it's the idea that my problems are larger than the nation's problems.
To a degree. I guess the point I'm driving is, did the famine come before we decided to stand up for what was right or after? The famine came after nobody else stepped up. When nobody stepped up, then the famine came. Then the excuse of, now that there's a famine, I got to focus on my family. What were you thinking about after Judas died? When half of these people were at their homes during the fight in which Judas lost his life. And what about the 2,000? What did they do? That's my point. My point is, what did you do before the Messiah started drying up the land?
Well, I just look at how, whether it was Christ picking his disciples, and they kept making excuses saying, let me go bury my father.
Yep.
Or, let me go bid my family farewell. Or whether it was in Deuteronomy 20 when they would go to war and they say I was newly married, or I got these new lands I didn't dedicate. I got these undedicated lands, or I just got this house that I haven't dedicated. So it was all these pulls that people have as excuses to why they can't fight and stand up.
I totally understand what you're saying.
That's all I'm saying. It's like if you already have, if that spirit is already there, you can imagine how intensified it's going to be.
But I think the question, which comes first, the chicken or the egg?
Yeah.
Does the fear hit you first, and then because you're afraid you make excuses, or you're just totally distracted, and that was more important than the fear that's inside of you? Because the real question is this: when we're serving the Most High,
sometimes it is both. Sometimes it's both.
And that's why I believe it's both.
Because even in Deuteronomy it says that you don't bring the cowards to war. So if there's a person that's afraid to go to war,
that's my point. Then the excuses come.
Then excuses come.
That's all I'm trying to say. Because the question is this: when you're doing this God thing, the first question is, how far do you want to stick your neck out here for it?
That's a good question.
How really are you about this? Listen. The law is safe. Just keeping the law is safe. Don't go party on the Sabbath? Okay, I can do that. Sundown? Okay. Don't cook on the Sabbath? Okay. But when you get Israel to when you try to get them to come out of that, just do more than that, that's when Israel comes with the excuses. The question is, are you afraid to lose? Or are you not interested in losing for other people? What is it? This is the battle. This is the underlying point of contention that was destroying the nation. Am I going to lose my life for God or not? How much am I going to lose in the name of the Most High? Because when you read later on, the next generation of men that has to take the mantle has to make the decision, we're on the road again. Remember that? On the road again?
Yeah, I can't wait to get back on the road again.
Because you know what is happening? They're back in the mountains, Zach.
Back roughing it.
They're back roughing it. That's the point. When the next man steps up, they're back in the mountains. Then they go even worse, because they go to mountains and they go to marshlands, Zach. And that's their life.
You know, you don't hear
Do
Russian,
you want that?
You don't hear Russian politics saying, you know, if you vote for me, there'll be no new wars. They don't even guarantee you that.
No.
Because why even put that spirit in your head?
No. You know what they're going to say? You come to the Russian army, we're going to pay you, we're going to feed you, we're going to take care of you. And you can have enough money for your family, and you have glory and prestige for defending your country. That's the angle they're going to go.
Yep.
Get ready to go to war, because we're in war, and we're fighting for our nation. Because if we lose, we're going to be a bunch of sissy Americans. Because that's what they push. Because how about it's the truth?
Yep.
They're going to make a bunch of us Vladimir Zelensky or Volodymyr Zelensky. You ever see that guy like before he was a president? You ever see him in stilettos and
dancing
what
boots?
do you call those? I forgot. I can't. When you're wearing wearing stockings out. He's in stockings and fishnet tops. He's doing all kind of weird. You see him? Do you see him dance like the belly dancing act?
He's like that guy.
He was doing belly. He was doing like Greek belly dancing act with the little gold little.
He was like
he was doing that. I'm serious.
He was like
like dancing like Shakira. I'm serious, bro. His hips didn't lie either.
Yeah,
it was horrible. It was horrible. And I'm like, this is the president of the Ukrainian Free World Act. This is crazy.
So you know it's a joke.
It's a joke. And, you know, the head of his cabinet was the head of his PR team when he was a comedy guy.
I'm serious.
Yes.
No way.
That's the head of his cabinet. He was his manager when he was the comedy guy.
Was telling jokes?
Yes. He was one getting him all his gigs. And in Russia, we don't want this crap in our country because it's coming here. You know, they take out and destroy all the Greek Orthodox churches. They're shutting them down in Ukraine. They are.
They don't want that.
They don't want a religious concept in that country. They're eliminating all the Greek Orthodox church, all the Christian churches. They're getting rid of them. And Russia's like, we know it's coming here. That way of life is coming here.
That godlessness is coming over there.
That's the point, and that's the framework of their resistance movement and their propaganda campaign to protect Russia and make Russia and keep Russia Russia. Anyway, let's get back to the point.
Famine.
Huh?
Are we prepared to live a strict, disciplined, regimented
for righteousness'
life
sake
for Christ?
Or are you going to fade back, blend in, see how things happen? When you take that position is what so many of us took at this time. Let's fade back, see what happens.
Safe play.
And you know what? There is a consequence for the safe play. For all the Israelites that was playing the safe play, now the famine comes. Because nobody wants to step up, now the Lord has to intercede.
The Most High canceled the safe play. He just found a way to break through it.
Think about this. What he did is, he didn't cancel the safe play. He forced all these safe dudes to make a choice. Like, if you don't want to fight, I'm going to make the conditions so jacked up where you got to fight. I'm going to bring you back down to an abstinent mentality and drive you to the point where you got to fight. This is how the Most High does us. I mean, must be running from our battles for years. And he just keeps cornering us. He brings famine in our life where we got to face that monster we keep running from. You know what that monster is? Whatever height or meter you are is that monster. It looks like you. He acts like you. Talks like you. Because we keep running from that monster inside of us. And he creates famine conditions until you have to face what's inside of you. Let that go in Psalms 94 and 16. Let's go to Isaiah 59, verse 14 through 18. So this is what the Most High is doing in bringing his famine. You don't want to fight? I'm going to make life so jacked up that you got to fight. That you guys have to unify. That's why I'm saying, you think it's going to be all these Jews saying, yeah, we can't wait till the end of the times come. All right. I heard Cass, yeah, if you don't come under this 5-letter umbrella camp, you ain't going to ever make it. All right, well, we'll see how y'all handle when things get bad. And how y'all umbrella operates when everybody's back's against the wall. The day of the Lord is what? Darkness. Not light. So all that bravado, okay, you can be a tough talker, but when you know what hits the fan, you better understand that it's to galvanize us and to bring us together. Because that's what the Most High is looking at. Can you come together? But my point is this. How about this? For everybody that wants to be 1 foot in and 1 foot out, should you be allowed to come to the ones who are here all the way?
No.
Is there going to be enough resources to go around for the ones who commit every day versus the ones who want to sit back and play both sides and see how it goes? That's the real question. The real question you got to ask yourself is, what is the benefit of losing it now and being committed now versus testing the waters and being in the middle until the very last minute?
We got to stay in the middle. When it gets bad, you got to stay in the middle.
Listen, that's the point. Because you know what Israel wants to do? They want to play the middle, play it safe, don't talk too much negative, don't do too much in the world, but you won't still get yours. Play the middle, and when it gets back, you hedge your bets and come back with the body and work on the unity. Because that's what Israel wants to do. They don't say it, but that's what they think. And there's some with Israel that don't come to class, don't come around, but then they keep close enough, they hover around just enough. When it's time, I'm here. Listen, the Most High sees you too. Mm-hmm. He's trying to put the conditions in to make us get a choice. What did he tell us? I'd rather you be what or what?
Hot or cold.
I want you to be hot or cold. Before everything happens.
You tell the children, you say, come in or come out this house. Don't be sitting here coming out the house all day, messing this AC up.
Make a choice. Make a choice to be about this or not about this. This is the time we have now. But let's get back to the point. We're going to that topic later. Isaiah 59 and verse 14.
Isaiah 59 and verse 14. And judgment is turned away backward, and justice standeth afar off. For truth is fallen in the street. So it says, and judgment is turned away backwards. He says at this time that we're reading about in 1 Maccabees 9, nobody was fighting to establish judgment. It was like Esau calls free enterprise, free markets. Everybody get yours. Everybody make your money. Everybody get paid. Everybody live the life you want to live. Nobody was pushing judgment once Judas died. Once Judas died, nobody stood up for judgment. Read on. And judgment is turned away backwards, and justice standeth afar off.
And this is what the Jew does. They stay back and they focus on themselves. When they say justice stands afar off, what does judgment mean? Somebody has to get in the midst of the problems and has to deal with other people's crap. How do you sit back and execute justice if it's just you executing justice at your house? How is that executing justice? For the exact thing that Israel hates to deal with. You know, Israel hates to deal with other Jews' messiness. Am I right or wrong? What's the hardest thing about being a Jew? Is it class?
No.
Class is cool.
It's the inconveniences that come with the job, as far as putting your life on the back burner.
Yes.
And other people's problems first.
For Israel's messiness. I was on the phone counseling a couple of days. It was like 2 weeks ago. And I'm listening to it. I'm counseling with a person who's drunk. And I'm like, bro, what is this?
Yeah.
I'm a burn. This is an hour and a half of my life just fizzled off into oblivion. Like Tyson, into Bolivia. It's gone. It's gone. I'll never have it again.
Or you could use the justifiable verse that says, "Counsel not one that's at the wine." Or you can use the biblical perspective to get you out of that counsel. You got to
put your Pokemon card out and reverse it. I don't need to be in this.
Yeah. The Lord says, "Don't counsel somebody at the wine."
That's my check. That's my checkmate card. I'm out.
Sober up and hit me like a day out.
Yeah. But the problem is this person at this time needs to vent.
Needs the counsel.
And it's like, even though they're gonna probably forget this whole conversation in the morning.
I've done it before.
I know.
I was like, we had a hell of a counsel. Like, what we do? What'd you say? I said, okay.
I'm just gonna take this L, and it was a waste of time. How about it's a waste of time even when they're not drunk? How about that one?
Yep.
How about you can counsel somebody?
What
and they didn't forget it. They forgot everything that happened in the council.
Yep.
And you're sitting back here like, I just burnt mind plasma. It's out of here. It's gone. I never have it again. For God's sake.
I just denied.
Just count that whatever you had going on.
It's gone. Forget your evening, man. Yeah. Forget your plans.
You might as well put them on the back burner.
This is why we always tell brothers, don't have plans. Your plans are always loose because they might be there, they might not be there. You start sitting back here thinking you got plans and they're cemented. And you sit back here and I don't mean that. Then you get a second call right back. You're like, okay, it's your duty, brother. What are you gonna do?
Duty calls.
Or you're gonna be angry.
Then you're gonna get angry. God.
Or you're gonna be frustrated because you're not flexible.
God. So, but that is what it says when it says justice stands afar off. Somebody has to intercede and deal with Israel's problems, because that's what Israel don't want to do. Israel wants to do the knowledge and be away, or do the knowledge, tell you you're wicked, and go home, and not deal with the consequence of the recourse that comes from actually developing somebody. Read on in verse 14. 14 again, if you can.
God, Isaiah 59:14. And judgment is turned away backward, and justice standeth afar off. For truth is fallen in the street.
Truth is fallen in the street. This is what happened after Judas died. Somebody has to stand up against the evildoers, huh? Read on. And that requires a joint collective body to intercede and to be a protagonist against antagonistic people that need correction. And then people need to see this conflict and be strengthened to stand up for what's right. I'm sorry.
And not allow weak examples, premises, and sentiments to pervade amongst the body.
But somebody and that's my point, in community. Listen, all we can do is set up and create a community in which justice and judgment is defended. What else can you do?
That's why I had to pull the scripture.
Yeah, perfect.
Proverbs 21:3. Proverbs 21:3. And I've always loved this scripture. I didn't know what it meant. No, I'm very I loved it.
How'd you love it if you didn't know it?
I don't know what the hell this means exactly. What the hell does this mean?
But I love it.
Something about this.
But I love it. I love it. Anyway,
this
that's an inside joke how I'm saying it. I'm not knocking any 9.5 tribers.
Proverbs 21:3.
Something about it.
Yeah.
Read.
To do justice and judgment.
Oh man, great verse.
Justice and judgment. Meaning what? To maintain the proper framework that keeps the Lord from stinging all of us.
How about this? On your point, to do justice and judgment means to fight for community. If we're going to get...
But in order community. Because
that's why I say justice and judgment in community. Because that's what Israel lacks. You have to fight to keep and maintain and create proper spiritual community.
Yes.
Listen, dude, those people in all those different Israelite jurisdictions, whether it was in Judea, Galilee, Gilead, he's not saying you got to sit back and fight for the whole nation. But can you fight in your community? Can you fight for justice and judgment in your community? Or can you fight for justice and judgment in your camp? Because what is community? Community is your camp.
Yeah.
Oh, but a lot of people don't want to deal with camps. So that means you don't want to deal with community. Which means you're not about justice and judgment.
No.
We go all around in circles. But what do you think this means? He says it's better to do justice and judgment.
Read. There's one point he's going to hit.
I know. Read on.
Proverbs 21:3.
The point
To do justice and judgment
is what?
is more.
Hey, stop. People have this game where they want to measure things according to their personal measure.
This is why there's thumbs down. I love it.
I love the thumbs down. The thumbs, just so y'all know, the thumbs down
Means you were doing it right.
No, the thumbs down for us is actually a thumb up.
Yes.
Like you got this. You just the thumb downer guys. You know you got to win. Cause the thumbs up, I respect. I appreciate all the thumbs up. Cause I know we have some great people here. But when you got the thumb up, like the thumb down, that's like you made like a 3-pointer. Right? You went back, you faded back, you got fouled.
It was a step back 3-2. It was a step back.
You got fouled, and then you pulled back, and then and then the ball went in nothing but net. Thumbs down, like swish. That's what we look for. I look for the thumbs down. If you get more than one, you made 2 threes. That's how I look at it.
Yeah. Thanks.
Read on.
To do justice and judgment is more acceptable.
Is more acceptable than what?
To the Lord.
To who?
To the Lord.
Not to me. Not to a war. Show me what down we had.
Not to you.
To the Lord.
To who?
To the Lord.
Read.
Then sacrifice.
And sacrifice the Lord.
But sacrifice is just one person giving something to the Most High. That's what sacrifice is. Is one person giving to the Most High. So he's saying, when you fight for community, it's greater than you just giving to an individual person, the Most High. Because how can you say you love the Lord and what's your brother?
Hate your brother.
There you go. You got to be able to love your brother too. And how can I show the Most High I love him if I'm not fighting for community?
And how about your brother's hard to love?
And that's why people don't want to do it.
Your brother is hard to love.
That's why it's so hard. That's why the work is so hard. If this is about just reading the Bible, I can being smart, I can get wisdom. This is great.
So I was mad today. I was mad this morning. Right? I was pumping gas in my car. We gotta get to the light. We gotta go to the school light. And that guy keeps popping up. The skateboarder, the dude. Everywhere he goes, this dude walks around.
That same guy is there
with the bicycle. Everywhere I go, he pops up with like his dreads out, his shirt off. No matter, it's cold, hot. He got his shirt off. He's ripped out, head to toe out.
What's the dude
he's
walking out?
Yeah, it's always that dude out. And he's walking his bicycle out. He does this free, contrary to me.
But he's in shape. He's walking.
I have a.
There's a reason why his shirt is off.
Yeah, listen. The light.
That dude's ripped.
He can see the light all day. He can do what he want to do when he want to do it.
He can see the light all day?
Listen,
What's that even mean?
There's something about watching the sun go up and go down that gives me a sense of freedom. Because you can just watch the sun. There's nobody blowing your phone up. There's no. Hey, what the fuck? Where you at? Come on,
We need. Give me.
I hate you. I need some help.
I hate you, but I love you. I hate you, but I love you. I hate you, but I love you. Hate.
Tomorrow, I hate you a little bit. I love you. Like, what the hell's going on? That's the dynamic.
You're kind of good today. You're getting the counsel I want to hear.
Yeah, appreciate it. But I hate you tomorrow.
Yes.
Like, so those are the dynamics we deal with. And this guy just walking around living his life and things. He has no worries whatsoever. Which is it's a me thing. It's not a him thing.
Yeah.
The years ago, like about a year ago, the dude said, "Hey man, I'm sure you could use $1." I said, "Yeah, man, I'm being an Israelite. Yeah, use $1, brother. Matter of fact, we had school right there. It's the truth of the Most High Christ and outside the God. We are the chosen. We are the people of the Lord. And you're in this condition because you're in curses. And you got to come to the Most High. And he's like, "Yeah, I'll be up there. I surely will. Thank you, sir." And then a week later, he walks by, just looks at me, and just Then we thought he never comes to class.
Of course not.
I said, oh, you got me. You got me all hype. I thought you would come to class and change your life. Right? Because he was vibing what I was saying. What's the point? He always pops and asks me for another $1. And I get kind of bitter. I said, no, man. Because you didn't keep your word.
Use that $1 to smile the sun on me.
You can use that $1 and be free. You use the $1 to be free, right? So listen, wherever I go, the Most High has him pop up. Everywhere I go in the city, he pops up like a character. Like he pops up. It's a reminder for me. Listen, bro.
He's going a lot of places with that bike out.
I'm an In-N-Out getting an animal style burger out. He pops up. I'm at the gas station pumping gas across the street. He pops up. I'm over here getting gas. He pops up. Where I'm getting gas, he pops up. I'm getting gas. Look up. There he goes. He pops up.
It's a mocking spirit.
It's a mocking spirit. It's a shadow following me, telling me, "Hey, bro, just so you know, I'm free and you're not." What's the point? These people, if I maintain my anger at this guy, that means I'm not doing community.
Yeah.
You know what I gotta do? I gotta have a real talk with him one day. And just be a brother. Hey, bro, you know, I'm not gonna lie to you, bro. I see your condition, bro, and it's not good. You know, if you get a chance, come check us out, bro. I gave you $1 last time. You didn't do anything with it. I'm gonna give you $1. So I gotta sit here and be tripping out. I'm not gonna be flipping out, and be angry at you secretly. But guess what? You need to give the Most High a chance in your life. Cause I'm not being honest with him. So what's the point? When you're around Israel in general, Israel forces you to have uncomfortable conversations. That's why we avoid Israel too.
Yep.
Because you gotta have that talk with another Jew that you don't want to have a talk with about an uncomfortable situation.
Yeah, I want to bring this point out too on what you just brought out. 1 Corinthians chapter 7.
Great verse.
Verse 21.
1 Corinthians 7 and verse 21.
And verse 21.
Down to what?
21, 22.
Okay.
Read that.
1 Corinthians chapter 7 and verse 21. Art thou called being a servant?
It said, art thou called being a what?
A servant?
So that the bottom line is the Most High called us to be what?
A servant.
A servant. So what we do is we understand, okay, the Lord called me to be a servant. Read on.
Care not for it?
The care not for it means how long I got to be a servant. When am I going to get my freedom? When am I going to get my walking papers? When am I going to get time to do me?
Uh-oh.
And so what we do is we envy those that have that freedom because we're the Most High servant. We're bound by the Most High's duty. That's why Paul said, read verse 20.
God. 1 Corinthians 7 and 20. Let every man abide in the same calling wherein he was called.
So regardless of whatever everybody else got going on in their life, I still have to do what? I have to abide in my calling.
Yeah.
No matter who. If they're free, then they're free. If they got options, they got options. But their options is not my calling. Their liberty is not my calling. So he says, what we got to do is, when we're the Most High servants, he says the objective the Most High got for us is you got to learn how to stay in your calling, regardless of who's not in their calling. So he says, don't care for it, meaning don't be worried about when you're gonna get your freedom. And when you're going to get other options like everybody else got other options. Read on. Remember, Paul understands he called himself a prisoner of the Lord. Because Paul understands what? Why would Paul call himself a prisoner of the Lord? Because he understands that he ain't going nowhere. You don't got no. There is no. I'm gonna check out of this job, and I'm gonna do me at some point in time. If you accept the fact you're a prisoner, you already know you're not going anywhere. Read on.
But if thou mayest be made free.
He said, but if you do get some freedom from your calling, what are you supposed to do with it?
Use it rather.
You know what he doesn't say? But you'll understand what he's saying when you read on. You know what he's saying how to use the freedom of the Lord? You use the freedom of the Lord to do more service for the Lord.
Oh, man.
But he just doesn't say that. But the understanding of it is you take the liberty that you do get when you're abiding in your calling, and you turn that liberty into more freedom. So let's say when nobody's calling your phone, blowing you up, you do more what? You do more studying.
Oh, yeah.
When nobody needs you that day, guess what you do? You commit more to the Most High, someone else. You take that energy that somebody's not pulling you from, and you convert that energy to do more for the Lord.
Yep.
So guess what? All in all, you're still even in your freedom, you're still the Lord's servant, even in your freedom. And that's something that we struggle with when it comes to when am I going to get opportunity for me to do me. Paul said, use that freedom, convert that freedom to do more service for the Lord. He just didn't say it, but you'll know what he means when you read on. Read on.
1 Corinthians 7:22. For he that is called in the Lord, being a servant, is the Lord's freeman.
But because you may see yourself as a servant, but the Most High look at you like what? You're a free man. You're not no slave. You're actually a free man.
But see, I gotta say this one thing. I don't think we drive this point enough. How what Paul teaches us, he's teaching us how to psychologically deal with the pains that come from serving the Most High. See how he explained that. Leviticus 25:55 says we're servants of the Lord. But think about how Paul spent it. You're a servant. What is a servant? You don't have a will. You don't have control. And for most people hate that and psychologically can't accept it. But the way Paul spent it is, your servitude really isn't servitude. You're really free in Christ. But being free in Christ still means you're a servant. But the key to being spiritually connected to the Father isn't how you look at your servitude. Isn't how you look at the restraints the Most High gives you. Remember Ecclesiastes 6? Where it says you got to go into wisdom and put yourself in wisdom's fetters?
Yeah.
Yep.
But when you put yourself in the wisdom's fetters, he said you're in the earning robes of glory. But how do you psychologically process being put in wisdom's feathers? Is what determines how well you can grow in Christ. I hope we understand that. How can you psychologically process you not having your own will anymore? And you not living for you anymore? Either I'm going to say this sucks and this isn't worth living, or you're going to say, I'm the Lord's freeman. Now, which one sounds better? Being the Lord's freeman. But can you buy into it? Can you buy into that type of thinking? And that's the difference between those that succeed in the truth or they don't. Is how can you accept and process the fetters the Most High puts each and every one of us in. I had to say that. I mean to take it from your point, but this is a perfect verse for where you were going.
Go ahead.
1 Corinthians 7:22. For he that is called in the Lord, being a servant, is the Lord's freeman.
Read.
Likewise, also, he that is called, being free,
And if you're called being free, read, you still belong to who? Read on.
is Christ's servant.
You still belong. So guess what? Is there really freedom?
No.
Not how you want to have freedom.
Is there really liberty? We're still in debt to serve who?
Christ.
The Most High in Christ.
And how does the Most High want us to be indebted to Him? What did Christ tell John? If you love me, and listen, think about the process of feeding sheep. Do you feed sheep one time and go home?
No, indeed. Like
What about Toby the dog we picked up out?
Yeah.
That was right in front of the school line. This dog, what if you would have fed him? You know, some people gave him some cornflakes. I don't know why they had to give him cornflakes.
He threw up too. He threw the cornflakes up. Yeah,
It was cornflakes and some water that he fed the dog out. He sniffed it a little bit, threw up. They fed him. But was that what that dog needed? That dog needed to get taken care of day to day.
Nurtured.
And nurtured. That's what feeding really is. So what did Christ tell John? If you love me, feed my sheep. But what does feeding sheep mean? That means I'm committed to this damn sheep. I gotta feed you. I gotta clip your toenails. I'm talking about for dogs' sake. I gotta sit back here and give you some shots. I gotta walk you. I gotta bathe you.
Yeah. Listen, the sister.
I gotta protect you.
The sister.
You don't gotta say the name. Don't say the
I'm
name.
not gonna say that. I was gonna do that. But the sister bathed the dog. I didn't plan on doing that. I said, "You gonna be out here? You got to live the life.
You out here in the woods.
Listen,
You got food in your belly. You got food in your belly. You got food. You got shelter. That's it.
And you got a chain. Shit.
Chain on your neck.
Better where he was at.
Ain't no cars in this
I am
yard.
so glad you didn't take him to your house. That dog would be like 20 pounds right
He
now.
like, man,
Starving as hell.
No, I would have gave him food. He would have had food, and he had to make friends or something like that.
How you gonna make friends? He was in the back. You be in the backyard, huh?
Yeah.
He's gonna bark at the neighbor's dog.
Who are you? Who are you? Hey, I'm lonely. Listen, but I didn't have the capacity to do it. I didn't have the capacity.
That's why it was the Lord's will that you took
It was
that
the
dog
Lord's
to the
will.
other place.
I know the Spirit came. I love this dog. I love him. I love him. I love him. I said, oh, yeah, you love him. Thank God. Thank God. You know, sometimes somebody loves him. You know what I'm saying? We want to push off people on other people out. We want to push them off.
Well, but that's the point. What's the point of what he's saying and what we're all saying? If you love Christ, you had to feed the sheep, which means you got to commit to the sheep.
You got to get dirty.
Yep.
You got to commit to that sheep every day. And that's the job Israel doesn't want to do.
Because the dog was using the bathroom all weird. I was like, just use the bathroom regular. The dog's so sick, nothing stays in his stomach.
Yeah.
And then like he thinks it's like you got to pet him. He thinks you're gonna hit him.
Yeah.
Like hey. He's doing that every time.
And now the dog is not halfway as bad.
Mm-hmm.
And over time, that dog will get more confidence.
Rehabilitated.
Why? Because it's development.
Yeah.
That is what Christ is implying without saying. Well, that's what feeding is. It's developing. If you love Christ, are you going to be there to develop your people or not? That's the part most of our people want to run from. What they want to do, our people wants to shine and respect of dropping some boom, 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 bam, bam, bam knowledge and getting respect for knowledge. But a lot of our people don't want to get their hands dirty with rehabilitation, because in order to sit back here and provide justice and judgment, you got to get in the mud with people. And that is better than sacrifice. That's better than individually giving the Most High something and saying thank you.
Or for some people, it's in the mud with certain people. Or if you're an issue, it's your back hurts.
Mm-hmm.
How about that? Because part of this is, man, my shoulder hurts.
Yeah.
My elbow hurts.
And it's, well, why does your shoulder hurt? For God. For the body.
It wouldn't hurt for me. I'm never going to pick nothing up. I'm not going to do that. Unless I really, really want the gym or something like that.
Yeah.
But doing this for Jesus, listen.
No, doing it for community.
Well, yeah.
Which is doing it for Christ.
Yeah. Doing it for community, and your body's not feeling optimal because you're making sure the community's okay.
Because you're losing for the community.
Because some people, you're not going to be the counselor or the individual person to go back and forth with spirits. You're going to start on stage one. What's stage one? Clean that bathroom.
Mm-hmm.
Make sure the sisters don't have to go to a nasty, filthy bathroom and it's filthy in there.
Mm-hmm.
So who's going to make sure the bathroom's clean and organized and fresh so that people can feel comfortable here? I know we have a small school with these damn...
Don't even, yeah.
Okay.
These obstacles here.
These obstacles.
There's a lot of obstacles, man. A lot of obstacles here, man.
These obstacles.
We had to purge these obstacles, man.
We're trying. And it's not our fault.
It is. The neighbors brought the obstacles.
The bathroom is definitely our fault. And so I'm glad the brothers have maintained that. But who's going to at least do the minimum? And then, okay, make sure that there's supplies. Make sure there's enough. Make sure there's hand soap.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, then you graduate from that to what else do you need to do? Then what else do I need to do? And then over time you look up, and then you are counseling. And then you are teaching. Because you go from fries to the restaurant. I started looking at it.
Yeah. Right.
You're going from
lettuce,
floor.
lettuce first. Lettuce first.
Let's get this lettuce together. And, we're sitting here sweeping floors and keeping that bathroom.
You're on lettuce, huh? You're on lettuce and tomatoes,
and then you look up, you're doing fries, then the big bucks come.
He finally did it. He finally did it right. The story. He told
I just remember a little bit. I remember a little bit. But
you got to watch it, though, for the impact of the example. You got to watch the movie.
But it's about doing your service and then taking on more responsibility and more for community.
Yes.
We all play a part. The Chinese can do it. The Indians always do it.
I know.
Yeah.
Arabs can do it.
I know.
But it'd be black people that can't figure out. Latinos can even they kind of got together more than Judah.
I know.
They they make Judah look bad. Because you put Judah in the house together, it's nothing but fist fights and weed and optimals and black owls and not paying bills. I paid this last week in Jordans. That's what it is, bro. Disrespect. We gotta really we have forgotten community. The 60s and 70s we had it a little bit, but we've fallen a long ways from the idea of working together.
Uh-huh.
And it takes the Hebrew Israelite experience. It takes the threat of nuclear destruction to get us back in.
Unfortunately, yeah.
Even still, bro.
And even then, they gonna want to be separate.
It takes that much to get us to come together.
Yes, that's the answer. Yes. So let's keep going. You got more on your verse?
No, that's it. Well, just finish that in that next verse, 23.
God. 1 Corinthians 7:23. Ye are bought with a price.
Ultimately, we're paid for already. That means I really don't have any choices. I don't have the choices that I think I have. It's all based upon how I look at it. Are you going to take what the Most High gives you as freedom and still convert that freedom back to the Lord? Or are you going to try to do you? And that's the question everybody got to ask themselves. What do you do with your freedom? Do you give it back to the Most High in Christ?
Good question.
Or do you look at it as if it's your own? But the Bible says you're bought with a price. Go ahead.
Be not ye the servants.
No, that's it. That's it right there.
Well, I want you to no, finish that verse, because people will take this verse to justify being an individual.
Yeah.
Read that verse. Read the last part of verse 23.
Be not ye the servants of men.
Listen, do you really think, if you look at the totality of the Bible, they're saying, don't sit back and serve your brother?
That's not so.
Do you really think that's what that means? Or does it mean don't be a servant to men for their gain or for your individual gain? Everybody can say, yeah, but brother, the camp is messed up and brothers are serving men. Well, my thing is this. When you're in the world, aren't you serving men so that you can benefit?
Yeah.
So how about you're not supposed to serve an individual man for his benefit, neither are you supposed to serve a man for your benefit.
Wow.
You're supposed to serve the community.
Wow.
How about that?
Wow.
Because that's really, if you want to get to the meat and potatoes of it, you'll sit back here and serve your business and corporation. You'll serve men.
Oh, sure.
Yeah.
But
Time,
the only difference is
Who
you're
gets it?
serving men so that you can benefit.
Right. Who reaps the benefit?
Versus maybe in failed camps, men serve men and they benefit. But ultimately, you're supposed to serve the body of Christ.
The people.
Because that's what Paul did. That's what is being seen as the problem in 1 Maccabees chapter 9. Nobody was fighting for everybody else's well-being. Because you know what they were thinking back here in 1 Maccabees 9? I'm not going to be a servant to these men. Why am I going to put it on the line for these men and me lose? That's what it was. Why do I got to inconvenience my life for a bunch of Jews? I'm going to cover me and do me.
I love this point because it really goes contrast, which is what I was saying. It goes contrast to, I'm going to look for a flaw in the community so I don't have to serve, but really I'm jealous of the freedom of other people. And other people's freedom is pulling me. So I got to if I create a negative expression in the community, it gives me the opportunity to compete against people that have freedom.
Because like we've been talking about for weeks, it's about that idolatry in each and every one of us.
That's what it really is.
I'm not content with the lot of life the Most High gave me, so I want more.
Yeah.
So in the process of me wanting more, I can't want more for me and then dedicate my life for the sick.
And this is the question. Somebody has to lose. So if I choose not to lose, then who loses?
The body.
The community.
And now we're going to tie it in. Now let's go back to Isaiah 59. And when the community loses, like we were reading in 1 Maccabees chapter 9, read Isaiah 59 in verse 15 again.
Isaiah 59 and verse 15. Yea, truth faileth, and he that departed from evil maketh himself a prey.
Mm-hmm. So he says, truth now, matter of fact, read verse 14, and then we get to 15.
Isaiah 59 and 14. And judgment is turned away backward, and justice standeth afar off. For truth is fallen in the street, and equity cannot enter.
And that's why you can't initiate equity, what's fair, truth, and justice, unless you're in a community setting. Unless you are around the body of Christ. Then we can push, then equity can be pushed. Then equity can be determined. And if in community, if equity isn't pushed and justice isn't pushed, then people get taken advantage of.
Yep.
People get exploited. The negative Israelites leverage their power over Israelites who have less power. But how does this dynamic happens in community? We can't control the city of San Antonio or whatever city you're in. But can we at least fight to uphold the community in the area of people who want to follow the Most High.
That's the greatest fight to fight.
That's the fight.
That's the greatest fight worth fighting.
That's the only fight we can fight, in which includes community.
To make sure the sheep are in a position
To be defended.
where they get a fair shake of the truth out.
And they get equity and they're defended. That's what this is all about. Without that, truth faileth. Read the next verse.
Yea, truth faileth.
Truth fails when there's no community. There's no camp. There's no place to exercise the righteous values and ethics we're supposed to learn. Or a place where we're not able to rehearse the righteous acts.
And to pull young men off the streets and young women off the streets and give them an opportunity to start from scratch. If they want to change.
Yes.
To give them the opportunity to change. Because some people don't want to change. That's cool. You don't want to change, you don't want to change. But for those that do, and those that are sincere, to give those people a sincere chance.
And when nobody steps up, truth fails. Read on.
And he that departed from evil maketh himself a prey.
And it's even harder to sit back here and live an upright life if nobody else around you in community is pushing an upright life. How hard is it to be strong on your own? It's very hard to be strong and conscious of the Most High when nobody else is fighting to be strong and there's nobody to pull from. Look at your life. Look at your loved one's life. If there's nobody strong to pull from, how much easier is it to collapse mentally and spiritually?
Oh, easy. Like this. We fade into a deeper negative and a deeper weakness because we have no one to fight for.
Why do you think class is so important so many days a week? This is a rhetorical question. When you're going through your life, when you're not around the Bible, don't you feel drained and weakened? What really powers you up?
We're getting eroded. People don't look at
mentally and spiritually eroded.
You look at erosion. Erosion is when water goes over an area for a certain period of time, or wind goes over a certain period of time, and everything just gets worn down. And it's just the natural flow of things wears down the stones and the environment and the dirt, and it forms this environment. But we're in the environment. So the flow of life and people and events and situations and the ups and downs of society and the ups and downs of your personal relationships wear you down.
If you're going to be honest, I'll say one thing. How many times, there's certain things in your life that because you read it and study it, you can find it in yourself to change. But how many of us find the strength to change because somebody right next to you is fighting to change? If we're going to be honest, how many times can you do it alone? Can you find it inside of yourself to be potent alone? Versus having a person that you see every day putting in the work and you know they're putting in the work. And you use that inspiration to power you up. That shows and proves the power of community, power of camp, power of depending on one another. And this is what Isaiah 59 was all about. When truth fails, when there's nobody around to inspire one another, then we all end up eroding and breaking down from the inside. What was you saying?
Proverbs chapter 6, verse 10. Because one thing that you do get when you don't have to be accountable to the community. One thing that you do get when you're not responsible for other people around you and you only have to worry about yourself. Read that.
Proverbs chapter 6, verse 10.
Read.
Get a little sleep.
You get what?
A little sleep.
What you get more of when you don't have to be responsible for the community?
A little sleep.
Perfect.
You get a little sleep. So yeah, that's what you gain on the back end. That's what the equity is, or the lack of equity is. You don't have to get up for people because you're not accountable for people. You're not responsible for other people. You're only responsible for yourself. So when you're only responsible for yourself, you get to dictate your output. So guess what? When you get to dictate your output, that equals what?
A little sleep.
You get more sleep.
Yeah.
That's what you get. Those are the benefits of not having to be at the beckoning call of the community. You get more sleep. You get more time. You get more me time, more personal time. Read on.
A little slumber.
You get a little slumber. You can get slumber is a little deep sleep.
Yeah. Huh.
You get some.
That's not sleep.
That's that. Yeah, that's that. That's that little. You wake up, the whole side of your face is wet.
Yeah.
You got eye boogers. You got crust.
Yep.
You got vavas.
You got some real REM sleep.
Yeah, you got REM sleep. You got some vavas on your face.
Vavas.
Vavas. Yeah. Little slobber.
That's a good feeling.
Yeah.
Vavas.
And you wake up and then you say, "I'm gonna go back to sleep."
Am I saying that right? Vavas.
Yeah.
Yeah, vavas.
It's Babas. This B-A-B-A-S.
What is it?
It just.
Oh, Babas?
B-A-B.
Okay,
Babas. Yeah.
That's better. Okay.
Okay, so I thought it was Babas. Like with a V-A-B-A-S. No, Babas. But you got the little drool. It's the drool on your face.
Yes.
So you got that on the face. So you get that when you are not accountable to the body. You get to go into your sleep. You get to go into your comfort. You get to go into you powering up in the flesh. Read.
A little folding of hands.
There's a consequence to that.
Yeah, he said a little folding of the hands. Right. So that means you get to dictate. Folding hands means I don't have to work.
My schedule is open.
Yeah.
It's
but I don't have to work. I can fold my hands, but I'm not putting my hands to work. I get to dictate my output. Read on.
So shall thy poverty.
He said, but what's still coming to you?
Thy poverty.
So because we like to dictate our output, so the Most High still makes sure what happens.
So shall thy poverty come.
As what?
As one that travaileth.
That one that what?
Traveleth. Right. So shall thy poverty come as one that traveleth.
Go ahead.
And thy want as an armed man.
So now, what is an armed man? Why is he armed?
Why is he armed?
What is he doing with arms?
Yeah.
He's trying to have things.
Yeah,
he's trying to have things. He needs something.
Why has this man got a weapon in his hand?
That's a good question.
Do you know why this man got a weapon in his hand? Because he's desperate.
Yep.
And he's gonna get it by any means.
Yeah.
Because what the Most High saying is, when you're not tied in with the community, you get the freedom to sleep a little bit longer. You get the freedom to fold your hands a little bit. But your desperation is coming soon. You will be desperate at some time, and you're gonna need the things that the community needs. But it's just gonna be by surprise. You just don't know when it's coming. But it's on its way. So guess what? You're still gonna have to fight. You're either just gonna sleep now and fight later, or you can fight now and maybe be salvaged later. But it's an option. The Most High gives every man options. You still gonna have to fight. That means if I still gotta have a weapon in my hand, what could I have done to begin with? I could have fought sooner. I could have fought with the body.
And that was what the Most High was showing about that famine. Famine's coming.
It's
If you don't
still
want to
coming.
fight your battle now, you're going to be in famine in a desperate situation, then you're going to have to fight.
You still gonna have a weapon in your hand later. Either way it go, you're gonna have a weapon in your hand.
Or you got to be disciplined. You're going to have to be disciplined either early or later.
Yep.
You're gonna want community.
Yes. Well, listen.
It might not be there.
Resources, I'm going to say like Edom might say, resources will be finite at that time. That's a nice way of saying we ain't going to have enough to stretch it out. They're going to be finite resources, and there's only going to be so much to go around. So we got to go with the people who put the time in. Think about this. Think about, is it mean to say that? Is it unjust to say that? So we should sit back here and starve everybody a little bit more for people who didn't show that they wanted to be here from the beginning? Why would that be fair to everyone that chose to commit and put their lives on the back burner for the Lord? Just think about that. Would it be fair?
No, so that's like the version with the oil and that.
That's the point, because that's the verse that will be used. We might have to just poster that in the front, wherever the hell we're going to be at. Before all the printer ink is gone, make sure that's like laminated, posterized, and stick that damn parable right where everybody can see it.
You know, people don't realize how, even with this little 40-day government shutdown that we had, what that meant to a lot of people. You know, San Antonio got a food bank. And the CEO was just talking about, on average, they feed about 130,000 households per week with the food that they accumulate. Well, in the 40-day government shutdown, they actually was running out of resources. With it, just as 40 days.
That's only 40 days, huh?
They was running out of resources. He said they were upwards to feeding 173,000 households a week. Now, if you're feeding 173,000 houses a week, you know that's almost what 600,000, 700,000 houses a month. That's almost 1 million houses a month. How much food you got? So what they were saying was they were running low on rations. They only had enough to sustain the city for just if this damn government shutdown continued any longer, there were no food stamps already. All that was cut off. EBT was cut off. So there would have been no more food left for the amount of people that they feed on a weekly basis. That means the city would have started turning up real soon. We're seeing contractions like a woman pregnant. We're seeing contractions happening in the economy.
Contractions.
These are contractions, bro. These are birth pains that the Revelations talk about. Because that's what's coming soon. Is if this thing go down, it won't. They already say within 2 weeks people resort to cannibalism. 2 weeks of no food, people start eating people, and that's
crazy.
And that's been seen in different.
Historical.
That's been seen in different circumstances.
2 weeks.
2 weeks, bro. 2 weeks with no food. They say the first week, animals and pets disappear.
Yeah.
You start seeing cats and dogs disappear.
Cal Cop says that all the time. The first thing that happens is the alley dogs are gone, cats are gone.
Well,
After things get really bad in the city, you don't see the dogs and cats anymore. He said that's literally what happens in Guatemala when they have financial issues and scenarios happening in Guatemala.
yeah. It's quick.
Crazy, yeah.
Then all the strays,
Yep.
all the little raccoons, squirrels, and all that's gone.
And you know what he also says? Before it gets worse than that, community comes together. And they start they start looking after one another. The elderly, they start taking care of one another when they're sick and when they're down. Because everybody in the world understands that but our people. And it's going to take adverse scenarios to get us to give a damn. By that time, it's going to be too late.
Too cold.
Because we're going to focus on the
That's
people
selfish.
who are here now. Or who eventually come in and choose this life before those doors close. Just like Noah did. Think about what happened. He was teaching and teaching and teaching till those doors closed. You don't think people were coming down up there to that raft before they started floating and saying, "Let me in. I want to change.
Exactly.
I want to change. I want to change. I want to change."
Listen, he taught for 100 years. That means
No.
he taught for. Listen, it was 100 years he built the art.
Yeah, it took 100 years to build.
So it wasn't like he was just building and then teach somebody. He was 100 years. And they said, "What are you doing?" Well, this is why I'm doing this.
Yeah.
This is why we're doing this. This is the why conversation. Yeah. And they're like, well, okay. And then people believe because they're scared. And then after 10 years, it never rained.
Yeah.
So, okay, listen. It's not raining. I'm going to live my life.
Yeah.
This rain you speak of,
But
it never happened.
And then, the Most High brings up, like the end times was like the days of what? He still tells you it's the same thing. It's going to be the same thing now.
Yep.
People are marrying, giving away in marriage, pursuing what they want. That's all that means.
Yeah.
Then all of a sudden, it rains and the door closes. This is beyond that. That's what this is. So let's not get this twisted. That's the move that has to be made, the decisions, the difficult decisions that have to be made that we're responsible to do. Because we have to be more responsible for the ones who show it and prove it every week. You know, the ones who don't come around. And it's fair. I'm sorry, you had something to go into.
No, that was it. Just that was it right there. That was it. Just showing how that this government shutdown was just a preliminary situation for us to see the disparity that's coming for those that don't understand the value of community and want to be independent. You suffer, and if you're waiting on the government to take care of you, and you wait on the government to support you and sustain you, that's not going to happen. It's not going to happen. The government can't sustain everybody. They don't have the resources to sustain everybody. And we almost got a chance to see that here in San Antonio alone in this past 40 days, these last 40 days, 41 days, however long the government was shut down. But it wasn't long, but the CEO of the food bank was already saying the resources are necessary. Now they're asking for resources again. Now they're asking for donations again because they got to build their stocks back up.
Yep.
So the supplies are low. They're low. You were talking about that earlier. The resources are low.
Yep.
There's not enough resource to go around.
And you were saying it earlier, you were talking about the illusion of freedom, the
Yep.
illusion of security.
Mm-hmm.
You're falling for the illusion that's been created for you.
Yep.
But the Most High had your salvation around the corner. It just took inconvenience.
Yep.
He had something to protect you.
But it still
It just took investment.
It still goes back into that from the beginning of time. Can you accept the life the Most High wanted us to live? Or is this not enough? So now, going back to the point, this movement in 1 Maccabees 9 was about getting yours.
Yeah.
And the Most High's response, because nobody stepped up to fight to maintain community. Now the Most High has to intercede and do something extreme to check us. Now on, let's get you in there now.
Tahawar Racha, Shah Shavata, Bana Shah, Banya Sha'ala.
I'm munching. What? Yahweh Hashem Yahshua.
Yahweh Hashem Yahshua
All
Raktham.
right. Let's continue.
First Maccabees.
Yeah, we're going to be back in Isaiah 59. So it's Isaiah 59 in verse 15.
Isaiah chapter 59. Isaiah chapter 59 and verse 15. Yeah, truth faileth, and he that departeth from evil maketh himself a prey.
What we're going to read is a lot of Israelites at this time in First Maccabees who tried to live right were being targeted and executed and persecuted because they were trying to maintain a spiritual life when everybody else was going for theirs.
They're being attacked.
No, let's keep going.
And the Lord saw it, and it displeased him that there was no judgment.
He says this is what the Most High is. He's looking at whether it's our condition nowadays or it's our condition during the time of Isaiah. Because this happened also with King Manasseh, or Manasseh, when he was killing and executing Israelites that were trying to live right and weren't pushing idolatry. And it was happening also in 1 Maccabees chapter 9, where Israelites are being executed for wanting to live the right way.
Yeah.
And the Most High sees the innocent not being defended, and it pisses the Most High off. This is why we go back to Psalms 94 and 16. Who's going to stand up against the evildoers? Who's going to sit back here and fight for community and fight so that Israel is defended in their community? That is so important, and we don't talk about it enough. Most Israelites try to steer away from community when community is all we got. Or you know when Israelites push for community?
When?
When it's time to buy and sell.
Oh yeah.
That's when Israel pushes community. That's when summits come in.
Oh.
That's when the summits come in, and we're going to all the different camps
Support the
and
black
the
man.
nations because it's about making money. That's when Israel community comes together. When it's not about buying and selling, Israelites don't have community.
Great.
Am I lying?
That's a fact.
Israelites don't push community unless it's time. We're making merch. We're making these merch. We're making these staffs. We're making this merch stuff. We're making these T-shirts. We're making these pictures.
When it's time for money, now it's time to be brothers. That's what you're saying.
Yes.
And that's a convenient, self-serving premise.
And you can feel that at a lot of these gatherings. It's about getting paid. Because you'll see if gatherings mean something. If you make the announcement, there will be no buying and selling at these gatherings. Then you'll see how many people will show up.
People get deflated.
Then nobody's going to show up. And if you're going to give something away, then give it away. No. Then he won't see the Jew.
Listen, I don't have a problem.
It's not about selling things that you have. That's a beautiful thing. But we know men that's why they do it. If it was really about just coming together, then whatever's bought and sold there would be cool. But we don't understand and value community anyway in the first place. So whenever you're reading about judgment isn't established, Truth faileth. Justice and judgment, everything's turned backwards.
How about we don't value that community in our own houses?
Huh?
If you want to be real. Listen, I hate to say it like that. Not everybody in the camp, but some of us don't appreciate community in our own households.
And that's how
detached we are.
and how sick we are as a nation. And when the Most High sees these schisms in the body, these are the things that the Most High sees and is angered by. Give me verse 16 in Isaiah.
Isaiah chapter 59 and verse 16. And he saw that there was no man.
I mean, there was nobody stepping up for what's right.
Not that there was no man.
There were plenty of men.
But because that's the problem. We think a man's just just the physical, the maleness.
Mm-hmm.
He got a beard, a mustache, and braids, and he has the equipment. But the Bible says a man should be committed according to his what?
Wisdom.
His wisdom. Now, think about how smart you are.
But listen, but it goes even deeper. It's your wisdom, and now you're going to be also committed based upon your justice and equity, and how well you operate.
That's
the community.
crazy.
Because it still goes there.
That's a man.
That's a man. So he says there's not anybody that's pushing equity and justice in community. Read on.
And wondered that there was no intercessor.
The Most High is like, how come there's no intercessor to come fight back? Isn't this what's happening in 1 Maccabees 9? There's no intercessor. There's nobody filling this vacuum.
Yeah.
Judas dies, and there is a power vacuum, and there's nobody in the nation trying to step up and fight for what's right.
Intercessor, a mediator, one who interposes between parties at variance.
That's the point. What is the party? It's the righteous party. Because obviously there were political parties. There was the political party that was pushing for the advancement of the individual elite. And there was no opposition that stood up for the Most High to counterbalance that position of going for yours.
I got a little bit more. With a view to reconcile them.
Oh my goodness.
One who pleads in behalf of another.
That's the point. Because you know why? Because that group that's pleading in behalf of the other is in direct opposition that's pleading in behalf of themselves.
Yep.
Because that's what the wicked were doing. The wicked were making policies that only benefited themselves.
Yep. As usual.
And nobody else was stepping up in our community to defend the weak, to defend the sick, to defend the widow, the fatherless.
The people that don't have the voice.
That's
the
my
problem.
point.
Everybody doesn't have the words. There's some men, and of course women and children, but there's some men that don't have the confidence to speak.
Yep.
And there's some men that don't have the articulation to put their thoughts together coherently to express what they need.
Yep.
But they have a need, though.
And this is why the Most High, or Christ, had such an issue with the Pharisees. They had the education. They had the orator skills. They had the credibility. They had the respect of the community. And they did nothing for the sick. They were never the voice of the sick. They just were disgusted and scoffed at the sick. And that's what the Most High was so upset at. When you have the voice, you have the capability, you have the strength, and you do nothing about it. That's what disgusts the Most High.
You have the capacity. Because there's men, the scripture always says, I think Shachar always pushes the point of the poor will always be in the land. Right?
What's that?
The poor will always be in the land.
Yeah.
The poor shall never cease out of the land.
The poor will never cease out of the land. But who are the poor? When you look at the poor, is it that they don't got a job?
How about his poor in spirit?
That's what I'm trying to get to. There's people, especially of our people, that just lack capacity. Certain people lack physicality. I'll be on the street driving sometimes on the east side, and there's this one person, and their body is wilted to where they can't move. Their body's it leans like a tree, and they just can't move. There's this wheelchair, this electric wheelchair, and they have to sit there. Just somebody gives. They don't have the capacity to hold a sign up. They can't even hold a sign up. They just have to be in front of the street and see how bad my condition is. And their legs are wilted and their bodies wilted. And you have to just have pity on their situation because they don't have the capacity to even hold a sign up. There's some people that don't have the physical capacity. There's some people that don't have the mental capacity. You talk to them, they got a strong body, But you talk to them and they're mentally feeble. And they don't have the ability to take care of themselves. There's some people. I went to a place called Cam, some kind of place where they they help them get together, and they have these lines, and you sit in line. They give you a little food. They give you a little snack packet, and then you go to a door. There's like 3 doors on each side, and they call your name, and you go to a door number 1, 2, 3, 4, 6, whatever number it is, and they'll talk to you, and they'll step by step give you a list of what are your needs. Do you need an ID? Do you have a mail address? Do you have a drug addiction? They'll ask you question by question, and they'll go thorough to find out what your need is. And once they have a need, they have a procedure for each need. Okay, if you don't have an ID, okay, cool. This is how you get an ID. They'll go step for step, stage for stage, part for part to get you an ID. Or they'll figure out how to get you a mailing address so you can get mail. Because sometimes they can't get assistance because they don't have a mailing address.
Yep.
It'd be things people need, but they don't have the capacity to get, or they don't have the wherewithal mentally to put together.
Yeah. Remember the dude in the homeless camp that said he's a military veteran and he receives veteran benefits, but because they kicked the guy out the tent community that was causing trouble, so the guy in retaliation came back and burnt down everybody's tents in the homeless camp. So he said, I lost my VA card, and I lost the ability to receive all my benefits. He gets military benefits every month. He said, but because that other guy, we kicked this guy out the camp because he was being ruthless.
Out of order.
He was being out of order and attacking people. He said we kicked him out, and when we all left, he came back and burnt the whole tent community down. And he said, I lost my ID. But I do get benefits, but I just can't collect my money because I ain't got no ID to get my card, to get my bank information reestablished. So these are people that are not helpless. They're in a condition where they just don't have like you said, the mailing address. They don't have the IDs. They can't prove who they are. They have no way to prove who they are. And then due to some unforeseen circumstances, they can't. They got to protect themselves. So even in the homeless community, they have community. Even in a homeless environment, they got to look out for each other. Yep. They have to protect each other because anybody that's out. He said a lot. As a matter of fact, he said the guy that burnt all the tents down, he didn't take his medicine. He didn't take his psych meds. He's normally a psych patient, and because he didn't take his psych meds, he came back disturbed, burned everybody's house down, everybody tent down. But is it that they don't want to work, or these are bad people, or they just need somebody to look out for them? They need somebody to mediate. They need somebody to intercede.
They need an intercessor.
Yeah.
And a lot of times you talk to somebody, and I'm not praising myself in this conversation. Right? This is one guy at the mall I always bring up, and he would come to the mall and he would ask for change every day. He looked like he was an Ethiopian dude. He was Judah, but he looked like a real skinny dude, and he vexed me after a certain period of time because he made it a routine to keep asking me for money. And one day I said, bro, why don't you have any money? What's your problem? I said, you got a young body. Don't you think you have a woman one day and you won't be able to show her that you can have something for yourself? You know what he said? I never thought about it like that. And then 2-3 weeks later, he came back to the mall smiling with a big smile, teeth all yellow though, teeth straight yellow out, smiling ear to ear. And he said, I got me a woman. I got me a job. And I'm doing good. I just want to thank you for telling me the truth. Some people just need common sense.
Guidance.
Yep.
Everybody don't have common sense. Some people just don't have it. And the little bit you know from class and what you know from studies is actually gold for other people.
Yep.
I give them a basic conversation. You got to provide for your woman eventually. And if you don't have anything, as a man, if you don't go to work, then you won't be able to. It is a basic conversation. But that was enough to inspire him to change. What am I saying? You don't know all the information the Most High has given you. You don't think that you're in debt to your people. You're in debt to your community, in debt to your people, if you know this information.
Okay.
And the little you know that it might not be the teacher, and it might not be the breakdown, but the little something you got is so it is 24 karat gold to someone else who is in a dark place in their life. Well, we take it for granted.
Yep.
The poor.
Poor or the young.
Yeah.
So y'all good on that?
Yeah.
Let's go back in Isaiah 59 verse 16.
Isaiah 59 and verse 16. And he saw that there was no man, and wondered that
There was
no intercessor.
Yep.
Therefore his arm brought salvation unto him, and his righteousness it sustained him.
Now we understand that this chapter is talking about, this is why the Most had to bring Christ down to be the intercessor for us, because nobody was fighting, nobody was standing up. We know that is what the understanding is in totality. But you got to understand, this is no different. The fact that there was nobody, there was no man standing up for the people, is what's happening in 1 Maccabees chapter 9 also. Read on.
Verse 17. For he put on righteousness as a breastplate, and an helmet of salvation upon his head.
That's how you know someone Christ.
Yeah.
Read on.
And he put on the garments of vengeance for clothing, and was clad with zeal as a cloak.
But what this is also explaining in general is, because nobody else is going to step up, the Most High in Christ has to intercede. We understand Christ has been interceding from the beginning. You can read that in
Old
I think
Testament,
it's Wisdom of
verse
Solomon.
5?
Well, Wisdom of Solomon 2 talks about how Christ has been there that entire time. He was the death angel. Christ was the death angel. Christ was there with us in the night by fire and the day by the cloud.
He was always there.
Christ was always there. So when Israel doesn't step up on earth, the Most High sits back here and brings Christ. Whether Christ is in the form of salvation or he's in the form of what? Vengeance. He still intercedes to start shaking things back up and putting things in order.
God.
Read on, verse 18.
Verse 18. According to their deeds, accordingly he will repay fury to his adversary.
How does the Most High deal with fury? How does the Most High, express fury? The Most High expresses fury a lot of times through famine, through natural disasters, through circumstances happening in life that are used as vengeance to the ones setting up and orchestrating society and not defending the people. Hold this and go to Ecclesiasticus in the Apocrypha, chapter 39, verse 19.
God.
39 and 29, I mean, not 19, 29. 39, 29.
Ecclesiasticus chapter 39 and verse 29. Fire and hail and famine and death, all these were created for vengeance.
There you go. He said what again? He said fire, hail, and famine and death, all are created for vengeance. So what the Most High is doing in 1 Maccabees chapter 9 is bringing famine, which is really coming from Christ, as a response to the fact that nobody is stepping up on earth and looking after the sick, looking after the weak, standing up for what's right. Didn't it happen like this before Judas? Matter of fact, before Mattathias came on the scene, wasn't death and deterioration happening in the nation until Mattathias had enough and stood up for what's right? And Mattathias stood up. Then all of a sudden, the persecution or the death toll was cut down. Then Judas took on the mantle of what his father did and kept it going. And all his brothers fought under Judas. Now Judas is dead. Now nobody is fighting and standing up for what's right. So the Most High is interceding by bringing fury to his adversities and recompense to his enemies. But how the Most High brings fury and recompense is through famine and death in different ways. Okay? Hold that. We'll let that go in Ecclesiastes 39.
Okay.
And go to chapter 40 in Ecclesiastes, verse 9 and 10.
Ecclesiasticus chapter 40 and verse 9. Death and bloodshed, strife and sword, calamities, famine, tribulation, and the scourge. These things are created for the wicked, and for their sakes came the flood.
So he's letting you know all the famine and the natural disasters are responses to the wicked, but to be more specific, response to the wicked and to the righteous that aren't stepping up to defend the sick. So now the Most High has to make the conditions on earth so difficult for everyone that now someone has to step up and fight their battle. Where I'm taking my time, and we've gone through like 2 hours of explaining this so that we can understand how the Most High what? How he thinks. It doesn't make sense to rush these concepts and we don't start picking up on patterns of how the Most High processes our life in general. Because nobody steps up as a protagonist.
Yep.
Now I have to bring calamity and suffering until somebody steps up and does their job. That's the whole scenario. Yes,
so we can understand what the Most High speaks to us.
That's my point. Because if we don't understand that, we'll be crying and complaining about why am I going through these battles. But he's letting us know that the famine is used to draw out the best of us.
Yeah. That's
Catastrophe, suffering is created and designed to manifest the best of our nation.
I love what you're saying, bro. Because, you know what? I was wondering, why the hell is going on? I guess they're just wicked as hell. That's what brothers naturally say. Oh, I have because y'all wicked as hell. Yep. But we never get to the detail of it. We never get to the detail of what was the wickedness. Why did the Most High sting? We never get to the why of it. We just see the overall general. We're too vague when it comes to the Lord. Maybe there's some personal responsibility while the Most High stuff.
And he has to draw us out so we can fight for one another.
Yeah.
Because if things were comfortable, the next man wouldn't have stepped up. And the wicked would have kept being wicked. The wicked would have kept hurting people and taking advantage of people, and nothing would have changed.
For example,
so now famine has to hit. Israel has to get pushed to the brink of collapse.
Yeah.
Now somebody's going to fight for God again.
Listen. For example, Hurricane Katrina. Because he was around during that time period too. The camp was doing okay at the time. I think things were going kind of well for us, right?
Not well.
Katrina was 2005.
We were on a slow decline, to be honest with you. Keep going.
Well, I mean, I was young.
05, we just started building the daycare.
Started building daycare, right?
04, 05, we started the daycare.
Like I said, slow decline.
We had a little daycare. We had the little babies getting in the little daycare. It felt good. I mean, it felt good. Right? I know it was bad, but I'm saying you got to make the best of what you got, right? And
the good thing is we got new men that year.
Yeah.
We got new men that year. So
we had new men that year.
Yes,
we had some new guys
was a
coming
blessing.
with some strong beards out. They came in with some potent beards.
Strong beards out.
He's not afraid to wear his beard out. Y'all can't fall asleep on him. I was like y'all talking was blazing about it. Like, stay up. Y'all got to stay awake. This brother's trying to serve Christ. This is the point. The point is that there was a brother that came out of that Katrina situation.
Yeah.
And then he saved his neighbors?
Yeah.
Yep.
He saved his whole, almost
his whole street.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, you get the story better than I do.
Yeah.
But it forced him to
be the best version of himself. The dude jumped into a speedboat. No, it wasn't a speedboat.
I don't know what happened.
Boat.
No. I'm just trying to get y'all to tell the story.
Him and a crackhead swam to a boat and flipped the boat over and saved everybody because there was a lot of people in New Orleans couldn't swim.
Yeah.
And so he flipped the boat over. Him and the crackhead flipped the boat over. He said he don't know he got the strength, but they flipped the boat over. It was heavy, and then they went one by one picking people up off the roof and then taking them in the boat to the bridge.
That's how high the water was.
Yeah.
It was at the roof of the home.
Yeah. And that's how they saved everybody on their street. And they took them to the bridge, and then from the bridge they got on the bus to go to the Superdome.
But it took that kind of situation to reveal protagonist.
Yes. Yep. Yes, and that's how the Most High thinks. The suffering is created to design to bring out Israel to be heroic.
Yeah.
Because Israel won't be heroic any other way.
But when you look at the point the war's making, you look at Katrina. Before Katrina hit, New Orleans was a murder capital.
Yep.
Yeah.
And people took that as a sign because the word Katrina means to purge.
Oh, word?
Yeah. So people even took the name of the storm as being a sign of God because Katrina means to purge or to cleanse. So they took that as saying, this storm was meant for us to clean up the city. And then right after Katrina, it became the murder capital again. So it didn't listen.
But this is how the Most High thinks. Whether you're a conspiracy theorist and are consumed with Edomite geo-engineering, because some would say that most of these natural catastrophes are man-made, and whether they are or not, it's still of the what? Because don't forget, it says in Isaiah that
He grants the left hand side.
no, the maker of the coals. What is it? The smith. I created the smith. I think that's part of it. Created smith. Yes. Isaiah 54:16, real quick, just for the person, because a lot of people will say, yeah, Edomites made that, so that wasn't really of the Most High.
Okay,
Read Isaiah 54:16.
Isaiah chapter 54 and verse 16. Behold, I have created the smith that bloweth the coals in the fire, and that bringeth forth an instrument for his work. And I have created the waster to destroy.
So whether it's geoengineered or not, who made the geoengineer that can sit back here and
Cloud seed.
that can sit back here and mess with the environment enough to create the storms, to break the dams? Who was in control of that? It's still the Most High. So the Most High still wanted New Orleans to face that, and for them to suffer. We can blame it on the white man all we want, but it was the Most High's will that all these people in these different places are suffering, with the intention of waking us up. Just keep that in mind. So,
And it put us into a situation to reveal a protagonist.
with the hopes of creating a protagonist or people that would fight for one another, but like Shamshawan said, it didn't work long term.
But I will say this though, and it revealed a lot of humanity that was there. Remember that one lady who said she's go to every cart selling cake, cookies, and snacks. That's all she knew how to do was bake, and she would give food every day to everybody, and she would be there all day getting money, just giving us baking food. Remember, she said that she swam for 2 days straight with her baby and her husband.
It's crazy, bro.
Yep.
And she held them both up.
And she couldn't hold her husband up too much longer.
And she got to the point of exhaustion where it was the baby or her husband. And the husband said, what did he say?
The husband said, "Let me go, because you gotta say, I'm gonna take you and the baby down." So the husband told her to let him go, because she was the only one that knew how to swim. So the husband said, "Let me go, because I'm gonna end up drowning both of y'all. So let me go." So she had to let her husband go.
But she was a very heroic woman. That disaster revealed her humanity and her as a protagonist.
Her love.
And her love. And she cried about losing her husband, but she had to continue.
And this is what the Most High is bringing out, a part of us that would fight for one another.
Yeah, the community.
This is what adversity is designed for, to get us to love and to fight and to be there for us. A brother is made in what?
Adversity.
A brother is made through adversity. No other way can you really manifest brotherhood but by when you have to lose for your brother or for your sister. That's how you show love. So, with that being the case, we finished Isaiah 56. I know we got to like 59 verse 18. Well, at least most of the 18, but I'm not worried about that.
Okay.
We can let that go.
Okay.
Let's go now to verse 25 in 1 Maccabees 9. Matter of fact, let's get 24 again, and we're going to run through this now. It was important that we took our time on that, just for the sake of understanding. Let's continue.
1 Maccabees chapter 9 and verse 24. In those days also was there a very great famine, by reason whereof the country revolted and went with them.
Mm-hmm.
Then Bacchides chose the wicked men and made them lords of the country.
So the wicked men were already fighting for their positions in Judea or Galilee or Gilead. And what we did, we sat back here and went up to the heads, to the leaders, to get the political clearance from the top dogs to go build, create businesses, to make money, to bring industry to these different regions.
Yeah.
And by the time it got cleared, then they had the paperwork to back it. Then you couldn't tell them nothing. So they were already getting their foothold in, and nobody was fighting back. Think about this. The righteous had an opportunity to subdue and not let the territorial expansion happen. But we let it happen.
For our benefit.
Then we got the paperwork from Esau to validate them. And then when that happened, then you start seeing down the line an onslaught and an attack against the righteous. What am I explaining? Let me not get ahead of myself too much. Read verse 25 again.
Verse 25. Then Bacchides chose the wicked men and made them lords of the country. And they made inquiry and search for Judas's friends.
So this is what's happening. Now they got senator status or Congress status or mayoral status in these regions. Still nobody's speaking up. Nobody's standing up for what's right. Now they're getting leverage in the country. Read on.
And brought them unto Bacchides.
So read verse 26 again.
Verse 26. And they made inquiry and search for Judas's friends.
Why are they going after Judas's friends? Why is the Most High allowing the wicked of our people, the industrious of our people, to now start going after Judas's friends?
Great question.
How about the answer is this? Judas's friends didn't step up. Judas's friends were supposed to step up and do what?
Keep his legacy.
Defend them.
Defend righteousness' sake. And keep putting pressure and leverage over the wicked. They didn't do it. They didn't step up. So now what's the Most High doing? He's making their life what? Uncomfortable. When we don't fight our battle, the battle that we were created to do, what does he do to us?
Same thing.
He makes our life uncomfortable. When we don't fight our battle, then he puts pressure on us until we what? Until we fight our battle.
Or choose to be left.
So now or choose to be left. So now inquiry. Now we're gonna go after all these dudes that we know were associated with Judas. So now you're gonna sit back and renounce your belief now, or you're gonna go back to war and fight for the cause. What are you gonna do? The Most High, what is he saying? You can't play the middle. All those 2,000 men that fought with Judas, you can't play the middle now. Either you're going to step up and ride out this lifestyle to the end,
God.
or you're going to get exposed and sell out. Isn't that how the Most High is with us? He is forcing us, just like he forced them.
To the brink.
You're going to have to live with your decision and ride out this
Decision.
This choice. Or the Most High is not going to be, is not going to accept you.
And I love the point you said. The point you said that hit me was you have to ride out your choice. Are you maxing out your responsibility and the choice you're supposed to make?
Because why would the Most High have this happen? These guys that were with Judas, they're not starting no problems.
Well,
They're in hiding. And they're letting the wicked be wicked. Why would the wicked sit back here? They already won. They already have jurisdiction over these areas. Why are they going to go after them? That's the Most High putting it on these guys to instigate more what? Didn't the scripture say Judah is like a what?
Lion.
sleeping lion.
Yes. Who's going to rile up this sleeping lion?
Nobody.
And you know what it is? When you got your face on the wall.
You're a wanted man.
We want this guy.
It's your face like this. Your face like this.
Well, they got pictures of you.
Yeah.
And they say, if anybody knows this man, call 1-800 whatever Crime Stoppers.
Yeah.
Guess what they're going to make you do?
Bond Judah.
You going to go back in that mountain and go back to work. This is what the Most High is doing to force Israel, who knows better, to step up and fight.
Because Israel secretly wants to retire.
Yes.
Israel don't want to say it. Israel's always thinking about retiring.
Or they don't retire. Or they don't want to just sit back and put their neck out no more.
Yeah. I'm tired of putting myself out there.
You know,
I did service some circuit this year.
And it didn't work. And that the thing is this, half those guys are demoralized.
Yeah.
Because they keep fighting and there's no break.
Yeah, because I felt that.
Everybody has felt that.
Listen. I felt that spirit of
We fought and I
It's
lost.
for
I gave my best and I lost.
yeah, or just the spirit of perpetually fighting to get at step one.
Yeah.
Every year we go to war just to
Get back to January 1.
get back to January 1.
And you're a goose egg.
And we drink champagne and we're celebrating.
There's only one bottle of champagne.
There's only
maybe
one
two.
One bottle of Ciroc.
And it's not Don P either. It's some basic like $30 champagne.
Yeah,
it ain't the best of the best of the
yes,
best.
it's 30, and maybe you might have a little. I call it Sagittarius. What's that guy the VSOP? He has
Oh yeah,
it's a horse.
It's Kvassier.
a little. Maybe it's a Kvassier if it's a good day.
Which is a bad mix of alcohol drinks. If you're gonna drink champagne, just drink champagne the whole night out.
But
You're
you
gonna
gotta
drink
do it.
champagne and drink some dirty vodka next to it, and then some dirty brown liquor. Come on, man. Some people get sick.
It doesn't matter, right? Because we made it through the battle. I'll be sick for a day, right?
But you got to go to work the next day. How about
I'll be
that?
faded at the
You just
job.
got to get to the zone at 12 o'clock.
Get this on 12,
Because that's the zone. That's what time it opens.
and
It's
you
12 o'clock.
how about you get there 12:30? You get there 12:30, smelling like liquor, right?
I remember
Smelling
those
like
days.
liquor, right? And you're like, you know what?
And you're stumbling out.
I'm back here. So how's your day going, man? What's going on with you, man? You smell? Yeah, they smell the breath. They smell the alcohol in your breath, and like, I'm all right, man. What's with you? Well, you know, January 1st. But they don't know that you went to war just to get the camp out of debt, just to go back into debt.
Yeah, it was several campaigns.
Yes,
We call them campaigns.
they're called campaigns, and you're warned to get out of debt. The illusion of it is you think you're good. You think you're going to get out of debt forever.
Nope.
And then you look up.
I used to tell you it's not forever.
But I used to think that. I will, every war I go to, this is the war.
This is it.
We
This
will
is
never be in debt again. And
Victory!
It's not victory unless we finish every single ticket, every single that overboard.
Then tomorrow's waiting for you.
Overboard, you're hyping yourself up because you got to keep your mind fighting.
Yeah.
And then you look up, and the brother tells you, "Yeah, man, we're like 10 G's from losing the school again." I'm like, what? So, we're 10 G's from losing the school again? How come every time I look up, we're 10,000 from losing the school again? Who's running this program? What the hell's going on out here? But you can't go to chain of command. You don't know what's going on. So it's just taxes and San Antonio commerce is just evil. Whatever, you got to make up a reason why there's some bad guy out there putting us in debt. Either way, the whole point is you get tired of getting the same excuse. It's like them saying we need to Operation Free the Middle East. Like, we gotta free the Middle East to get
Iraqi freedom is an operation.
we gotta free them. Well, who's the bad guy now? Al Qaeda's back. Oh, Al Qaeda's back again.
Yeah,
Okay, let these guys show up.
And did ISIS
ISIS is back.
that was December 31st.
Oh my goodness! I'm like, oh, that's crazy.
Oh yeah, that's beautiful. I wasn't there, but I love that brother. I love that brother.
Man.
But you look up, and it's like we're back trying to free the Iraqis. We've been out here for 10, 15 years for these Iraqis.
Now it's Afghanistan. Now we go to Afghanistan.
What's going on in Afghanistan? There's nothing but rocks over there. It's just rocks and dirt and
Rocks.
and
Not
goats
even
out
mine,
there.
just rocks out.
It's rocks, dirt, and goats out there. People with a bunch of clothes on. Let them live their life.
You go
We
to
gotta go to Afghanistan because they need freedom over there. They don't have no freedom. What about the freedom up down the street?
Yep.
Gerard is broken over there. Jermaine's broken. He's in jail. This sister's at the damn what's the house called? Those battered women shelters.
Yeah.
There's battered women shelters down the street. They need freedom too. No. We gotta go to Afghanistan.
Yep.
After a while, you get tired of hearing the sob story and that you're needed. But in Christ, we can never put a limitation on how much we're needed.
Mm-hmm.
And that's the problem. The problem is you're tired of being needed. You're tired of giving. You're tired of exhausting yourself for someone else's benefit. But you can never get tired of being exhausted for your benefit. You can never get tired of it.
The Most High is making people at this time go all in. If that means that He's not going to give me no comfort until I fight.
Yeah.
That was the point I'm trying to say. Why would these guys be picking on these dudes that aren't trying to instigate nothing? They're trying to fade back and blend in.
Yep.
Most High's like, nah,
Nope.
you can't blend in. Either you gonna be about this moving to the end and see it to the end, or I'm gonna do away with you. Why? What am I trying to explain? This is why the Most High be so hard on us.
Yeah.
Because the Most High don't let up on us sometimes. Like, why is he's pressing me? He's not letting me get a break.
And in the back of your mind,
Now you know why he's not letting you get a break. Because the second Because the second I give you a break, I'm done with you. So the question is this: would you rather be let go? He's sitting back here putting all this pressure on these guys because he's like, man, you sat back here and made a decision to serve me. You're not running off now. I'm not going to let you run off now. They're going to hunt after your life and bring it back to 87. What are you going to do? You going to die or you going to fight? I know, y'all, this topic might not be hitting everybody, but we're trying to explain the Jew condition. The condition of us when you're really in the battle and how it looks
It's right
and how it feels.
It's ride or die.
Because I don't know if you felt this. I know I felt this. He don't let us coast. He doesn't let us kind of like take our foot off the gas. And when we start putting our foot off the gas, all of a sudden it feels like the sky's falling.
The camp starts crashing.
And you're asking, why the hell? I'm just taking a little break. I see everybody else take breaks. But you can't take a break. You weren't created to take a break.
But when you take a break, your marriage starts crashing, your children's intellect and their thinking and their perception and their morality starts to crash. He doesn't let
the certain people get away with murder. These 2,000, now they're public enemy number one.
Out of nowhere.
He's like, bro, no, you weren't supposed to stop. So now the Most High has to heat everything around you or up until you start fighting again. Just like he creates the famine. Listen, you're in famine now. Now they're trying to kill you. What is he trying to do? Get you to fight.
Can you accept that?
And can you accept that that's how your life is? It's going to be hot and uncomfortable until you fight again.
There's boxers that live like that. There's people that have there's certain people
that choose that, but most people don't want to choose that level of discipline on a day-to-day, week-to-week, month-to-month.
Or I'll give you a different example. Underground rappers, right? There's guys that they have to rap. They have to rap or they're going to go into poverty because they don't have. They have.
Okay.
They don't. I'm going to that the have to spirit. It's the if you don't drop this album
and you would go on these tours.
And on these tours, you're going to have nothing.
Remember that guy Logic?
That's what I'm going to.
He was going to like San Marcos and doing like it was like 10 people in the damn bar, and he's doing a tour for like $500, bro, like a spot, like, and he was like, we talked to him. That was Yashal's guy. He's like, yeah, man, I got to pay my mortgage, man. Like, God, you're in San Marcos.
You're rapping for the mortgage,
and you're rapping for a mortgage, and you're at just a hole in the wall place. Anyway, I'm sorry. Keep going.
No, but I'm saying that there's where you're in the position where if it's my mom used to say you either ish or get off the pot. Yeah. And she always just said that. I'm like, what are you talking about? Man, you tripping? I was always talking these doom and gloom scenarios, man. What's up with you, mom? We live pretty good over here. We're Northwest Crossing. Yeah. But in life, when the Most High really has his finger on you, you gotta produce or fall. Yeah. And he keeps putting more and more plagues on you, more and more pressure on you, till you produce something spiritual. Or your life goes to ish.
All I'm trying to explain, I'm trying to slow this down enough so we can process it and make more sense of our life. Do y'all understand that? I would like to rush this topic, but it's like the Spirit ain't letting us do it because there's too much to extract per scenario. It's not like these 2,000 men that were on Judas' side.
They weren't wicked people.
And they weren't wicked, and they weren't starting any more tumults. And that's actually what the Most High was trying to get them to do. He was trying to get more out of them. So in order to get more out of them, he had to put them back on the run and make their life uncomfortable. To get them to fight. Yeah. To get us to be... he had to like create a protagonist. Yes. Most High is creating a protagonist out of nowhere through famine and through them hunting after their life. Okay. So now let's go back and do 26 again.
First Maccabees chapter 9 and verse 26. And they made inquiry and searched for Judas's friends and brought them unto Bacchides, who took vengeance of them and used them despitefully.
So some of these guys were actually getting snatched up. And then they were getting tortured. So the question is this. Some of these Israelites that were part of the resistance actually got caught and tortured and killed. So the question is would you have rather have died because you were caught running, or would you have rather died in battle, standing up for what was right?
Death is death. You better pick a more.
This is what the Most High is doing. Now, not all of them died, but the ones who were running, a lot of them got caught and killed. Would you have rather got caught and killed running like a dog, and then getting taken to damn Antioch and getting tortured and beat? Or would you have rather sat back here and just got on the battlefield, got encircled and died?
That's crazy, bro.
You were meant to go one way or the other for the Most High's sake. You're going to be a martyr one way or the other. So you're going to accept martyrdom under their terms, or accept martyrdom fighting on the open field for the Most High. This is literally where the Most High is taking these men. And we can run and we can hide and we can run and we can hide, or we can face and accept our battle. This is really the lesson. Can we accept the battle and the conditions of difficulty the Most High has placed in front of our lives?
Come.
Read on.
Verse 27. So was there a great affliction in Israel, the like whereof was not since the
Matter of
time.
fact, I'm sorry. Give me a second on that. Go to Psalms 11, chapter 1. I'm sorry, 11th chapter, verse 1 through 7. Psalms 11, verse 1 through 7. Like I said, y'all, the purpose of the class today wasn't to like slow it down as much as we have, and I know we might have lost some people online, but just be patient with us because there's a lot of meat here that it would be foolish for us just to gloss over and just read it like it's a damn novel. Psalms 11 and 1 through 7.
Psalms 11 and verse 1. In the Lord put I my trust. How say ye to my soul, flee as a bird to your mountain? For lo, the wicked bend their bow. They make ready their arrow upon the string, that they may privately shoot at the upright in heart.
So he's saying the purpose of the wicked is to discourage you. Is to shoot an arrow in your heart. That doesn't mean just to kill you. The purpose of the wicked is to tear away your will to do the right thing. And this is what you can't let your surroundings, your environment, the people you love, the people you care about, you cannot let anybody under any circumstance attack, destroy, or weaken or shoot at the upright in heart.
Or take your crown.
But that's the point.
This is what really happens in Israel. A lot of men, the water so much out. They do so much out. Seriously. A lot of men allow the spirit of envy to take their crown because there's an envy of liberty, freedom, or there's an envy of how come I got to keep suffering and they don't.
That's the point, because that is the purpose of the wicked, is to get the righteous to stop trying.
Yeah. To
get the righteous to stop standing up for what's right. Because that's the most difficult thing to do.
And to teach and to show you the lesson of.
I'm gonna say that's why the 2,000 men were getting focused on. It's a twofold thing. From the Most High's perspective, he needs to motivate these men in hiding to stand up for what's right. And from the wicked perspective, we have to squash and destroy any hope of going back to that way. Because
they have an agenda.
This is what living check to check does. This is what suffering. This is what loss. That is the goal behind losing family, losing loved ones. Living check to check, struggling, is to do what? Is to shoot an arrow in the heart of the upright in heart.
And with that, and for the young and the new, It's the spirit of FOMO, the fear of missing out. That is a detrimental spirit. That if you play with it, you'll be on the outside looking in.
Yes.
Because there's a concept of the people that I'm connected to on the outside. Because you don't cut. Most people don't cut off everybody. They don't cut all bonds and just jump in the street. They play both sides.
Mm-hmm.
But when you play both sides, you start seeing people on the outside have luxuries or benefits or time or energy or appraise or validation that you don't get.
Yep.
They have something that you're not getting in this environment. And then the question in your mind is, do I stay in this environment and not get what they have? Or I leave this environment and get what they have, but miss out on what my spirit needs? My spirit needs this. Their spirit doesn't necessarily need this. But they have, you want the best of both worlds, and the Most High does not allow us to get the best of both worlds. He forces us to choose. But the fear of missing out makes you make a decision.
Yeah, I like that video with that Edomite interviewer with Serena Williams when she was 14.
I love that.
I don't know if anybody's seen that, but check it out when you get a chance. It's an Edomite interviewer interviewing Serena Williams, and he kept asking the same question over and over. He kept saying, "Why do you think you can beat her?" And she said, "Because I can beat her." He kept saying, "But why?" He said, "Why do you say that so easily?" He had a smirk on his face. He kept trying to craftily plant seeds of doubt in her mind, like, "Why do you keep saying you could beat her?" And Serena's father was right behind the guy. And he said, "Listen, cut this interview right now." He said, "Listen, man, I'm going to tell you something. She's a 14-year-old black girl. If she says she can beat her, she can beat her. So stop. So we're gonna go ahead and stop this interview because you're trying to destroy this little black girl's hopes." He says, "This girl is gonna be on this tennis court when me and you both are dead and gone. So go ahead and cut this interview and stop it right now." And the interview guy was like, "Well, you keep interrupting me." He said, "Well, listen, man, I'm done. I'm done with you trying to secretly." That's why I like the verse, because he says they privately shoot arrows at your heart. So I use manipulation tactics.
Yeah.
I use trying to plant seeds of doubt into you, so you're not as confident in what you're doing. I'm trying to destroy your confidence without looking like I'm trying to destroy your confidence. And so Esau will do that because they're not going to blatantly come out and say, "We don't want you to be confident and strong." But to tar and feather a strong slave in front of the other slaves is for what purpose? Or to boil him alive, or to quarter him and split him between 4 horses, and a horse is attached at each limb, and split him in half. What was that? What was the purpose of that? That was the purpose, to destroy and to put fear in anybody that feels like they're strong, or anybody that feels like they can access their freedom. I have to destroy the hopes and the ideas that you can be somebody, that you can be equal, or that you can be superior. So that is another tactic and strategy of the wicked.
Yeah.
We're gonna come at your confidence. I remember in high school, economics teacher, every day he would start the class, he would read this book of statistics. And he would start the class, he would say, white people are 5% smarter than Asians. Asians are 2% smarter than blacks. Blacks are 3% smarter than Mexicans. Let's start the class. That had nothing to do with economics. But why would he start the class every single day with that same stat? Say it again?
To show that you're dumb.
Because what he's trying to do is put you in a category. He's already trying to say there's no need for you to be anybody more than what you are, because no matter what you strive for, you're always going to fall under this category. You're always going to fall under this statistic. You're always going to be less than the people next to you. So, but was it illegal for him to read that book? No. He had freedom from the district. He can read whatever he wants to read. It's a book of stats and geography. But look at what the enemy will do as far as planting seeds of doubt in your mind, planting seeds of doubt of your capability, of what they'll say these are your limits. This is how far you can go, and you must remain in this box. You must remain in this category. You're no better than this particular platform right here. Right. And for us, we can't let the system, because it is a system, control how we look at ourselves, how we look at what's possible, and how we believe. You can't let the system do that, because the system will do that. And sometimes that fear, I don't want to take the point somewhere else. Go to Luke chapter 11 real quick, because I want to just bring this point out. Go to Luke chapter 11 and read
strong point though.
Read this right here. Read this point.
11?
Yeah. No, John, I'm sorry. John chapter 12, verse 42. Read this point out.
St. John, right?
Mm-hmm.
We got time, and we're not going to rush this, man. We're not going to rush this concept.
St. John 12:42.
Mm-hmm.
Anybody got it?
Read verse 42. Start verse 37 and then jump to 42. Read that.
John chapter 12 and verse 37. But though he had done so many miracles before them,
He said, though Christ did so many miracles before him, read.
Yet they believed not on him.
It says, yet they didn't believe. They didn't believe in Christ, even though he did miracles before him. Read on.
Verse 42. Nevertheless, among the chief rulers also many believed on him.
It says, nevertheless, among the chief rulers also many did what?
Believed on him.
It says, but Christ did convince the leadership. Not all the Pharisees, scribes, and Sadducees wanted Christ to die.
Yep.
Not all of them agreed to put him to death. Some of them actually believed he was the Messiah. That was written aforetime.
He converted a couple Pharisees.
A couple of Pharisees, a couple of chief rulers actually believed in this message, and they believed the miracles that he did. That this man is a man. This man is the Son of God.
Yep.
This man is a Messiah that was for to come. Read.
But because of the Pharisees,
It says some of the chief rulers did believe in Christ. He said, but because of what?
Because of the Pharisees,
Go ahead.
they did not confess him,
Why?
lest they should be put out of the synagogue.
Wow.
It said because they were trying to protect what?
Their image and their status.
I'm trying to protect my job.
Wow.
There's a lot of people that believe in the truth, but they don't want to what?
Lose.
They don't want to lose. They don't want to jeopardize their positions. They don't want to jeopardize their comforts. They don't want to jeopardize their status. They don't want to jeopardize how they get fed and how they eat. So it says even amongst the leadership that put Christ to death, the Sanhedrin, they were believers. But they didn't want to confess him out in the open, because they didn't want to stick their neck out in the open and lose their position. And that is a real thing even today. A lot of Israelites are afraid to let it be known I'm an Israelite, what I believe in, because I don't want to lose my job.
Mm-hmm. I don't want to lose my credibility.
I don't want to lose my credibility and
my
respect.
peers.
Yeah, I don't want to tell any. I just want to chill, and I'll just have that awkward moment where everybody's like, "How come you didn't show up to the Christmas party?" No, it just didn't feel a little good. I didn't feel too good.
Yeah, so I was feeling under the weather.
Yeah,
just feeling a little blue today.
Yeah. See, I wasn't feeling it.
Yeah.
You know, everybody's at the Christmas party. You know,
wearing their ugly sweaters.
Yeah, ugly sweaters and Dr. Seuss sweaters.
Yeah.
Well, why weren't you there? I just wasn't. You don't believe in Christmas. You don't believe. You don't believe it. Are you Muslim?
All of a sudden that ceiling. All of a sudden that ceiling gets hard as hell. You can't. It's a boop boop boop. You can't go up no more.
Yeah.
If you start saying that kind of stuff.
Oh, you're one of those guys. Yeah. Oh.
Yeah.
He's not a team player. Jimmy's not a team player.
Yeah. And that's when the glass ceiling gets really hard.
He's a dissident.
Yeah.
What's a dissident? He's
a radical.
That's a better term.
He's a radical.
You know, he's got a little radical in him, right?
Yeah. You really can't work with a radical. You really can't trust him.
He's a good worker, but he got a
Can't
little,
trust a radical.
Yeah, he has some radical beliefs.
He's not management material.
Everybody got the micro trees on the desk.
The micro.
Yeah, they're little miniature Christmas trees, like a foot tall.
Yeah.
And they're decorated with ornaments, and they got the lights going around the cubicle.
Oh, yeah.
Everybody's in the spirit. Everybody's in.
But you.
Yeah. You don't got the lights. You don't have you don't have the micro trees.
They first call you Grinch, then they realize
You're
it's
a
deeper
Grinch,
than that.
aren't you?
It's deeper than that.
You didn't pass out any gifts. I didn't. Are you gonna do the white elephant?
Or how about you on your Facebook? You have all these weird guys with weird names on your Facebook, and then they start getting. There's always a 6 degrees of separation, where it's like, who is something Gabar? Who is this person? I got referred to as a friend from this person. Who are these people? That's how you get out of it. When you try to be you and you sit back here connecting with the Hebrews on your account, you better separate it. But then sometimes those separations blend. People start seeing you. Like,
they recommend friends.
Who are these people? It comes from the recommendations. Like, who are these guys that are your friends? Man? What are you into?
Warrior Gabar is here.
That's what I'm saying. Something strength and something Gabar is on you. Who are these people?
They want to argue. They're looking for argument. They're looking for
that are saying very inflammatory
they're
things.
saying extreme things online.
That's when you get out of it too.
And then your micro.
Then you got to this. You better cut off your
people
Facebook.
Say maybe they actually are gifting you micro trees. Well, maybe you just don't have one. Here you go.
Yeah, you just don't have one.
And then you're on the clock.
Now you got it. Now you got to figure out what you want to do with it. Yeah, you got to say no. Well, we're all taking.
You had a team player now.
We're all taking pictures in front of the tree this year.
Yeah.
It can be that.
Corporate meeting, you know.
You gonna this?
Yeah.
You gonna do it or not?
Put it on your Facebook. Like,
that's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. Everybody pray for France on your Facebook.
pray for France.
Remember, everybody had their pray for France thing.
Yeah.
Or if you took your shot, I got vaxxed. And everybody had it on their Facebook.
Yeah.
Or I voted. You see that one?
Yeah,
the voting sticker.
I voted.
There's always a little voting pressure. There's always a little.
And that's
pressure.
my point.
That's
you don't got to say who you affiliated with.
Did you vote?
But did you vote? Anyway, let's get back. Keep going.
No, I love what you're saying though, because micro-treat is a demon. It's a demon because it puts you in that situation where.
Who you with?
Because listen, sometimes, because the pressure's so immense, and your bills are so immense, you're like, okay, let the micro-treat sit there.
I mean,
and then you're doing your work and you're looking at Michael like, this is some.
This is Nimrod.
This is
the worship of Nimrod sitting on my desk, guys.
You're trying to work, and most time won't give you no peace, because there's a Nimrod over there, and you're working with a Nimrod on your desk, and you gotta find a way to get rid of it. How do I get rid of this Nimrod? I'm gonna throw this Nimrod away. I can't. I feel like.
But somebody's looking at you doing that.
Like, where is your tree?
Yeah.
Where's your tree, John?
What are you gonna be for Halloween?
What are you gonna be for Halloween?
What are you gonna be?
Oh, why don't you never wear it? You be yourself. You try to joke it off. Yeah, I'm gonna be myself for Halloween. I'm gonna be me. Like, that's not good though.
I was at the bank. The lady said, "How was your Halloween?" I said, "I don't celebrate Halloween." I said, She goes, "Oh." She said, "Oh."
There was judgment behind that. There was a lot of judgment behind that.
She said, "Oh." She said, "Well, you wouldn't like my costume." I said, "Was it like that?" And she said, "Yep." I said, "Oh, so you was a devil. You was a devil for Halloween. I don't celebrate devils." She said, "Well, you wouldn't have liked my costume." I said, you probably had one of these on, didn't you? Yeah. She said, I was. That's what I was. I said, yeah, I figured that.
Yeah.
We don't celebrate devils.
And then you're not cool anymore.
Yeah.
When you walk in
all of a sudden the energy, the connections.
Yeah, because we used to go to the bar back in the day, right? The bartender's like serving drinks and this and this and that, and then all of a sudden talking about witchcraft. Like, she's a witch. She got drunk. She got drunk at her job and started confessing who she was. Because we come in with like Hebrew insignias and fringes on, and we have some shirts that say how shy sometimes. And they're like, they want to ask this question, but they don't want to ask like, are you in some kind of black group? But you're still cool black guys, so we'll serve you. But then she just started vomiting up. She's a witch, and she said, "I know I'm going to hell." Remember that? She says, "I know I'm going to hell." and she started doing
Then the
witchcraft.
conversation got weird.
And it's like,
Then it got weird.
and then like,
Yeah, we gotta get out of here. at
then
this
nothing
point.
was the same.
It wasn't the same.
Nothing. The social energy, the lightness, and the fluffiness, the interaction.
It's over.
It was over. You just lose social points.
Yeah. You got more on yours?
Yeah, no, that was it. Just showing how people reject Christ because of the fear of losing position.
Yes.
That fear of losing position
Status.
and where they are in society, that's a real fear. To where you had even high-ranking individuals believing in Christ but wouldn't confess him. They wouldn't just say, you know what, this is wrong. That man is innocent.
Yep.
You know what that man is doing is right. He's healing people.
Exactly.
Look at what he's doing.
And that fear is why the Most High doesn't bless some of us. And the Most High had enough love in these 2,000 men, so to speak, to keep applying pressure on them to finish out
The mission.
the mission. Because what we're going to read is they don't have a thousand more wars like Judas had. The tide shifts quickly, but they don't know that. In their mind, I'm about to go into these endless wars again. It's not worth it.
Never
Why
ending
keep
battles.
fighting and keep fighting and keep fighting and
losing men?
and losing men? They think we're going to get drawn back into more losses, but they don't realize the Most High is about to open the door and change everything like this.
Wait, but I love this point
Because what's about to happen is we're about to go back into wars for a short time to create the illusion that it's going to be a long time.
But how about that really does happen?
That's why I'm slowing it down
That's what I'm
like
saying.
this.
I'm not rushing the class because those situations. It's like the we call it the I don't know what the term for it, but it's like those chicken moments where you have two cars.
Okay.
You have two cars. We felt this.
You're playing chicken.
You're playing chicken, and it's like trying to fake you out to really like just quit or just to give up.
How about the scripture that said we're being tried?
Come.
Because we're really being tried to determine, do you really believe this or not? And are you doing this for the Most High? You know, the question really goes back to, are you wanting to lose it all to please the Heavenly Father?
Period.
Because ultimately, that's what this is. That's, if you want to call it chicken, whatever you want to call it, what am I wanting to lose it all and put all of my chips on the front of the table? I'm going to live or die with this move.
All in.
This is what the Most High is forcing these 2,000 men and families to do. You going to go all in or not? You've been going all in, now you want to stop. No, you're going to sit back here and see this to the end, whether you win or lose. The reality is, some of them lost.
Whether they lost, because the truth of it is, a neutral stance is still wickedness.
That's the point. That's the point I'm trying to drive. They took the neutral route and became public enemy number one.
So being neutral, because this is the point I got to emphasize, like you said. Being neutral by technicality and by reality is being wicked.
Christ said that. Christ said, I'd rather you be hot or cold. Lukewarm, I'm going to spit you out anyway. Being in the middle, he's going to get rid of you anyway.
We naturally justify neutrality.
And we call it wisdom. We call neutrality and being lukewarm being wise. What am I trying to say? Most High is not letting these 2,000 men that were on the side of Judas be neutral. He has his hand on them. They were chosen to be great or to fall off by the wayside and be a martyr, which is the greatest way you can go out. They had to make a choice. And the Most High is creating the conditions for them to make a choice and for the whole world to back them once they make their choice. Because the famine was happening. Everybody was suffering. At the same time, while these holy men, or these men that were living right, were being forced to stand up again. He's setting everything up to get us to fight again.
I'm too old.
I've been doing it for so long. I got to consider my family.
I'm too old. I've already did this. I've lost enough.
It didn't work out. Look what happened. Look what happened to Judas.
We lost
What was the
last time.
benefit of doing all this sacrificing? What's the benefit of it?
Judas is gone.
And that's the point. And he was the best of us, and he died. Why keep doing it? Aren't these logical reasons to stop?
Or the fact that Judas did die is evidence that the Lord is not with this.
That's the point.
He don't want us to fight no more. Otherwise, Judas would have kept going.
So you know what the Most High is like? Then I'm going to give you a reason to fight. You're going to be public enemy number one to force you to fight. If you want to run and nobody's standing up, then I'm going to force you to fight and stand up. This is how the Most High looks at things. It's how he puts pressure on us. And then from the wicked perspective, we're going to sit back here and put a stake in the heart of this righteous movement. We're going to break these guys for good. Because both parties can't be comfortable until the other one is eradicated.
Yeah. They're polar opposites.
But the funny thing is you need them, but you hate them. Because both always brings the best out of the other one. So, Psalms 11 and 2. 11 and 2.
Psalms 11 and 2. For lo, the wicked bend their bow.
That means they craft whatever methods they need to do. Right on.
They make ready their arrow upon the string, that they may privately shoot at the upright in heart.
You know, the purpose of the wicked is to discourage standing up for what's right.
Yeah.
To discourage courage.
Confidence.
Honor. Read on.
If the foundations be destroyed.
Because that is the foundations of living the right way. It's confidence. Who's going to stand up against the evildoers? Who's going to sit back here and have integrity? Who's going to be willing to take a risk for the Most High's sake, for honor's sake? Who's going to be bold enough to do what nobody else wants to do? And he says, if the foundations be destroyed, read on.
What can the righteous do?
And this is the intent behind taking down the Black Panthers. The intent behind taking down every Black, Native American, and Mexican
Brown Pride.
Every type of revolutionary group
American Indian
was to destroy which was to destroy the heart of standing up for what's right and looking after the people.
And they were relevant for a good time period.
Yep.
Until
they found sellouts in the midst of the groups.
Exactly. And
destroyed it from the inside. And after that, in the 70s, that rebellion was squashed. And those organizations were squashed. And there really ain't been successful organizations that's gotten past their levels of unity and effectiveness.
And organization.
And this is what the Most High is saying. This is the heart of breaking the resistance that the wicked uses to stifle any resistance group. Read on.
Verse 4. The Lord is in his holy temple. The Lord's throne is in heaven. His eyes behold. His eyelids try the children of men.
He says his eyes behold. His eyelids try the children of men. His eyelids trying the children of men is talking about the circumstances we're talking about in 1 Maccabees 9. The famine. The fact that our backs are against the wall and we're public enemy number one is how his eyelids are trying the children of men. Are you really about serving me or not? Why are you running? Nobody is stepping up and doing my job and keeping integrity and spiritual courageousness as the priority of doing this work. So now I'm going to try you guys with adversity. Try you guys with famine.
So the Lord is hard on his anointing. There is the illusion, and there is the predisposition of, because I'm an Israelite, because I serve God, life is supposed to be easier because I made the choice to serve Him.
He's harder on us.
It's not true. It's not true.
His eyelids are fixated on the children of men to sit back and see what they're going to do with these adversities. Read on.
The Lord trieth the righteous.
And that's how you know. The ones that are trying to do the right thing, he makes it even harder on them to get more out of them. Because we have a greater responsibility. Read on.
But the wicked and him that loveth violence, his soul hateth.
Most High hates them, but they play a role. The wicked, they play a role. And the wicked of the role, and the role of the wicked is to sit back here and push the righteous to be the best versions of themselves. Without the wicked, and without the oppression the wicked brings out, how would you get the most out of your chosen? Because these chosen want to stop. They want to slow down and quit. He used the wickedness and their insatiable need for more to bring up the next leader and to re-spark all the foundation of the movement that was necessary to propel them and the nation to the Hasmonean dynasty.
Because either at that point, Either you're gonna give in and sell out, or you're gonna go to war and fight.
And that's what the Most High's intention is. Because now, with what the Most High is elevating, what we're about to read is the first high priest, the first Hasmonean high priest in Jonathan. But you don't even get to the Hasmonean high priest in Jonathan unless all the famines and catastrophes and them being run back to the mountains manifest. All these conditions have to happen to get the Hasmoneans or the Maccabean line to come together, choose Jonathan, and he ushers them to the next level of sustainability. So the stress, the pain, the difficulties have to happen, and the evil intention of the wicked to bring out with the intent of destroying our heart, manifest us to fight with even more love and heart to counteract that. And that confrontation. And you know what that looks like? Exodus 15:3. The Lord is a man of what?
War.
Conflict. So he has to raise up the wicked to have this desire to get what they want in order to sit back here and push Israel to the brink, to fight to the end. This is what he's looking at. You have to have the protagonist and the antagonist to get the most out of the protagonist. He knows he's going to destroy the antagonist.
He's already dead. He's spiritually dead.
This is why when you read it, I think it's Ecclesiasticus, where it says, well, no, it's Esdras, where the Most High says the wicked rise up and they're more destructive on earth because they know they only have so much time left.
Yeah.
So while this this antagonist is raising up, making life difficult for everybody, now the righteous, there's a power vacuum to bring them up and to manifest who are the godly on earth. This counterbalance has to happen to bring out the righteous in heart and the upright in heart. Read verse 5 again.
Psalms, chapter 11, verse 5. Upon the wicked, verse 5. The Lord trieth the righteous, but the wicked and him that loveth violence, his soul hateth.
Mm-hmm. So he hates them, but that doesn't change the fact that he's not going to elevate them to a point. He give them time.
He's using them.
He's using them to do what? To bring the best out of what? Out of you. Now, can we sit back here and accept this dynamic? Where the Most High will bring that antagonist in your life. A boss that's messing with you. A condition in life that's bringing out, that's applying
you down.
Pressure and stress. What's the intent behind the antagonist in your life? It's to get you to choose righteousness, to get you to cleave to the Most High even more than what you were planning on doing. That is how he brings the best out of the ones he loves. What was David without Saul?
Nothing.
He wasn't the same guy without Saul. He wouldn't have been as great as he was without Saul. David needed Saul to show the world how great David was. For the nation, all 12 tribes to respect David. He needed a Saul. Don't forget, the Most High knew Saul was out of there. The first time he screwed up and didn't sit back here and wait for Samuel for the sacrifice.
Yeah.
He was done with him then.
He let him push a 40, right?
40 years, but he let him put at least a dub of more years before he took him out. To justify who? The next man. We're going into a topic about the Maccabees, but we're trying to bring it to present day in our life. Why the Most High brings the boss he brings us. Why he has the husband he chose you to have.
Why our circumstances
are the way they are.
Sad circumstances.
And it wasn't the circumstances were placed in your life because it was unfair to get you to choose idolatry or your own or a different way. He put them there with the intent, purpose to change and cleave more to the Most High. Can we accept that dynamic? Yes, sir.
Just a point on that. Wisdom of Solomon, chapter 4, 1 and 2.
Man, people are missing this one. I don't know what to say. People are running off and thumbs down and I can missing this is gold nuggets out. What's 4, 1 and 2?
1 and 2. Maybe 3, depending.
That's fine.
1 and 2 is just to the point that to expound on this same point that we're on. Read.
Wisdom of Solomon, chapter 4 and verse 1. Better it is to have no children.
Now, a woman may want children. She may desire children. And she may not be able to have them.
And how about this? If you don't have children, more times than that, you don't have a what?
You got no husband.
Thank you.
Yeah. So I could either be in a condition where I'm suffering, I'm at a loss. Read on.
And to have virtue.
Go ahead.
Stop. Read that again from the top.
Wisdom of Solomon, chapter 4, verse 1. Better it is to have no children and to have virtue.
So what is it saying? Maybe you didn't have the husband and child until you learned virtue.
Wow.
Why would he give you a husband and child with no virtue?
That's how you destroy you.
So maybe the Most High is like, I love you enough to make you wait until you gain virtue. Then the husband and child comes. He loves you enough not to give you what you want until you get the necessary tools needed to be where you need to be the person you need to be for the husband and child. I'm sorry, I just want to bring it up. It might be different where you're going, but I just want to bring it up.
Okay. Go ahead.
For the memorial thereof is immortal.
He said because which one lasts long?
Exactly.
Which one lasts the longest? Just the making of children when they could be good or not good, or the fact that you left virtue behind? Which one lasts the longest? Which one has a lasting impression?
Because didn't the scripture say? The scripture says a woman will be saved through what?
Childbearing.
But what good is childbearing with no virtue while you're raising those children and being that wife to that husband?
Right.
So what's the Most High saying? What's more, what establishes a longer lasting memorial is the virtue you learn, so you can be the best wife or mother you can be. He's teaching us how to think and how to process things and how to categorize and look at your life. And the things he's not giving you is because you need virtue before you get the other physical blessings which come with responsibilities, which you need the virtue to handle the responsibilities behind those blessings.
Right.
I'm sorry.
Go ahead.
For the memorial thereof is immortal.
Go ahead.
Because it is known with the Most High.
Because what does the Most High recognize? Just the making of babies, or the fact that you left virtue on the earth? How does the Most High esteem one over the other? Having virtue is more esteemed in the eyes of the Most High than just making babies. Read on.
And with men.
Go ahead.
When it is present.
He says, because virtue, when it is present, read on.
Men take example at it.
Judas was a what?
Example.
Judas was an example. And that's why the Most High raised up Judas. Judas was an example. And that's why the Most High put Judas first. Yeah. To be the forerunner of the Maccabees after Mattathias. Mm-hmm. Read.
And when it is gone.
And why did the Most High take Judas away? Read on.
They desire it.
So why did the Most High take Judas away? So that when it's gone, the Most High makes you fiend for righteousness. Yes. That's why the Most High takes those that are in power to show you what obedience looks like, to show you what discipline looks like, to show you what faith looks like,
commitment and dedication,
to show you what commitment looks like. That's why the Most High puts those in power to give you an example of what righteousness looks like. Then the Most High takes that righteousness away, because what we'll do is we'll lose the importance and the point of being righteous. So the Most High will draw it out, bring the bad conditions, so you can want it again, so you can fiend for it now. Now it's like the Most High has to raise the bar in your life to show you what discipline, obedience, faith looks like, so that when you don't have it, when it's gone, you're gonna want that again. You're gonna want that to be back in your life. You're gonna want righteousness in your life. You get a taste of it, and you're gonna fiend for it.
Blessed are those that hunger and thirst after righteousness.
How do you make them hunger and thirst after righteousness?
You gotta be hungry.
The
conditions gotta be so difficult.
The conditions have to be difficult.
God.
If the conditions aren't difficult, we won't fiend for it.
We won't value righteousness.
We won't desire it. So the Most High that's how the Most High get us to raise the bar.
Because he's showing us after Judas died, nobody fought for it again.
Nope.
Nobody took the bull by the horns and continued the movement. Even Judas's brothers didn't do it. They didn't even step up. So the Most High is like, okay, I have to manufacture famine. I have to manufacture the few people that do want to do right. I got to put their life on the line to get them to fight again.
Yep.
And that's how he's manufacturing consent, manufacturing will. Because it ain't in us to fight a lot of times.
Nope. So the Most High has to take things away, has to strip us of how good things used to be,
Yep.
how stable things were,
Thanks.
how consistent things were. The Most High got to strip all that away so that to make us fight for it again.
Yes.
Otherwise, we're not going to fight. We're not going to fight because what we'll do is get comfortable. If Judas would have stayed around, our people would grow effeminate and comfortable.
And they were already leaving him. That's why we
Yeah.
got reduced to 2,000 men. We had 10,000 men. They got comfortable and they overly relied on Judas. How about that? They overly relied on his example, which a lot of our people do. And don't fight what's inside them. So the Most High was like, I got to remove Judas to get these people to fight. And you can tell that we overly relied on Judas, because you're going to read down in Maccabees 9 that it said it got so bad, it was almost like the days of the judges again. Where
That's
everybody
really
did what they
bad.
wanted to do.
The Wild Wild West.
But he's letting you know
Spirituality.
it was so bad, it was only one guy holding down the whole movement. And Israel, the desired effect, what Shamshawan is explaining, bringing it back on topic. What is the desired effect that a good example brings to the nation? What's the desired effect? Anybody? Exactly, and it said that where it said, when it is present, men take example of it. When they see a good example, the desired effect is that everybody else works to change themselves. But it got to the point where nobody was trying to change. People were leaving and quitting and not fighting their battles. So it was almost like Judas' example was taken for granted.
God.
So now what the Most High has to do is spark such depravity. Because don't forget, remember as Judas was winning battles, the Israelite condition softened. Remember before Mattathias and Judas, people were getting killed, murdered,
He was bringing that demon. He was bringing
killed in caves. Antiochus' men was wreaking havoc on the community. Then Judas comes in, and they're going to war every damn few months, but the nation is at peace. Yeah. Listen, the handful of men, the 10,000 less, they're fighting constantly. But the people in Judea, their life is kind of leveled out. So now these 10,000 men that are fighting, or their families are fighting, they don't have a break. So they want to go back to the comfort that their fighting creates for everybody else. Think about that. Judas and these men, their fighting, their constant fighting, was keeping the nation comfortable. But the fighters wanted the comfort that the spirit of fighting created for everybody else.
You're yearning for that comfort.
But the problem was, you have to fight so everybody can be comfortable. And then they're fighting, and they don't want to fight anymore. They want to partake in the comfort that the people who don't or can't or weren't chosen to fight have. Then you're losing all these numbers.
Yep.
And so now the Most High like, okay, everybody got to fight then. Everybody's going to have to fight.
It makes sense.
To get this thing back up again. Because everybody's running from fighting. So how can I get the nation to fight? Hunger will make you fight.
Yeah.
And anybody that was pushing the ones who could fight, I got to push them to the brink of fighting again. So that the nation can maintain being in a fighting spirit. I hope we can see the pattern. Can we see the pattern? Okay, you got more of that verse,
It's like,
No, that's it, bro.
I mean, I'm saying spiritually. It's kind of like there's councils on earth and there's councils in the spiritual realm.
Mm-hmm.
The Most High is looking at the state of men, saying, "Well, listen, we got to pull Maccabees out. There's too many people that are at rest that need to serve me. He did a good job. Let's pull them out and then put pressure on the people and create circumstances to put pressure on the people to get them to fight for righteousness."
Mm-hmm.
These are the councils, because we read about the council with the angels. Who shall go take this king at Ramoth Gilead?
Yeah.
What spirit we're going to use? A lying spirit? What spirit we're going to do? He said, I will be a lying spirit in the mouth of the prophets. That was the angle that the Lord used to get righteousness back to be implemented on the earth. Well, how about those councils never stop?
Yeah.
Have I considered my servant Job? Once again, spiritual council, spiritual roundtables in the spiritual realm. And he's like, you know what? Satan, go ahead and do what you got to do, but don't kill him. Another example of a spiritual council in the fourth dimension that dictates our life. Well, how about this the same situation?
Most High's like, what do I got to do to rile these people up?
Yeah.
Because as a whole, nobody's fighting.
And maximize.
Everybody's doing what they want to do.
Yeah.
Okay, so let's finish up Psalms 11. I think we're in verse 5, right? No, verse 6.
Psalms chapter 11 and verse 6. Upon the wicked he shall rain snares, fire and brimstone, and a horrible tempest. This shall be the portion of their cup.
So the Most High is like, I know I'm about to destroy the wicked. And I'm going to catch them slipping, but I'm going to use the wicked to manifest who are my righteous. You need the wicked and all these crazy extreme things they're putting people through to manifest who are really about serving the Most High. Read on.
For the righteous Lord loveth righteousness. His countenance does behold the upright.
The Most High beholds the upright spirit. He witnesses when the upright actually operate upright, despite all of the advances and moves that the wicked try to do to destroy the heart of the upright. Okay? Let that verse go. And go to, let's go to verse 27 in Maccabees, First Maccabees 9. I was going to go to Wisdom of Solomon 2, but we've done that before in the past. We don't got to overshoot that. Give me verse 27.
First Maccabees chapter 9 and verse 27. So was there a great affliction in Israel, the like whereof was not since the time that a prophet was not seen among them.
So he says the time was so bad, it was almost, read it again from the top, verse 27.
First Maccabees chapter 9 and verse 27. So was there a great affliction in Israel, the like whereof was not since the time that a prophet was not seen among them.
Listen, when was the time when a prophet wasn't seen amongst the Israelites? It was judges. Because think about this. Who were the guys that were picked to be judges? Were they honorable men half the time? Or they were killers and woman beaters and dudes hanging out at the strip clubs out at the pyramid. They was at the pyramid all damn day long. It was either fighting Philistines or at the pyramid. That was Samson. He was either killing Philistines or at the Philistine pyramid.
Yeah.
Pyramid. He was at the pyramid all damn day long.
Telling his mother and father, she pleases me.
That's what I'm saying. But he's going through all the pyramid guys. And then going to war with bones of goats and stuff.
Yeah.
That's what he was doing. Those were the judges.
Jawbones of donkeys.
Yeah, jawbones of donkeys killing people.
That donkey died until he can kill everybody. That donkey, like, use my jawbones.
But those were the judges. And he says the time now was just like those times. No, you know, the time of the judges represents a time when people weren't being spiritual.
Yeah.
And they weren't fighting to be spiritualized.
At all.
There was another judge that was sitting back here and was this. They called him. He was with a group of vain men.
Vain men.
He was with a pack of vain men, and that guy was the one who delivered Israelite.
You talking about the half-breed?
Yeah, it was a half-breed, a little half-dead.
Yeah.
Little half-dead. Was a judge for the Lord.
There was a judge. Little half-dead.
Yeah.
That's the case. He was chosen because he could throw hands.
Yeah, as a man of war, man.
It's as simple as
He
that.
could throw hands. This man has to deliver the nation. It just lets you know how disconnected
And unspiritual.
and unspiritual we were. He's like, this is the same time. Nobody was fighting to be spiritual, which means everybody was just trying to do what? Survive and be comfortable and just get by. That's all that mattered to us. And that's why the Most had to make conditions so adverse to where we had to sit back and fight and step up. Because nobody was trying to step up. And just like in the time of Judges, what did the Most High do to shake us up? He'd have bandits take our crops out.
Yeah.
Remember that?
Yeah.
They were the Arabians were coming and taking our crops for the whole year out and would leave.
And smiling at them.
And then we would be living on the ground hoping that they wouldn't sit back here and take the next bunch of crops for the next year. The conditions are very similar. But the Most High creates these antagonists to get somebody to step up and fight. Nobody wanted to fight. So you had the 2,000 some odd guys who were pro-Judas had to be on the run and shake them up. Because think about this. These 2,000 plus men didn't want to fight for their families because of their family. Now, their families are in stake, so now what they got to do?
Now you're going to fight.
Now you got to fight. You see the catch?
You're going to fight one way or another.
You're going to have to fight. You chose not to fight to protect your family. Now you're going to have to fight to protect your family. So, let's go back to verse 27.
1 Maccabees chapter 9 and verse 27. So was there a great affliction in Israel, the light whereof was not since the time that a prophet was not seen among them.
Hold that and go to Proverbs 29 and 18. Proverbs 29 and 18. Read that.
Proverbs chapter 29 and verse 18. Where there is no vision, the people perish.
And that's what the Most High is. He's creating all of this chaos and havoc because Israel needs a physical, tangible person to fight for them. Didn't the scripture say the Jews require a what?
Sign.
They need somebody tangible to keep them fighting on. This is why ensample or being an example is so necessary for our community. We need to see other people fighting to get us to try to fight a little bit. Without that, we're rudderless. There's no engine. There's no motor. Because honestly, this is what one of a husband's number one responsibilities he has to be. He has to be the engine and the spiritual motor for the home, for the body. You got to be that person every day that's pushing it, that's fighting to be spiritual, that's fighting to set the standard or maintain the standard or push forward the standard in the household. That's what we have the control of doing. So, let that verse go and jump to Zechariah 13 and verse 7. Zechariah 13 and 7, sir.
Zechariah chapter 13 and verse 7. Awake, O sword, against my shepherd, and against the man that is my fellow, saith the Lord of hosts. Smite the shepherd, and the sheep shall be scattered.
This is what Christ was saying when he said, smite the shepherd, and the sheep shall be scattered. He's pulling from this verse. And he's saying the importance, if you take away the shepherd, the sheep are going to sit back here and just fall apart. Without the example, without the tone setter, without the pacemaker, without the spirit that is setting the tone spiritually, everybody else falls apart.
Yeah.
So this is an example, an insight on the importance of the lead teachers. You have to teach it, but more importantly, you got to what? You got to live it. If you ain't living it, you're destroying the people anyway. If you don't live change and live example, you can talk all the crap in the world. You're not going to inspire people to be the best versions of themselves. And this is what the wicked understand. And this is why they're shooting for the heart of the last remaining people who are even in the middle. Listen, the wicked want the people that are in the middle wiped off the map. But they don't realize by attempting to wipe the people that are straddling the fence, they're emerging and creating these people that are straddling on the fence to go to the right and take a stand. That's what poverty and oppression end up manifesting. Poverty and oppression and the destroying of society brings a lot of people to the left, but you get a handful of people that rise and fight and get chiseled the right way, and those are the ones the Most High is looking for. The Most High is not looking for everybody. He's looking for the ones who are humble enough to learn, humble enough to sit back here and really see things the way it's supposed to be seen. So these conditions are forging Jonathan and eventually Simon and the great leaders that take us to the next level. It ain't even about war, because you're going to see it's not even about war at this point. Judas was referred to as the hammer for a reason. He gave us confidence in his military tactician ability. Jonathan wasn't that guy. He fought. He was a great man. But for Jonathan, it was about just holding on and fighting to keep the standard and keeping the example that Mattathias' father and Judas sustained until the Most High said enough's enough. So what he's doing is he's making these conditions so difficult because the blessing is on the way. They just don't know it. You're going to look up, and by chapter 10, the whole world changes. But they can't feel that. It feels like the sky's falling and the end of the world's here. But that's also how you know the blessing's on the way. I've gone over this many times in class about before the spirit leaves the man that's possessed, he has to rent first. You have to see the worst in your circumstance before the blessing and the lesson comes behind it. And the question is, can you absorb and can you deal with the worst, and can you be humble enough to get through that to see the good that's waiting for you?
Can you handle the excessive loss? Because there's
or
loss,
the pains and the renting and the separation.
But there's where there's the loss or the discomfort or the inconvenience that you're used to, and then there's a heightening of circumstances and a heightening and intensification of discomfort and dejection that you have to ride out. And if you can ride that last wave out, or those last couple waves out, blessings right there.
And that's the challenge that we face is, can you weather the offenses, weather the wicked's influence? Can you weather the torturing? Can you weather the being in the mountains? Can you weather, on a personal level, being inconvenienced, loss, taking setbacks for the right reasons? You know, there's taking setbacks because you were negative.
Yeah.
Then there's taking setbacks because you did the right thing and you made honorable decisions and you had to get stung for doing the right thing. And this is where we're at. Okay? So there's a couple of things that are going to blend into each other, but I want to first go into Judges 17 and 6. Because Judges 17 and 6 deals with the byproduct of what happens when there's no leadership. Okay? Because there's no leadership, Judges 17 and 6 happens. Okay? Can you get that for me?
Yes, sir. Judges chapter 17 and verse 6. In those days there was no king in Israel, but every man did that which was right in his own eyes. And
that's what Israel's the king of doing. Now, was it about a king, or is it about somebody that everybody had to lock into? Whether it was supposed to be a prophet, it was supposed to be a judge, but at the time there was no strong leadership, so that was Israel's excuse to go ahead and do what they want to do. This is what was happening at the time of the Maccabees, before there was a gap in space between Judas and Jonathan. Everybody did what they wanted to do because nobody else stepped up and took the initiative necessary. Okay?
Read that again, verse 6.
Judges chapter 17 and verse 6. In those days there was no king in Israel, but every man did that which was right in his own eyes.
So what is right in every man's own eyes? Go to Ezekiel chapter 34 and read verse 1 through 3. What is right in everybody's own eyes? If a king lays down authority.
Yep.
So if there's nobody forcing me to
consequence.
If there's nobody forcing me to do something, demanding and commanding me to do something, I'm gonna do what I feel is right in my own eyes.
At my own pace.
Yeah. So what is right? What is right in my own eyes? What does that mean? What do people do when there's no king giving me orders? Read.
Yep.
Ezekiel chapter 34, verse 1.
Mm-hmm.
Ezekiel chapter 34 and verse 1. And the word of the Lord came unto me, saying, Son of man, prophesy against the shepherds of Israel.
Go ahead.
Prophesy and say unto them, Thus saith the Lord power unto the shepherds. Woe be to the shepherds of Israel that do feed themselves.
What does everybody do when there's no king and there's no orders? But I could step up, but I'd rather do what's right in my own eyes. What does that mean? I choose to do what?
Feed yourself.
I go in to feed myself.
Because it wasn't like there wasn't leadership caliber people.
There's always leadership caliber people.
That's the point.
There's always somebody that can step up. There's always somebody that can take charge, sacrifice a little bit more, give a little bit more, become a little bit more inconvenient, and have something to offer to the people. But instead, I take that energy and I do what? I feed myself. So I take all the potential that I have, and I turn that potential and just worried about me and feeding me. Mm-hmm. I redirect all that potential. Read on.
Should not the shepherds feed the flock?
It should not convert my potential and my will and what I could bring to the table. Should not distribute that to who?
The flock.
To the flock. But a lot of people don't think like, okay, since there's nobody telling me what to do, there's nobody commanding me to do this, I'm just going to do what I feel is right in my house, for me and my house. There's no order.
Yeah.
I'm not being ordered to do this. Read on.
Ye eat the fat.
It says you eat the fat, which means that fat should, for one, that goes to the Most High.
That's the excess.
It's not for you.
That's not for me. The excess is not for me. That's for the Lord. Read.
And you clothe you with the wool.
And you clothe you with the wool. I make sure I'm taken care of. Make sure I'm comfortable. I'm clothing myself with the wool. I'm comfortable. I make myself comfortable. Read on.
Ye kill them that are fed.
Meaning, I take the animals that are fed for the slaughter, for sacrifices. Go ahead.
But ye feed not the flock.
But I don't take those animals that I killed for those sacrifices, and I don't convert that to who? I don't give those resources to who?
To the flock.
To the flock. What is my focus? What is my concern, and who am I concerned with? Me. That's what it means when every man does right in his own eyes. I just worry about me, myself, and I. I just worry about me and my household. I just worry about me and what I got going on. And that takes priority over anything else. Read on.
The diseased have ye not strengthened.
It says, I didn't look out for the who?
The diseased have ye not strengthened.
I neglected somebody. I neglected the diseased. What else?
Neither have ye healed that which was sick.
Neither have I took the time out to find out a remedy to come up with for those that are what?
Sick.
I didn't come up with no remedy.
You know why? Because the fat was supposed to go to them.
Yeah.
How about that?
How about the extra was supposed to go to take care of those people? But you can't enjoy the fat and sit back here and at the same time help the sick out.
Yep.
Somebody got to lose.
Yep.
So
Go ahead.
Neither have ye bound up that which was broken.
Now, so I'm watching people be broken, meaning that obviously people need bandages, people need casts, they got broken bones. But I don't bring them no materials necessary to bound their wounds. I don't bring them no resources, no materials to help them heal in their situation, in their broken state. I could have done something. I could have came up with a remedy. I could have came up with a solution. Read on.
Neither have ye brought again that which was driven away.
It says, so you know what? People lost their sheep, and I didn't even go look out for them. I didn't go find them. You know what that means? I took no initiative. And that's what the Most High is attacking. He's attacking people that don't take initiative when they see problems.
That's crazy.
And they have the capabilities, they have the resources,
that's the one.
and they take no initiative. That means I walk past people that are suffering. I walk past people that are diseased. I walk past people that I could come up with a remedy for. I walk past people that I could at least help find their way, or their animals that have gone astray. I could at least go help them look for them. That means I took no initiative to help anybody but myself.
The Most High can't stand the ones who know better. They don't try better at it. They don't. I'm sorry.
Go ahead.
Neither have ye sought that which was lost.
It said, neither have you sought that which was lost. Read on.
But with force and with cruelty have you ruled them.
But you demand extra out of people. You demand more out of people, but you're not in it to help them in their situation. You're not helping them alleviate their suffering.
Yeah.
You're not helping alleviate their misery. So anybody that has the potential to help, but just watch people suffer, this message is for them. This message is for them that could sit back and watch somebody suffer but do nothing. But worry about myself. I got to worry about what I got going on. But I can watch other people suffer. Read on.
And they were scattered because there is no shepherd.
It said they were scattered because there's no what?
Shepherd.
And that's what happens, man. That's what happened to the people. That's what happened to the flock when nobody steps up. That's why at the Maccabees, they're going through this same situation, and they got to come together and find out, hey, man, something's got to change. That means somebody has to take the initiative.
Yeah.
Who's going to take the initiative?
I know.
That's always a question that the Most High is saying. You got the capability, you got the know-how, you got the knowledge, you know how to save yourself.
So how hard can I make your life before you say, forget it, let me play the role I'm created to be? Because that's really what it boils down to. The Most High has everybody was created to play a role. The question is, are you going to fulfill the role the Most High chose you to fulfill or not? And if you don't, that's you being an idol worshiper. Because you don't want to sit back and accept the role and the cards the Most High has dealt for you. That is the meaning of life. But that's something we just don't want to accept.
Yep.
Were you created to serve? And if you were created to serve, that means your life, like Christ said, was supposed to be a ransom for others. Remember that one we went over a long time ago, the ransom part? Anyway, you got more on that, Shamshua?
That's it.
Okay, let's go now to Psalms 94. Matter of fact, before we go there, go to Matthew 20 and 28.
Matthew chapter 20 and verse 28. Even as the Son of Man came not to be ministered unto, but to minister, and to give his life a ransom for many.
So he said Christ had to give his life a ransom for many. He says he had to die as a ransom for many. What does ransom mean? The money or price paid for the redemption of a prisoner or a slave. So Christ is saying, because we were a slave to sin, we were a slave to the flesh, he died and was the charge and the cost of what it took to give us redemption. He had to die to pay for our sins.
He took the initiative.
And he took the initiative. Because that's what Israel don't want. Listen, how about this? We might not physically die for our brother, but your life, you die, your life is over for your brother.
So I die daily.
I know.
That's what the scripture says.
Your will is dead daily for your brother. That's the cost of sustaining your nation. Your will has to die. The things you want to do has to die so that the people you're responsible for has a chance to survive and grow and develop. Christ was that physical example of how we were supposed to pattern our lives. He had to physically die. Our intentions and our motivations have to be put to the back burner so others can be sustained. That's us fulfilling our destiny. And this is what Israel at this time wasn't buying into. Because we didn't accept that our life had to be a ransom for the rest of the nation to survive and thrive. Now we go to Psalms 94, verse 1 through 23. Don't know if we'll have time to go through this, but we're going to try. Psalms 94, verse 1 through 23. And this chapter kind of sums up what we've been teaching today. I know we ain't going through a lot of verses. We're going from like 24 to 27, but this kind of compacts it and puts it all together. Read that.
Psalms 94 and verse 1. O Lord, power, to whom vengeance belongeth.
That's a reminder the Most High controls when people get punished, how they get punished. He controls all that. Read on.
O Most High, to whom vengeance belongeth, show thyself.
And this is what David is praying for, because David's story with Saul is very similar to what we all go through in our own battle. But David is praying and saying, please show yourself as vengeance to my adversary, to the person who's ruining my life. Can you rear yourself up and be vengeful for what this person Saul has done in my life? This is what David is asking in the midst of his battles and loss. Read on.
Lift up thyself, thou judge of the earth. Render a reward to the proud.
So he's like, please bring back all the hurt that the proud has done to me back on them. Read on.
Lord, how long shall the wicked triumph?
This is the battle that we all face. Waiting for the Most High to defend you. Waiting for the Most High to protect you. Waiting for the Most High to change the tide. We're all waiting for that in some form or fashion. Now, what the Most High is doing is he's trying to see how well we wait. He's looking at us to determine how well can we wait, how long can we suffer before he blesses us. What's that?
I want to pull up one scripture real quick. Psalms 119, verse 121. Psalms 119, verse 121. Just to marry in the concepts.
Psalms 119, verse 121.
Just read the actual statement that makes sense. The AIN, don't skip that.
Psalms 119 and 121. I have done judgment and justice.
I have done justice and judgment. I made it about community. Read.
Leave me not to mine oppressors.
And because I've done community, and I've served community, and I've been purposeful and righteous in community, leave me not to my oppressors. That your service to community is the justification for the Lord
protected.
To protect and defend you. Everybody wants defense and protection. But they don't understand community investment.
And your sacrifice to community.
And your sacrifice to community and body and nation is the justification for the Most High alleviating the power of your oppressor or the leverage of your oppressor over you. It says it right there.
Yeah, that's a great verse. Because that's where your confidence, that is where your good works come in.
Oh.
Is when you're sitting back here and standing up for justice, judgment, and equity. And trusting that by doing that, he will relieve the oppressors and the pressure on you.
Oh.
Let's continue in Psalms 94. Great verse.
Back on.
I think it's verse 3. It's fine.
Psalms 94 and 3. Lord, how long shall the wicked triumph?
Nobody knows. So while you're waiting, you got to focus on your temperament and how you look at things. Read on.
How long shall they utter and speak hard things, and all the workers of iniquity boast themselves?
Read on.
They break in pieces thy people, O Lord.
What do you think they're doing in 1 Maccabees 9? They're breaking in pieces the people. They're destroying the upright in heart. They're shooting the upright in heart. All the plans are to discourage people living the right way. Read on.
And afflict thine heritage. They slay the widow and the stranger.
When he says he's afflicting our heritage, he's afflicting the handful of people that want to stand up for what's right. This is a dynamic that you can never get across. They're going to always gun for the people who are morally upright. You can't get around that. Read on.
They slay the widow and the stranger, and murder the fatherless.
This is what was happening in 1 Maccabees 9 once these elites got themselves back into power again. Read on.
Yet they say, the Lord shall not see. Neither shall the power of Jacob regard
And
it.
this is what they were talking about in Wisdom of Solomon chapter 2. We're going to keep doing this, and nobody's stopping us. If the Most High wanted to stop, he wouldn't have gave us the power to do it in the first place. Let's sit back and make the most of the laws we set up and live the life we got to live now. We're not worried about no afterlife. This is about getting it now at all costs. Read on.
Understand, ye brutish among the people, and ye fools, when will ye be wise?
So the Most High, well, David is saying, when will the wicked ever figure it out? Read on.
He that planteth the ear shall not hear. He
Great
that
one.
formed the eye shall he not see.
What does he say? He that planteth the ear. I mean, the power that makes ears. He's not going to hear what you're doing.
Yeah.
And he says the power that forms eyes. He's not going to see what the hell your plans are and how you're destructive to the sick. You don't see this.
You don't see that?
But this is something for us. If you're being done wrong, you don't think he sees it? You don't think he considers the hell you're going through when you're going through it? How about the Most High wants you to go through it, and he's testing to see your temperament and your character through the things you're suffering. Because he sees the wicked, and he's also looking at how you handle being treated wickedly. How about that one?
I want that.
And how about a lot of us don't have the necessary discipline it takes to handle being treated
Like
unfairly?
crap. That's real.
And this is where we always fall short.
Or the meekness.
Or the meekness to even learn how to deal with being treated unfairly. Because Christ said the meek will inherit the earth. That means you inherit the earth if you learn how to suffer. If you learn how to be treated unfairly and still maintain your perspective the right way. So the wicked are being watched and judged, and you're being judged on how you deal with affliction.
Yep.
How about that?
Read on.
Verse 10. He that chastises the heathen shall not he correct?
It's a question. He's like, he is going to correct, but it's going to be on his time. Read on.
He that teacheth man knowledge shall not he know?
He says, Most High teaches man knowledge. You don't think he knows what's going on? We act emotional and impetuous, and we're like brats because we want our situation to be changed immediately.
Mm-hmm.
But the Most High is like, don't you know? I know what's going on, and it's there for a reason, and you're suffering because I want you to suffer, and I want you to wait.
If he's correcting the heathen, how much more is he going to correct us?
That's the
Yeah.
point.
Shouldn't we? Then we should expect to be corrected by the Most High. If he's going to correct the heathen, are the ones that the Most High said are without God, without knowledge of God.
Yep.
So, they don't really have a God other than what Psalms 94:6 says, that the Most High gave the nations, idolatry, the paganism, false gods, idols. So if the Most High could care less about the heathen, but he'll still correct them, how much more will he correct the ones he loves?
Facts.
Then we should almost anticipate the Most High's correction then.
We should.
We should.
Anticipate it and accept it.
I can't believe
And,
we're not correct.
and understand that what we're suffering, even though, why would the Most High bring antagonists in my life? Why would he bring these people to me? If he loves me. It's the acceptance that I have to suffer. And while I'm suffering, I have to be fixated on the lesson and the good the Most High is developing me through what I'm suffering. And a lot of times, we're so short-sighted, we can't get past how we feel. We can't get past how low we feel. We can't get past how unhappy we are. And we start self-destructing.
And looking for options.
But the Most High is like, so don't you see that I'm seeing it? Don't you understand that I'm seeing what's going on, and I'm allowing it to happen because I want to develop something in you character-wise?
Right. Can I pull a switch real quick?
Yeah.
Jeremiah 10th chapter, 10th and 11th verse. Jeremiah 10th chapter, 10th and 11th verse. This curtails the point you're dealing with Most High dealing with nations and idols.
Jeremiah chapter 10 and verse 11. Thus shall ye say unto them.
Jeremiah 10 and 11. Go to verse 10 and 10. Sorry, 10 and 10, then 11.
So, Jeremiah chapter 10 and verse 10. But the Lord is the true power.
The Lord is the true power. Read.
He is the living power
Read.
and an everlasting king.
Read.
At his wrath the earth shall tremble,
Read. This is the point.
and the nations shall not be able to abide his indignation.
The nations are not going to be able to abide when the Lord's angry. They're not going to be able to sustain their power and their authority and their position and their leverage. They're playing a role, and we have to play our role. Read.
Thus shall ye say unto them, the gods that have not made the heavens and the earth.
Meaning the false gods, the false deities, and those options that we want to choose. Read.
Even they shall perish from the earth.
The reality is idolatry and other options
And your hopes and dreams.
and your hopes and dreams and your side quest from God are going to fade and perish also. Guaranteed. Scripture says it. Read.
And from under these heavens.
And from what?
And from under these heavens.
So we only have one option. Choose the Lord or choose an idol that the Lord will destroy. And then have to choose the Lord anyway. Or not make it. But there really aren't any other options. The nations are playing a role. They have a job to do. We have to play our role. We have a job to do. Simple as that.
Okay. Let's get back to Psalms 94. That's verse 11 now.
Psalms 94 and verse 11. The Lord knoweth the thoughts of man, that they are vanity.
Our thoughts are vanity because we don't look at things spiritually. Our thoughts and our thinking is a zero-sum game. It's always about how we can gain an advantage. It's always about what I don't have enough of, or what I'm sad, or what I'm missing, or what centrally I don't have.
Yeah. Yep.
That is why it says the mind or the thoughts of man are vanity, because it always ties into how my life isn't complete. I can't find true happiness unless I have this or that. This payroll bump, this love in my life, this peace of mind, this free time. This is why man's mind is vain, because we're always looking for an out and for comfort versus sitting back here and learning the spiritual lesson the Most High has provided for us. Because the vain person is hyper focused on the person giving them problems, their job, their pay, their circumstances. That's the carnal mind. Versus saying, listen, don't you realize the Most High is in control of all this? Just get the lesson and focus on the lesson He's teaching you and move forward and you'll be good. But our vain mind is what presses down our body and makes our life miserable. Wisdom Solomon 14 talks about that. What you going to say?
No, I was going to say, if you look at that guy Ashton Hall, he's always showing videos of him waking up at 4 o'clock in the morning, him jumping in the shower, him using certain body washes.
Who is this guy, man? He's a Judite?
He's a phenomenon.
Yeah, he's a blogger that has got a massive
Why is he up
following.
at 4 in the morning, man?
Well, he's just showing you
He's
his
being
routine.
vain?
Yeah, he's being vain because his body's cut. He's got this cut Adonis body.
Yeah.
But he gets up at 4 in the morning. He's using certain lathers and certain creams and
The
certain
best,
lotions,
the best.
certain colognes. He sprays his body with certain colognes. And
He's a pre-workout cologne too?
Yeah, bro. He's
Oh,
got
my God.
that's before he even get to the gym. Then he opens the garage. He got the Mercedes, the G-Wagon. He got this and he's showing.
He's like Andrew Tate, like.
Yeah, he's Andrew Tate like without the political stance.
Okay.
But it's more just on the vanity of his life, his routine. And he's showing people that if you follow this routine, you can be like me. You can look like me. You can live life like me. Your body will look like this. There's nothing spiritual about what he's doing, but for the fact that it's enticing, and the fact that he has millions of followers, and the fact that so many people watch him, and they feel like if I could just duplicate, because people need something to feed off of. If I could just wake up at 4 in the morning like him, if I could just shower and be ready like him and do his routine and have his breakfast and his eggs and his oatmeal and his strawberries and the way he...
Perfect pictures of it.
It's a perfect picture, bro. If I could pattern my life after him, then I could have...
They'll say like
the
keto.
joy.
It's like keto.
Yeah, but this guy eats I mean, you watch his diet. It's like the perfect diet.
It's perfectly sliced avocados.
The toast is buttered correctly. Don't burn toast.
Yeah.
And there's nothing wrong. But he puts this image out, and he spends hours of
Curating his image.
Curating his image, but he amasses a large following of people that depend on inspiration. But
Carnal inspiration.
But it's all carnal inspiration. And then you see him. He'll have the car with the camera out the window, watching him run around the track or run down the street. And then he'll run at full speed and then put it in slow motion so you can see his muscles bounce.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Come on. Does he have that breathing device in his face too, like where he's running and he's pushing himself?
Sometimes he does, actually.
I believe that.
But
he's working on your lung capacity.
Yeah, lung strength.
It's all about lung capacity.
Everything is vanity, but everything is about management of the flesh, sustaining the flesh, strengthening the flesh. Everything is about the diet, the workout, the routine, his habits. It's about his discipline, what he eats, but there's nothing spiritual about it. But people will follow that because people need something to hold on to. But more importantly than the carnal, somebody has to be that Ashton Hall in the spirit.
Yeah.
Yep.
Somebody has to be that same image, but opposite of that image.
In Christ.
But in Christ.
Yeah. The antithesis of Ashton Hall in Christ.
Right.
Living a strict, detailed, regimented life that is minute to minute, hour to hour dialed in.
But
not in the flesh, though.
But not in the flesh.
Is appreciative for the lessons. Who understands that chastising is correction, is development. And can teach it every day and teach people how to embrace putting the Most High first. How to embrace loss and how to spin it in the spiritual way. That verse you pulled earlier in 1 Corinthians 7 is about you're really not a servant for Christ. What was the word he chose?
The Lord's freedman.
You're the Lord's freedman. How can you spin that type of philosophy in life in general? That's what makes a person great in the spirit. Can I spin servitude into looking at being a servant for the Lord and spinning it to being the Lord's free man? Man, that was cash. That approach to spinning suffering. And this is why people never understand the New Testament. This is why everybody says, man, remember that guy last week? Not knocking it, brother. I have no knock if you're listening. But he said, yeah, Christ died so I didn't have to suffer. That's not it. All you read about is suffering in the New Testament. But Paul was brilliant at spinning suffering as being free. So people think they don't look at suffering as being, they don't look at the New Testament as suffering. They look at it as everybody was joyous and happy. But really, Paul was able to revolutionize the thinking of the spiritual man by getting people to realize that suffering for the Lord is really being free in Christ. And that's what he was able to capture and convince the body of Christ to process and accept. And most people don't look at suffering through those lenses. They look at suffering as loss and pain and hate, and I don't want to do this. But Christ said, or Paul was teaching, when you're suffering for Christ, really you're abounding in joy. You see how he spinned it and made difficult circumstances a blessing and a beautiful thing? And that was the doctrine that Paul was teaching that most Israelites in our community haven't learned how to process. That's why when they hear our message a lot of times, they're like, everything is suffering and suffering and suffering and suffering.
Got to give up my job.
I gotta lose. Really? Yes. But it was how Paul spinned it, where I haven't even learned how to be that on what Paul was. Paul was able to spin suffering and pain in such a beautiful way. You walk away thinking that you won the lottery.
But you
after you suffer.
You know what's so funny though?
You get what I'm saying?
But it's a funny part.
I just have to drive that point. I'm gonna let you go. I'm just trying to drive the understanding to that.
And he was building on what Christ was saying already when Christ said in Matthew 5, he said, "Pray for them that despitefully use you." You know, so it's still the same. It's the same concept. All Christ said was, suffer them that use you. Love them that hate you. But Paul was just expounding on what it means to do that in practice.
And then how you could psychologically process it without breaking down. And how to stay strong, living a life of service. I'm going to call myself free in Christ. I'm the Lord's free man. Versus saying I'm the Lord's slave.
Yeah.
Or I'm the Lord's prisoner. Because he also said that.
Yeah.
We're prisoners for the Lord. Are you a prisoner for the Lord or are you a freed man in the Lord? Which one is it?
Or you're a fool for Christ.
Are you are you wise in Christ? Which one is it?
But
It's how you choose to look
then
at
he
it.
also called himself a wise master builder.
Yes. Or are you a prisoner locked up in a joint
Or he
for
said,
Christ?
or he said, we're the offscoring of society. Offscoring comes from the word excrement, which means
the poop of society.
You're the poop of society.
So which one are you? How about you're both? And it's really based on how you look at your circumstance that the Lord got you in.
It's its perspective.
And it's this perspective that has to be developed, because that's where we always fall short in our spiritual perspective. How we look at our condition, how we look at our battle. But I'm sorry, now I cut you off. I just want to drive that because I don't think we process our condition the right way. And we can't quantify why we suffer so much. And we don't understand how to look at it. But keep going now.
I want to make a brief statement. We'll take this mentality on when it comes to Ashton Hall scenarios. We'll say you have to suffer to get to the top. This is how wicked we are.
You got to pay the cost to be the boss.
Yeah, pay the cost to be the boss. You got to pay your dues on the block.
Yep.
You got to sit here, no pain, no gain.
Eat a little, you know what?
Yeah, eat a little crow. You know, to do what you gotta do to get where you need to be. You gotta feel the burn. You gotta sweat. You know, until you look a certain way, until you feel a certain way, until you get on top. We'll say all those positive mentalities in the flesh.
Affirmations, yep.
The positive affirming, that mindset will definitely put it and apply it and not be this is extreme when it comes to the flesh or the pursuit of money. Or the pursuit of a woman.
Mm-hmm.
Well, when it comes to the pursuit of spiritual values, Christ,
doesn't make sense.
This is where we say that mentality does not apply. Yep. And that's how you know what side we're on.
Yep. The wicked.
You know
how about we're on the wicked side?
You know what side you're on? When you say I can run 5 miles and I'm going to do it because I got to be the best I can be in the physicality. Or you say when it comes to this money, I'm not for the sleep, bro. I don't know. Nobody say. I'm on a 24-hour money chase.
Even they would say like Goggins. They'll say, you know what, man, this guy's crazy, but I respect him.
Yeah.
How about if you suffer for Christ that same way?
Yeah. How it's
That's
the same.
extreme.
It's the same premise. It's the same premise. But if it's about getting money and you're gonna get it, we're gonna go to the oil fields. We're gonna max out. We're gonna bleed the block until we're paid. And we have that mindset, that hustle mentality.
Yeah.
When it comes to getting that
Get
bread.
rich or die
Get
trying.
your money, man.
Look, get rich or die trying, and get it by any means. And we don't need no sleep. I sleep when I'm dead. We say all that.
Sleep is a cousin of death.
Yeah, sleep is a cousin of death. I sleep when I'm dead. We talk all those mantras.
Yeah.
When it comes to pursue the flesh.
Yes.
Or when it comes to pursue by Yasha. Yeah. Listen, if I have a 24-hour day, so be it.
Yeah.
If I have a 36-hour day, so be it. If it takes 40 hours, then so be it. We'll say all these things in the pursuit of the flesh, but in the pursuit of the spirit, I gotta be measured.
You gotta be all things in moderation.
All things
You
in
gotta
moderation.
read the Bible so much.
That's extreme. That's too much. You don't want to burn out now.
Yep.
You gotta pace yourself.
Yeah.
Pace yourself.
When it comes to the spirit, pace yourself.
God loves you the way you are. We say all these things when it comes to the flesh, but the spirit, we're completely different people. And the Most High uses, once again, relating to the class, the external conditions. He creates the playing board, the game board, or the external scenario to make you pick that mentality for the flesh, the Greek way, or the Hebrew tradition.
Yeah.
That's it.
Okay. So, read verse 12.
Psalms 94 and 12. Blessed is the man whom thou chastenest.
He says, the man that's chastened is really loved and blessed. Because the Most High why is the Most High chastening? So you have the opportunity to gain more what? One word. Bingo. Virtues. Because it's always about virtue with the Most High and the acquiring of virtues. That's all he's looking for is can you build virtues? So you're blessed when you're chastised because he's trying to develop virtues in you. So instead of focusing on the wicked that he is going to slay, the evil that he's going to destroy, focus on the fact that he's chastening you because he loves you, because he's developing more virtue in you. Because that's what matters. That when everything is said and done at the end, Where is your virtue? How much of that do you have? What are you bringing to the table on that level? Read on.
Blessed is the man whom thou chasteneth, O Lord, and teacheth him out of thy law.
When he says he's teaching you out of the law, where do you got to go to get clarity about your battle? It's through these scriptures. It's through counsel, which should be guiding you to the scriptures to learn how to embrace the outlook needed to get through whatever you're going through. Read on.
That thou mayest give him rest from the days of adversity, until the pit be digged for the wicked.
This verse is so on point, because this is the perspective that you have to have while you're waiting. So we got to combine verse 12 and verse 13 again. Read verse 12.
Psalms 94 and 12. Blessed is the man whom thou chasteneth, O Lord.
So when the Most High is afflicting you with whatever you're going through, whether it's from a physical person that's making your life miserable, whatever you're going through, and you're being chastised or corrected by it is a blessing, because he's developing virtues in you, right? And he's forcing you to go back in that law and get a clear perspective through the adversity you're going through. Read verse 13.
That thou mayest give him rest from the days of adversity.
That's the only thing you got while you're waiting for this affliction to end. He says, getting understanding and remembering that you're blessed through the adversity is what you need, that the Most High may give him rest from the days of adversity. When you're in a day of adversity, are you really getting rest? In the day of adversity, are you getting rest? So what's the only rest you get in the days of adversity? Is the mental acceptance of the condition. So he's teaching you to learn how to see the lesson and to see that the Most High loves you through adversity. While you are going through the adversity. And also simultaneously, what? Read on.
Until the pit be digged for the wicked.
So the wicked is going to do wicked. And they're digging their own pit of destruction. But as they're digging their own pit of destruction while putting you through adversity, your only relief through the adversity is the understanding that the chastisement is developing you and building your spirit up. And that gives you rest during adversity while you're waiting for the wicked to dig their own pit and end up being to their detriment and destruction. In those two verses, he shows you how to handle adversity. What to cleave to adversity is to maintain the perspective that Most High is chastening me, and it's this chastisement is a blessing. How many of us think that way? While you're suffering adversity, how many of us have learned to look for the blessing and the lesson through the chastisement? Because that's how you have to process things in order to gain rest through the days of adversity. I have to learn and look for the blood. While I'm waiting through this pain, while I'm inconvenienced, while I'm uncomfortable, what is the lesson he's teaching me? What blessing? Because once again, what are blessings? Virtues. See, we think blessings are carnal releases and carnal breaks. That's not the blessings the Most High provides us. The blessing he provides us are the virtues. So what virtue is the Most High teaching me through adversity? And when I can start realizing that I am gaining virtues through this adversity, it allows me to handle the fact that I am being pained through adversity. It doesn't change, the pain's there. But while I'm in pain, I can at least be conscious that I'm gaining a virtue through this pain. Yes.
Yep. Ecclesiastes in the Bible, not Apocrypha. Ecclesiastes chapter 7, verse 14.
David was phenomenal and just the levels and undertones that he's providing us in these Psalms and Proverbs. Anyway, the scriptures in general is phenomenal.
7 and
14.
Ecclesiastes chapter 7 and verse 14.
Mm-hmm.
It says, "In the day of prosperity, be joyful."
What does it say? When times are good, you do what?
In the day of prosperity, be joyful.
When everything is good, and take advantage of that. Everything's good and nothing's coming against you, and you don't got no issues. Enjoy the good times.
Yep.
Embrace them. Enjoy them.
No, they won't be forever.
Yeah. Read.
But in the day of
It
adversity,
says, but in the day of adversity, obviously showing that good times don't last forever, but you let the good times roll when they're there. He says, but in the day of adversity, what does the Most High want you to do in the day of adversity?
consider.
Stop. Consider what?
What the Most High is teaching.
What is the lesson?
What's the virtue?
What's the lesson that I'm getting out of the hard time? That's what the Most High wants you to consider. He wants you to consider what is the good that's coming from this bad scenario.
Because this chastisement is still a blessing.
If you look at it right.
That's
why I
it
said
starts with the fact that blessed is the guy who's chastised.
Yep.
I gotta remember that first. Once I know I'm blessed, even though I'm chastised, then the next step is then where's the blessing? Then I can look for the blessing in the virtue.
What you can do if you know like you said that it's a blessing, then you can be patient in the chastisement, in the affliction.
Yep.
Then you can endure and accept the affliction
While I'm looking for where the virtue is.
while I'm looking for the good.
Yep.
But if I'm in a negative mind because things are bad, then I'll never see the good of my situation.
Yep.
I'll never see the good. And this is where the Most High said that he was vexed with that generation out of Egypt.
I know.
He says, because they always err in their heart.
Yep.
He says, therefore, they should not endure my rest, or they should not
The kingdom. That's in Hebrews 3.
Chapter 3. He said, they should not endure my receive my rest. Enter into my rest. He said, because they always err in their heart. The error is, I can't see the good in the bad situations.
I can't because I'm not looking for virtues.
Because
I'm looking for a break and I'm looking for a win.
And I don't even consider, is there good in the midst of me suffering?
Man.
Is there good by me being in a bad condition that's causing me affliction? How can any good come out of me being in a afflicted perspective?
Being uncomfortable.
Being uncomfortable. Being made sorrowful. Being feeling neglected. Feeling like nobody cares. What is the good in this? If you can't stop and say, well, man, like the white man says, there's got to be a silver lining in every cloud. Where's the silver lining in this piss poor situation that I'm in? Where's the good scenario at in this bad circumstance that I don't like? There's got to be some good here. There is, if you can consider it. And that's what the Most High wants more than anything, is start to get that wheel turning that it's, woe is me, this is BS. That's what we say, man, this is BS. I don't like this and that. This is horrible. I got to get out of here. Or God must not love me.
Yep.
God don't love me. If there's a God, how could he watch me suffer or let this happen to me? We start quantifying those things, analyzing those things. If there's a God, I can't. Why would he let this happen?
See that?
Why would I be in this scenario if there's a God? But that's not what the Most High wants you to do. He said when things turn from joyous to bad, you got to open your mind up. You got to open your mind. You can't be so closed-minded and narrow-minded that the suffering is eternal, or the Most High hates me, or the Most High don't love me. Read that again.
Verse 14. In the day of prosperity, be joyful.
Good. Enjoy it. Read on.
But in the day of adversity, consider.
So what am I considering? They don't tell you what to consider, but you got to consider what? That these times were meant to be.
Yep.
The affliction is meant to be.
Yep.
Because and he's going to tell you that the affliction is meant to be. Read on.
Yep.
The Most High also has set the one over against the other.
Stop. How do you know that affliction is meant to be? How do you know suffering is meant to be? Because he told you that the Most High set up prosperity and affliction to go hand in hand. The Most High set up good and evil to go hand in hand. The Most High set up
the protagonist and the antagonist.
yeah, the pros and the cons.
Yeah.
The Most High set this up this way. So he's saying is, you're not going to always have good in life, neither are you always going to have evil in life. But they go together.
And that's why the Most says he has eyes. He ain't seen this. You don't think he sees this whole situation, how it's set up? He has ears. He didn't hear what's going on. He sees everything going on.
What he's saying is the Most High made the conditions.
Exactly.
He made the conditions that you call prosperity, and the Most High made the conditions that you call this is BS,
unfair.
And this is unfair, and this is affliction. The Most High created both conditions. All the Most High wants you to do is to think through the bad ones. Mm-hmm. Learn how to think and process. This is why the military guys, this is why they drag the special forces through all kind of turmoil and hell, because they want them to keep thinking through the. You're crawling under barbed wire. You got your hands tied behind your back and you're thrown in a damn pool. You got to swim 100 feet with your hands tied behind your back. What is the condition for? It's to get you to keep thinking through it, so you don't give up and just drown. You keep thinking about, I'm in a scenario that's hard to navigate, and can I still process what to do in this situation? Well, we may not realize that the military even have sleep deprivation. I don't let you sleep for a week. I'm trying to get you to still think through a cloudy mind and process through a cloudy mind. Well, we don't realize that the military just reinstituted training in Panama, jungle training. Why did the military just reopen up a jungle training camp? We haven't had jungle training since Vietnam. Why is the military now doing jungle training in Panama? Obviously, we're about to go to war. Where? In the jungle. Where in the jungle are we about to go to war? Venezuela. So what are they doing now? They have reinstituted jungle training in Panama. Because that's right around the corner.
And you better learn how to adapt to your environment.
Yeah,
with little food, little resources.
We've been in the desert for about 25 years since Clinton. Well, but since Bush Jr.
No, senior.
But Bush senior. But really, it was Clinton. It was Clinton 8 years of no war, so to speak. And then as soon as Bush Jr. came in around 9/11, we've been in war since 9/11. Yeah. Since 2001. So it's 24 years of straight desert war. Desert, all the equipment is desert equipment. Mm-hmm. All the uniforms are desert uniforms. All the vehicles are desert vehicles. Now we're going back to the jungle. Now we're going back to green uniforms, green vehicles, green tanks, green everything. Now you've been in the desert. You might have started off your whole career in the desert. Now you get thrown in the jungle. You gonna lose. Now you got to get mosquitoes, leeches, swamp training. Jungle raining all day, every day.
That's tough, bro.
Poisonous. You got to recognize poison leaves, poison plants, poison animals.
Snake.
You got to get retrained and recalibrated on the conditions. Well, the Most High say the same thing in the spirit. Yeah, He give you the good times, but when the bad times come, you got to learn how to keep your mind open enough to understand that this affliction is meant to be. You can't turn on the Lord because He created a bad scenario. Because that's what we do. We turn on the Lord when things are bad, and we make the Most High our enemy. We start cussing the Most High out in the mind.
Yep.
Why are you putting me through this? Well, this is BS. That's why Job had to
That's
why Job had to tell his wife, "Woman, thou speakest as one of the foolish women. Shall we not receive the good of the Lord and not the evil?" Don't you know there's a balance? Don't you know the Most High created both? So that means you will receive both. But in the process of receiving the affliction, make sure you consider that it was made to be this way, and that it was made to bring the best out of you, not the worst. It's not terror from the Lord because you receive a little bit of affliction. Yes, sir.
And the scenarios that our own people have had to endure, more specifically chattel slavery, North, South America, Caribbean, etc.
Yeah.
There's definitely a spiritual component, but where would our people under those conditions find a silver lining having to survive like that and all the hell that they had to go through?
I always refer to a book I wish I would have bought that I left in the library, and I wish I would have bought it. And the book was about the slave master that would record the songs that the slaves would sing that were so uplifting. The prayers that they would have and the songs that they would sing is all that they had to themselves. What they had to uplift them was those old spirituals that they would sing to each other to keep their spirits lifted. If you look at all modern day R&B artists, they all started in the church. You look at all music from the 14th to the blues, they're singing the blues, jazz, all this is sorrowful songs. These are songs of melancholy. These are songs of depression. These are songs of sorrow, songs of suffering that Esau has mastered, has monopolized, and turned into an industry. And turned into genres. But these genres were songs to the Lord. So the solace that we received in those time frames was the fact that we could still praise the Lord in the midst of cotton fields. We could still praise the Lord in the midst of tobacco fields. We could still praise the Lord in the middle of sugarcane fields, sugar crops, and mustard crops. So or picking cocoa leaves or picking tomatoes and onions. It was the songs that we sang that kept us positive, that kept us spiritually minded, because it damn sure wasn't the condition, and it damn sure wasn't the enemies, and it wasn't the mercy of the gracefulness of the white man. It damn sure wasn't his benevolence. Damn sure didn't come from him.
It was the benevolence of the white man.
Yeah, it was a good.
Smells like lemon pledge.
It was the benevolence of the white man.
He's a good man. No, that damn sure didn't come from no damn white man. And what it came from was the fact that in the worst possible condition, can you still see good in the Lord? And at best, we had songs, and that was it. A couple of jingles and a couple of little knocks on a stick, or homemade drums, a homemade little string guitar, or homemade whatever it is we was banging on.
And then to answer your question, the crazy thing is, the scriptures talked about how the Babylonian captivity was the worst captivity we went through. Just imagine how much worse it was back then. And how the Most High's response to us came through a letter from Jeremiah. And Jeremiah told us to just rejoice, because the next generation will have an opportunity to get back to Jerusalem.
Which is hope.
And, well, is it hope for the people that are out there in Babylon? Yeah, it's hope for your kids. What was the point though? The point was, this is something that this generation got to go through. How do you think it felt when the Most High said, y'all are not going to the promised land? And you have 20 plus years, maybe 30 years, to just walk in circles, deteriorate and die. And that's still mercy. Did it feel like mercy? But it was. A lot of times we don't understand that. And I'm listening to everything you're saying. That child slavery happens all around the world. It's been happening all around the world. And the Most High obviously still has mercy on his children. How about he has mercy on everybody that's experiencing that? And he still has love for them. It doesn't feel that way. But we have to find solace in the fact that whatever we're going through, however difficult it is, and this is easier said than, I'm not acting like, I don't want to be callous in this. Whatever we're going through, it could have been worse. And you have to understand it and look at it from that lens. Because if you can't process it that way, how can you really live the next day? How can you really get up in the morning and try again? Unless you understand two things. The Most High won't give you something that you can't handle. And two, whatever you're going through, it could have been worse. And that I know that sounds difficult, and I know that's a harsh reality, but it's the truth. It's the truth. And you have to be able to put it together that way, or you won't be able to get through the next day, because one person was a sex slave. Another person was a couple degrees less than that. But in their mind, it's just as bad.
Well, you got 12 kids by 30 years old.
Whatever your circumstance is, or just literal slavery, how did they get through it back then? That's why Shamshua brought the songs. And I was watching pictures. I saw this on Twitter. It was a Judite couple. And they were combined, they had 100 years of slavery to them. And they just were sharecropping at this point on. And man, I got it on my phone now. It blew my mind how humble they were and how strong they were. And how one of the masters came to the lady and said, when do you do your clothes? Well, first of all, before he said that, she works in the morning at 4 o'clock. She gets up at 4 o'clock every morning. And they get up at 4 and they work till sundown. And the slave master was asking the lady, when do you go wash your clothes? She said, I washed last night. So if you're washing and folding clothes all night with your children, what time are you getting to sleep? Maybe 1. And you get up 3 hours later and do it over again. The slave master told her, listen, take Fridays. Every Friday you wash your clothes. And you and your children wash and fold or wash and dry, and then when you're done, go to work. What was that from the eyes of the Most High? That's the point. And that's how you have to look at every adverse circumstance. And they were talking, her and the husband were talking about how a previous slave owner was threatening to beat them if they got to work a little late. They was just explaining how, or as a friend of theirs was getting threatened to be beaten because the guy got up late, and they were just comparing how better they had it than this other person that was catching hell. But from my perspective, I'm like, bro, this sucks across the damn board. This is whack. Either way is whack. But you can't look at life that way. You got to be able to see through, regardless of how your circumstances are. The Most High daily loads us with benefits. So because she didn't complain about the fact that she was working all day and had to wash clothes for her family and got no sleep, however many countless days and nights she was doing that for, somebody came and said, you know what? Yeah, you're still going to be enslaved for the rest of your life. But take this day and handle your business. And then come back to work. That's how the Most High shows each and every one of us mercy through deplorable, unfair circumstances. We can't forget we're under curses. We can't forget that the circumstances that we're going through are attributed a lot to what we did in our past. We can't forget that either. A lot of our messed up conditions that we live now were partially predicated upon how we lived in previous lives. And our life now is an example of what we did not do back before. So even amongst us being punished or having to deal with certain type of curses for the lifestyle we chose previously, the Most High still gives us glimmers of mercy in the midst of unfortunate, saddened circumstances. So I sit back and I look at the 9.5 tribes and all the conditions they're going through with the sex slavery. I'm like, man, it hurts. And I don't know what I would do if my children had to experience that. But then I was like, what did we do to the Most High to deserve that level of punishment? Because the Most High don't put us through things that we don't deserve. He don't sting us at that heavy rate unless we did something so despicable. Think about how the conquistadors came here. We always talk about the black slave trade. You know the difference between the black slave trade and the 9.5 tribe slave trade? 9.5 tribes just worked till they died. Judah had the strength, the constitutional strength, to endure 50 years of slavery. 9.5 tribes to sit back here and working, and they die, and they throw them out like the trash.
And
That's the difference.
And the difference is also the Spanish, the Spaniards were more devilish and less savage more savage than the English.
That's my point. But if the Most High is in control of that,
yeah, the English tried to spin the slavery like we know the Spanish were brutal. We're more humane than the Spaniards.
Yeah.
So brand of slavery.
Yes, it was rebranding slavery. Still same slavery, but we're just not as because by then you had Bartholomew de las Casas books out. You had books that showed the savagery of the Spaniards. So the British were like, and the English, we're not going to be as savage and brutal as them, but we still need you to go work these fields. We still want these resources, but we're just going to be more humane about it. And so that was the difference right there. The fake humanity of the English.
Yeah, but the Spanish was like, I've read books. You deserve this. You don't serve God, so you deserve this brutality. They literally, the Spanish would say that. You guys serve idols. You deserve this pain. So you're going to go in these mercury mines knowing damn well you have a 3-year life expectancy. And then you sit back and look at a lot of our people who were slaves. They didn't accept payment in cash. They wanted payment in alcohol.
It makes sense, though.
Well, it makes sense to a person who lost hope.
In that condition.
They lost hope. And they didn't care anymore. Those were the polar opposite people that you don't want to sit back here and be like. You want to be able to sit back here and maintain hope and trust that the Most High has mercy on you. But I understand the thinking. I understand why people would be so destitute that they would say, "Forget food. Let me just stay buzzed until I die."
I need the buzz more. I need some bread and some beans.
And that's
through my life.
And that's the point. So all throughout history, we've been put through these extremes.
It lays the foundation for drug addiction.
So whether it's the slavery you're talking about in present day, which is still slavery here, or past slavery, how did you cope then? How did we cope then? And we can understand that we went through slavery back then because of our conduct. You have to understand that's the case now.
Yeah.
It's the same thing. There's still curses.
And some of those curses were you brought your frustration home. You smiled in front of the white man, in front of the master.
That's real.
And came home and beat your wife and kids.
Yep.
Because some of us take our frustrations out on the people around us. And that's also part of the curses. You know, I take that. I smile in front of this man and Uncle Charlie. You know,
Mr. Charlie. Yeah.
And I smile in front of this guy, and I come home and I take all my anger out on my kids. I take all my frustration out on my family, on my household. But I smile to make it through the day for this man.
Listen, I'm gonna say this. How about the 9.5 tribes had it bad with the Assyrian Empire? They were savage. They were known to be the most savage of all the tribes. The Babylonians came around, were more refined than the Assyrians. So the Most High sent pure beasts.
Was the other way around? The Assyrians more refined than the Babylonians?
No, I said the Assyrians. No, the Assyrians were
worse.
They were barbarics. They were barbarians.
They were torturers.
They were torturers and barbarians. The Most High sent the Assyrians to break the 9.5 tribes back then.
Okay.
So what did we do back then to deserve that? It's almost like something about 9.5s were doing something that they kept poking the bear.
Well, there's a reason they have one good king.
And I'm 9.5. How about that? So I can't act like. My point is 9.5 was doing something that warranted even worse punishment. And so 9.5 keeps getting banged on all throughout history.
I'm part 9.5 too.
You can shoot that. Yeah, my grandmother Cherokee. She Cherokee. My grandmother Cherokee.
Indian.
You gotta say Cherokee. Cherokee. My grandmama Apache. Comanche. Get out of here, man.
She had different hair.
It's a different hair. Different hair. The point is this, man. All throughout history, 9.5's been getting hit. I feel bad, but what do we do? What do we do to deserve this constant, perpetual? It's like we got double slavery,
Yeah.
Because being 9.5 in Mexico and Guatemala, like this, it's like double third world countries. It's like double slavery.
And it happened earlier.
And it happened longer.
I'm telling, it's perpetual. It's like, man, America. Listen, this is why it's a car in Mexico and in North Central South America. It's like, bro, how is the black man complaining? I'm gonna go reverse it now. Is Judah really gonna complain about what they going through up here? Versus 9.5 sorrows act?
Complain that.
Huh?
We gotta sit the damn back of the bus.
Come on, man.
I like to be on the front.
On a 9.5 chicken bus act?
I would like to have a
I've seen
walkout.
the 9.5 tribe chicken buses act. You will be passing out of toxicity poisoning act. Listen, I've been on the truck. You've been in these trucks. They got chickens and animals and live animals out, and the trucks are just spewing like black smoke out. And I'm getting a headache as they're passing me with these Looney Tune images on their trucks. Like, why do they have these Looney Tune images in these old ass trucks, Zach? Well, this is not something fun to be passing by. And if you're driving in these toxic machines, you gonna get some kind of residual poisoning somehow. Right?
Or to ride that damn death train.
Yeah.
That on top.
Yeah,
of
the beast. They call it the beast.
They call it the beast.
You're on the top of. You're taking to be on top of that bus or that train. You're taking major risk. Because listen. If you're here on the side, and there's somebody in the middle, and this guy falls asleep, guess what happens?
He's off the train.
His dead weight's knocking you off too.
Oh my God.
You better keep this cat up. Wake up, dog.
Yeah.
Wake up, cuz. And listen, if you fall, you rolling me off, and we all dying.
And you're taking that all the way from Mexico City to the border.
Or from Guatemala
That's hella.
to the border. How about that one?
You can't
You're
get
taking it from Guatemala
You can't get
all the way through Mexico,
So then
all the way to the goddamn E.
So man, when it's storming outside, you just on top of that train.
And you holding for life. And you waking, hey, cuz, stay up, dog. I ain't dying for you, dog. And you sitting back here living on the edge. And then, if you're a young girl, you might get caught in Juarez and say, no, we want you. We're from the mafia. We want you to sit back. You ain't going to the States. You're gonna be one of the party girls in Mexico. Because the mafia, not the mafia, but the cartels run that place. Or you might just be chosen to be a worker. We want you to work the fields. You can't go up. You can't keep going. Then what?
It's hella.
Your life is, you roll the dice, and it might be worse.
I said that suffering is not stopped.
No. Why is the Most High let it happen? Is I'm one of the Most High has had more mercy on Judah this whole time. I'm just keeping it real. But Judah want to complain about all the sufferings and the atrocities in Detroit. I'm like, listen, bro, I get it's bad, but you think United States suffering is the same as Mexico suffering?
Even the jail.
And Nicaragua suffering? And El Salvador suffering? You think it's the same suffering? It ain't all suffering ain't the same. It really ain't.
The different breeds.
You better be happy you in the States dealing with the white man in America. You better be happy. It's way better to be here than in Guatemala. And all the meat you can get is chicken that's got flies hovering over it all damn day long without refrigeration. And when you're hungry, you killing dogs, you killing stray dogs in the street. That's Guatemala. You want to complain about not having our EBT cards and the government shut down for a month and a half? How about when all you got? Listen, I remember in Guatemala, a lot of people, they had bad skin because they just didn't have the money to eat vegetables and eat clean. It was bad. They had a lot of bad skin on.
What's
crazy?
I
was like, this is horrible.
The soil was volcanic soil, which produces the best crops.
Yeah,
but they still couldn't afford.
They couldn't afford going to the damn markets. That's Guatemala, bro. And then the presidents, they sit back here, they come in there, and they steal from the country until they get ousted. And another guy comes into the same thing. Generation. Or if you're a good president, you get bumped off by the elites.
Yeah.
Who want to keep their money hustle going.
Mess up the system.
What kind of life is that? We want to talk about, man, I can't afford a Mercedes Benz. People can't even function out there. I remember there was a guy. He was so proud of himself out, and there's nothing wrong with him. He was a cool dude. But like the dream job is to be a travel agent. That's the dream job.
That's the highest job, though.
That was a high-end spot there. Travel agent. But there ain't really nothing. It's just laborer. I can't count on my hands how many families were taking baths in the public fountains. You know, a public fountain, not like a public bathroom. Public fountains, where you have fountains in the park where the water just runs freely. Families were taking baths in the park fountains. That was life, and they lived off of having their kids hustle foreigners. Yeah. And the kids all had like not silver teeth.
The caps, though, metal caps.
They were metal teeth. Yeah. Metal caps. That's what I saw. And you give a kid a little bit of money, you feel bad for him. Then the next kid comes, and then droves of kids all day long. As long as I'm out there that's asking for money, you don't got all that money, huh? You can't keep giving all damn day long. But the need's that bad. So then you do crime, then you get butchered and killed. You do that too long. That's the third world. I'm glad I saw it for the short time I was there, because it brings an appreciation even towards the suffering we got here. You talk about Biden and talk about Trump, cool, bro. You got a real place to live here. When we were leaving Guatemala City, and you saw how many people were living alongside the mountain, and this mountain area always had mudslides. It's like, bro, so every rainy season, this is gonna be a mudslide, and the housing was on like the most frailest, weakest composed structures around. And this is life, and you're just hoping it don't rain that bad this season. This is what we got, and this is what the Most High allowed the 9.5 tribes to experience, from generation to generation to generation. We better be appreciative. We better be appreciative. So Israel, we're in the belly of the beast. We're in the belly of comfort too. How about that? How about we might have to get brought down to third world conditions? Are we going to be appreciative towards the Most High and look for the virtue in being brought down to third world conditions? It's yet to be seen. So, let's do Psalms 96 and 13 real quick.
96 and 13 or 94?
94, I'm sorry, I saw 96 on top of my book. 94 and 13.
Psalms 94 and verse 13. That thou mayest give him rest from the days of adversity.
The only way we gain rest from the days of adversity is if you learn how to realize adversity is still a blessing. Chastisement is still a blessing. Once you learn that, then you can start seeing and looking for the virtues in the adversity, and that's what gives you the rest from the days of adversity. Mm-hmm. Read on.
Until the pit be digged for the wicked.
And while you are waiting for the adversity to leave you, while you are learning the virtue the Most High is giving you through the adversity, the wicked are digging their pit, and all the wickedness they're doing against you is the justification why they have to fall. But both parties have to happen for both sides to learn the lesson they have to learn. Read on.
For the Lord will not cast off his people.
But this is a beautiful verse. When you read this verse, how the Most High won't cast off his people, does that mean the Most High won't have his people suffer? His people are going to suffer. The suffering won't be forever. That seems like not casting off his people. You're going to suffer. The hope and goal is that you learn the lesson from the suffering. And the suffering won't last forever. But the suffering might last a year or two. 8 months. But he's still not going to cast you off. Read on.
Neither will he forsake his inheritance.
He's not going to forsake you, but you still got to suffer. You still got to wait. You still got to lose. Read on.
But judgment shall return unto righteousness, and all the upright in heart shall follow it.
So what the Most High is saying is judgment, the opportunity for judgment will be reestablished. Just like even in this difficult time in 1 Maccabees 9, difficult time during the time of Manasseh, the next generation, things were reestablished. Through all difficult times of adversity, the Most High always brings back justice and righteousness in time. It's just, can you weather it? And is somebody going to stand up to help reestablish judgment? Read on.
Who will rise up for me against the evildoer?
But you still say, he says, judgment shall return. But who's going to be the one that establishes it? Who's going to be the individuals that stand up for righteousness? That's the only question. Righteous judgment will happen. But who's going to be the ones responsible for reestablishing righteous judgment? That's always the question. Read on.
Or who will stand up for me against the workers of iniquity?
The guarantee is that it will be brought back, and judgment should be brought back to its rightful position. Who's going to be the guys who does it? The Most High is going to make the conditions on earth so bad where somebody has to stand up. The only question is who's going to be the one that does it. Read on.
Unless the Lord had been my help, my soul had almost dwelt in silence.
Unless we had the capability to stay in the scriptures, cleave to the Most High, and see the lessons in the chastisement, my soul would have almost dwelt in silence, like those natives who just accepted pay and alcohol, who just gave up. Unless we had the Most High, we would all give up. Read on.
When I said, my foot slippeth, thy mercy, O Lord, held me up.
And when we get weak and despair hits us in the midst of the adversity that we're going through, the Most High intercedes and gives us more time. You know what he's showing you? Even when we're weak and we're enduring adversity and we're weak, the Most High don't destroy us. He has enough mercy on us to know when we're making mistakes because we just don't understand. Have you noticed when there's different ways we get weak? When we get weak out of pride and ego, he hits us harder than when we get weak when we're despairing and we really just can't see any hope. You notice how those things aren't as ruthless as when you know damn well what you're doing and you just are antagonistic. He hits you harder that way. Because it's the Most High's mercy when you're just trying your best and you don't see clarity and you get weak. He has more mercy that way. And historically, I've seen that in my life and I've seen it in other people's lives. That's how the Most High works with us. When he's having mercy on us. Read on.
In the multitude of my thoughts within me, thy comforts delight my soul.
And listen, he also lets you know sometimes you feel crazy. He says, in the multitude of my thoughts within me, thy comforts delight my soul. How many times you sit back and catching yourself talking to yourself about trying to fight what's in you? You're pulling scriptures and you're thinking out loud and maybe some words come out and you're like, why am I talking to myself? Sometimes you got to talk to yourself to shake you out of your little negative funk you in. Read that verse again.
Verse 19. In the multitude of my thoughts within me, thy comforts delight my soul.
He's hitting it on the head because when you're really suffering and you're fighting, it's almost like you're talking to two different people. I'm going to say it again. In the midst of your battle, when you really hurt, when you're really hurting, when you're really fighting the negative in you, it's almost like you're talking to two different people. You have the reality person, the angry person, the sad person, the person that's seeing it like it is, seeing it like it feels. Then you got the other person that's fighting like hell to see it like it's supposed to be. To see it the spiritual way, to see it the biblical way. That's constantly trying to talk and go against that rational side that wants to see things in a doom and gloom perspective. For any of us that really know what spiritual battles look like, that's what it looks like. In the multitude of my thoughts within me. Because one side of you is trying to come up with a bunch of reasons why to get weak. You have a bunch of justified examples and feelings and reasons why to quit in a situation. Then the other side of you has to come in here and keep giving justifications to keep fighting. That's what he means by in the multitude of my thoughts within me. Thy comforts delight my soul. And the only thing that's the finishing perspective is all the times the Most High has come through for you. When you held on. When you want to quit. When you want to say forget this. All the times the Most High, you know, it was the Most High that came through for you. You gotta pull that to recollection, or you won't get through it. Do we understand that?
Okay.
Read on.
Shall the throne of iniquity have fellowship with thee, which frameth mischief by a law?
So then it says, shall the throne of iniquity have fellowship with thee, which frameth mischief by a law. He lets you know in verse 20 what he's battling in his thoughts in verse 19 about getting weak and using a justification of what's lawful and what's acceptable to get weak. Shall the throne of iniquity, this negative people, have fellowship with you? You're going to align yourself with negative people, which frames mischief by a law. Meaning, because they've made a law to amend this and this, and they've set up a standard that makes it lawful or okay to get weak. Do you give in to that weakness? This is the battle that we all fight. Meaning this. Just because a person around you says it's okay to get weak, do you get weak? Just because others around you have given in and they've let this happen to them, is it okay for you to sit back and get weak and lose your integrity? Or do you fight to maintain your strength? Because this is what's happening in 1 Maccabees 9. Everybody is getting weaker. Everybody's choosing to do what they want to do. Live how you want to live. Don't answer the Most High. Go get yours. And then now David's asking, okay, if everybody's doing what they want to do and they're setting up laws to justify it, does that mean I get to get weak like that? No, I can't get weak like that. Now, just because everybody is putting that pressure on you to give in, do you give in and get weak? Or do you hold your integrity? These are the thoughts that he's battling in his mind. And the only thing that comforts him in his decision is that when you take the integrity position, the Most High is pleased with you. Yes, sir.
Romans chapter 10, verse 15. Romans chapter 10, verse 15. I haven't read this in a long time, but it's on the point to what you're saying.
Romans chapter 10,
Mm-hmm.
he said verse 15.
Mm-hmm.
Romans chapter 10 and verse 15. And how shall they preach except they be sent?
It said, but verse 14 said, how shall they hear without a preacher? And how shall they preach except they be sent, right?
Okay.
Now, when you're going through affliction, the Bible sounds different when you're going through affliction. The Bible hits different when you're going through affliction.
Mm-hmm.
The Bible is just some good words when everything's good. It don't really have the same impact when life is peachy. But when you're suffering and your soul is suffering, the Bible has a different message when you're suffering. And read on.
And how shall they preach except they be sent? As it is written,
Go ahead.
how beautiful are the feet of them that preach the gospel.
So when you're suffering, you look at the preaching of the gospel. You look at the dispensation of the gospel. You look at the interpretation of the gospel. You look at the meaning of the gospel in a different light. And you look at those people that are giving it to you. You appreciate them. So you appreciate people that have the gospel and deliver the gospel to you when your life is in a bad situation. You cling to those that are, like we just brought up. The Most High is looking for somebody to elevate and fight for righteousness. And for those that fight for righteousness in the time of affliction, you can appreciate those individuals because they're giving you strength. They're giving you a sound mentality, a sound, firm foundation to stand on. He said, how beautiful are the feet of them that do what?
That preach the gospel of peace.
Go ahead.
And bring glad tidings of good things.
Why are they so important? Why are those that's preaching the gospel, why is that message so impactful in the time of affliction? Because they're bringing what?
It says, tidings of good things.
Right, because obviously you can't see what?
Good.
Good.
You can't see good things. All you see is the situation. All you see is bad. All you see is hopelessness. So that's why the message, it's different based on the situation that you're in. The need for the scriptures, the how impactful the scriptures are, how meaningful the scriptures are, how important the Bible verse is. It's even more special when you're suffering. Because then the Bible that's what Christ said, the whole need not a physician, but the what?
But the sick.
But the sick. When you're sick, when you're lost, when you're suffering, man, the Bible is really, really, really important.
Yep.
Every single word, every single verse has a different meaning. Every single verse is potent. You feel like depending on how bad the condition is, you feel like God is talking directly to you.
God.
Even through the preacher. It's not even about the preacher. It's about the fact that God is speaking to me through the preacher. And I appreciate the preacher being available to give me what God has for me, because I needed the word that the preacher has for me, for my soul. I needed to hear that. And the Most High knew I needed to hear that. And I'm thankful that the Most High put somebody available amongst us to give us that word that we so need. Because that's fuel for the soul. So the Bible has a different component of importance when you're suffering.
God.
It's not just some good. It's not just some good sounding words, man. It hits different.
Okay. So let's go back to Psalms 94. Let's read verse 21 to 23.
Psalms 94 and verse 21. They gather themselves together against the soul of the righteous and condemn the innocent blood.
And once again, this is tying back into 1 Maccabees 9. All the conditions, the wicked are sitting back here and closing in on the righteous. And they're condemning them to righteous, they're condemning innocent blood. And that's what they were doing. Even to those Israelites who didn't want to stand up, they were still being martyred. They were still being martyred. Okay, read on.
But the Lord is my defense, and my power is the rock of my refuge.
But the Most High is the defense. The Most High is going to come through and change the tide of the circumstance. All the Most High is waiting for is, who can I work through to get this thing done on earth? Yep. Who can I work through? Because they need a sign. Who can I work through? Why? Listen, the Jews need a sign, and the Jews need a person who's going to fight so they can fight. It's always been that way. Remember when Saul sat back here? You mentioned it a few weeks ago, how he cut, I think it was the Syrians were poking out the eyes of the Jews in Gilead. And they were poking out, I think he was poking out their right eye. It was their shield eye. It was their fighting eye and their shield eye, because the shields would be here, their right eye would be out, and they were poking out their eyes, that eye, so they couldn't fight and defend themselves. And Saul sat back here and cut the cattle in pieces and sent to all the tribes and said, listen, man, you don't fight for the nation, we're going to take y'all out. Then all of a sudden, everybody want to fight.
Oh, yeah, we want to fight now.
But what's the point? Without strong leadership, nobody wants to fight. So the Most High is like, I'm your defense, I'm your rock of refuge, but I need somebody with the courage to step up so I can work through you, so everybody can gain the courage to fight, so I can bless the nation. It's still about somebody got to fight so that the nation can gain the benefit. But let's continue in Psalms.
Verse 23. And he shall bring upon them their own iniquity, and shall cut them off in their own wickedness. Yeah, the Lord our power shall cut them off.
So the Most High is going to cut the wicked off and build the righteous. And let's go to 1 Maccabees 9 and verse, let's just at least do 28.
1 Maccabees chapter 9 and verse 28.
We're going to read 28 to 31 and then stop. Now we're going to go back to this point next week, but I at least want to cap off and at least talk about Jonathan for the first time in 2 weeks. Read that.
1 Maccabees chapter 9 and verse 28. For this cause all Judah's friends came together.
Now they want to come together. Now Judah's friends, now they want to come together and unite again. Remember everybody was running and living their life? When the wicked were coming in and taking control of all these jurisdictions? And Judah's friends didn't want to fight no more. Until the Most High forces Judah's friends to do what? Come together.
Well,
Now they got to come together because they're public enemy number one. Now they got to force to unite.
yeah, because now their own personal homes was about to be attacked.
That's the point. Now the Most High is bringing all of Judas' friends, the ones that didn't want to step up. Now they got to come together to figure out how we're going to sit back and save our, our derrieres.
It's almost like it wasn't a cause, a great enough cause
Until your life's on the line.
until it hit your home.
That's why we're taking the time to explain it this way. Because Israel don't move unless you're touched. So read that verse again, verse 28.
Verse 28. For this cause all Judas's friends came together, and said unto Jonathan, Since thy brother Judas died, we have no man like him to go forth against our enemies, and Bacchides, and against them of our nation that are adversaries to us.
So in their mind, nobody else could step up and fight. So they're going to Jonathan, which was the brother of Judas. And they said, listen, Jonathan, since Judas died, nobody stepped up, man. Everybody was kind of laying low to see how this thing is playing out. This ain't working. We're going to have to fight. We're going to fight or we're going to die. We need a leader that's going to sit back here and step up. This is tying in exactly to what Psalms 94 is. Who's going to rise up against the evildoers? Who's going to stand up so that the Most High can be our defense and refuge? Read on.
Now therefore we have chosen thee this day to be our prince and captain in this stead, that thou mayest fight our battles.
Because Israel needs a leader to fight their battles, to at least inspirationally lead their battles, to be the spiritual embodiment of fighting. The nation needs somebody to be that physical representation of fighting and not giving in and not quitting. Israel needs that. So they're saying, Jonathan, we need you to step up and take on your brother's mantle because we're lost and we're not going to organize without you. Everybody was being individuals, like we read in Judges 17:6. Everybody did what they wanted to do until the government started collapsing on them and squeezing them to force them to come together. Then they said, okay, Jonathan, we need somebody. We choose you. You got what it takes. Read on.
Upon this, Jonathan took the governance upon him at that time, and rose up instead of his brother Judas.
And that's when Jonathan took on the responsibility and took the weight of being the top guy and all the work and the stress and the sacrifice and dedication that comes behind that. And in Jonathan stepping up, now the Most High's got the person he's going to work through to develop the rest of the nation. Because the Most High is always about picking out a leader and working through that leader to help usher the nation into the next level of their battle. And all the Most High was waiting for was who was going to step up. He brought the famines together. Then he put the assassination and murder attempts on all of Judas' friends until they stopped running and chose to fight again. And when they chose to fight again, they came together and said, we need a guy that's going to lead us. Who's the point man? We're going to choose Jonathan to be the point man. He's the guy that's going to usher us through this next phase. But you see all those dynamics he makes us go through just to get to this point, to fight again. That's such an important lesson. We got through 4 or 5 verses, but damn it, we got through 4.5 hours of teaching. Because it was necessary to slow it down and see the extremes, famines, and near-death experiences, and some of Judas' friends dying and being tortured, just to get Israel to come together and say, damn it, we need another guy to start fighting again. Because nobody was going to fight unless these antagonists came in here and were the wicked people that they were.
This is our history.
This is our history. This is our history and our future and our presence.
You know, what it shows is that the Most High has to stir us up in our faith.
Just like the lion in Judah in Genesis 49 is all about.
Yep. The Most High has to create scenarios to get us to come together to fight. If not, we would all sit back and say, well, I'll do it when you do it.
Yeah.
When you start fighting, I'll fight. But let me see you do it first. You first, and then I might come back and follow you. So you try it out. Let me see how it goes. Let me know how it goes. And if it's working, then I'll rally behind you.
Because all they're saying is, if you see any of Judas's friends, there's a reward.
Yep.
And all of a sudden, guess what?
They're on notice.
They're on notice. So we better go in these woods. What is it? Let's go back to the place that Judas would always take us to before this thing started. Where do you think these meetings are being held? In public forums in Jerusalem? So they're out running around in the woods again, back in their own hideouts, figuring out what their next move is. And they're realizing there's no way around this. These white folks are going to destroy us.
You may not have no skin in the game at first, but now because your life, your household is on the line, your life is on the line. Now you got skin in the game.
You didn't want to bring your family in the mountains again. Guess where they're at?
In the mountains again.
In the mountains again. Because now you got to fight again. And you're going to have to finish this out. And it's almost like you're going to have to finish this out now for history's sake. Even though you don't want to do it, I know you don't want to do it, but I'm going to make you do it because history has to unfold the way it's going to have to unfold. And y'all are going to have to win, even though you don't want to win. You don't even want to win. But I got to get you to win by forcing these extreme conditions to you so you can win. So this can be a historical moment so Israel can always tie back into this later. It isn't like we earned the second chance to get on top. We didn't want to do it. We would quit it. We quit. Well, he didn't let us quit for the sake of the fact that I got to come through. I'm going to look after you, but I'm going to look after you by forcing you to a near-death experience again. That's how I show love. Does that make sense? Yeah. It's powerful, but that's how the Most High thinks. I love you enough to force you to fight again.
Keep fighting.
So that I can come through when you fight this time. The funny thing is, we don't even fight. We don't even get a lot of victories out. Listen, I'm just going to give you a quick snippet. We sit back here. Jonathan's men down the line fight Bacchus, attempt to fight him, and they swim to escape out. We get in the water. All the Judites become expert swimmers. When you read about that?
I'd never had this. Not the story.
Judah being expert swimmers at?
Come on, bro.
We sat back here, tried to fight the white man, and we backstroking. We sit back here, we flooding our feet out, non-buoyant as hell out. And we chose running and swimming.
We don't float out.
That's my point. We chose that over fighting, and then shortly after that, the Most High blesses us with our own sovereignty again? What kind of craziness is this? It was just, okay, it's time. You're going to be fighting. You got to fight so I can come through and take care of you. Even though y'all don't have it in you. And you guys weren't as formidable even as Judas and when he was leading was. But I'm going to still bless you. Watch. You're going to see that theme.
It's another aspect of I'm saying it wrong, but he works not what the man hath.
You don't have to be perfect. You just got to be the best version of yourself.
Yeah.
Because Jonathan, it's going to say that Jonathan, there wasn't a drop-off. But when these wars, you're going to see there was a drop-off. It was a significant drop-off. But the Most High didn't judge that. He judged the fact that Jonathan stepped up when it was his call. And the men, even though they didn't want to fight, they what? They fought. And that's the next phase of next week. But I'm going to stop here. I hope we were able to extract and the lessons were learned because there's a lot here if you took the time to listen. But now it's time to get the Most High's props with prayer. Israel Amajim. It's a lot there, bro. Yahweh. In the name of Yahweh Shai.
In the name of Yahweh Shai.
Please listen to us right now.
Please listen to us right now.
Send Michael.
Send Michael.
And the righteous angels.
And the righteous angels.
To watch over.
To watch over.
Bless.
Bless.
Heal.
Heal.
Protect.
Protect.
And make strong.
And make strong.
The people of Yasharala.
The people of Yasharala.
Also send unto us.
Also send unto us.
Much wisdom.
Much wisdom.
Much knowledge.
Much knowledge.
Much understanding.
Much understanding.
Much patience.
Much patience.
Much faith.
Much faith.
Much brotherhood.
Much brotherhood.
And much love.
And much love.
Spiritual power.
Spiritual power.
And forgive all of our sins.
And forgive all of our sins.
Yahweh Shai come quickly.
Yahweh Shai come quickly.
For in thee.
For in thee.
Is our hope.
Is our hope.
Always.
Always.
And forever.
And forever.
Amen.
Amen.
Yahweh Ba'Shem Yahushai.
Barakatah Yahweh Ba'Shem Yahushai.
Hahawa'a. Nathan Lanawa. Atawara.
Blessed are you, Yahweh, in the name of Yahweh Shai that gives to us the law.
Barakatah Yahweh Ba'Shem Yahushai.
Barakatah Yahweh Ba'Shem Yahushai.
Hahawa'a. Nathan Lanawa. Awar. Lara'a.
Blessed are you, Yahweh, in the name of Yahweh Shai that gives to us light to see.
Barakatah Yahweh Ba'Shem Yahushai.
Barakatah Yahweh Ba'Shem Yahushai.
Hahawa'a. Nathan Lanawa. Ha'ayo. Kwara. Ha'aim.
Blessed are you, Yahweh, in the name of Yahweh Shai that gives us the ram's horn to call the people.
Barakatah Yahweh Ba'Shem Yahushai.
Barakatah Yahweh Ba'Shem Yahushai.
Hahawa'a. Nathan Lanawa. Shaman. Zayat. Lamashak. Yasharala.
Blessed are you, Yahweh, in the name of Yahweh Shai that gives us the olive oil to anoint Israel.
Psalms 92. It is a good thing to give thanks unto the Lord.
It is a good thing to give thanks unto the Lord.
And to sing praise unto thy name.
And to sing praise unto thy name.
O Yahweh.
O Yahweh.
To show forth thy loving kindness in the morning.
To show forth thy loving kindness in the morning.
And thy faithfulness every night.
And thy faithfulness every night.
Upon an instrument of 10 strings.
Upon the instrument of 10 strings.
Upon the psaltery.
Upon the psaltery.
Upon the harp.
Upon the harp.
With the solemn sound.
With the solemn sound.
For thou Yahweh.
For thou Yahweh.
Has made me glad through thy work.
Has made me glad through thy work.
I will triumph. In the works of thy hands.
In the works of thy hands.
O Yahweh.
O Yahweh.
How great are thy works.
How great are thy works.
And thy thoughts are very deep.
And thy thoughts are very deep.
A brutish man knoweth not.
A brutish man knoweth not.
Neither doth the fool understand this.
Neither doth the fool understand this.
When the wicked spring is the grass.
When the wicked spring is the grass.
And when all the workers of iniquity do flourish.
And when all the workers of iniquity do flourish.
It is that they shall be destroyed forever.
It is that they shall be destroyed forever.
But thou Yahweh.
But thou Yahweh.
Art most high forevermore.
Art most high forevermore.
For lo thy enemies.
For lo thine enemies.
O Yahweh.
O Yahweh.
For lo thy enemies.
For lo thine enemies.
Shall perish.
Shall perish.
All the workers of iniquity.
All the workers of iniquity.
Shall be scattered.
Shall be scattered.
But my horn shalt thou exalt.
But mine horn shalt thou exalt.
Like the horn of a unicorn.
Like the horn of a unicorn.
I shall be anointed with fresh oil.
I shall be anointed with fresh oil.
Mine eye also shall see.
Mine eye also shall see.
My desire.
My desire.
On my enemies.
On mine enemies.
And my ears shall hear.
And mine ears shall hear.
My desire.
My desire.
Of the wicked.
Of the wicked.
That rise up against me.
That rise up against me.
The righteous shall flourish like the palm tree.
The righteous shall flourish like the palm tree.
He shall grow like a cedar in Lebanon.
He shall grow like a cedar in Lebanon.
Those that be planted in the house of the Lord.
Those that be planted in the house of the Lord.
Shall flourish in the courts of our power.
Shall flourish in the courts of our power.
They shall still bring forth fruit in old age.
They shall still bring forth fruit in old age.
They shall be fat and flourishing.
They shall be fat and flourishing.
To show that the Lord is upright.
To show that the Lord is upright.
He is my rock.
He is my rock.
There is no unrighteousness in him.
And there is no righteousness in him.
Ba'Shem Yahushai.
Ba'Shem Yahushai.
Psalms 133. Shayar.
Hama'ayawat.
Ladawad. Hana. Ma. Tawab. Wama. Na'ayam. Shabbat. Akim. Gam. Yachad. Kashaman. Hatawab. Ayo. Ara'ash. Yerad. Ayo. Hazakwan. Aharan. Shayarad. Ayo. Payah. Marawathiwa. Katal. Haramwan. Shayarad. Ayo. Haroria. Tazayawan. Hayab. Sham. Tazawah. Yahweh. Habaraka. Chayayim. Halwalam. Ba'Shem Yahushai.
Psalm 133 in English. Behold, how good and how pleasant it is for brethren to dwell together in unity. It is like the precious ointment upon the head that ran down upon the beard, even Aaron's beard, that went down to the skirts of his garments, as the dew of Hermon, and as the dew that descended upon the mountains of Zion. For there the Lord commanded the blessing, even life evermore. Amen.
Amen. Yahweh Ba'Shem Yahushai.
Yahweh Ba'Shem Yahushai.
Yahweh Ba'Shem Yahushai. Rakno. Washwali. Wabiyath. Support. 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 Birthday Howard.
Birthday Howard.
Birthday Howard shot.
Birthday Howard shot.
Birthday Howard.
Birthday Howard.
Birthday Howard shot.
Birthday Howard shot.
Birthday Howard.
Birthday Howard.
Birthday Howard shot.
Birthday Howard shot.
Birthday Howard.
Birthday Howard.
Birthday Howard shot.
Birthday Howard shot.
All knowledge.
All knowledge.
All wisdom.
All wisdom.
All understanding.
All understanding.
All mercy.
All mercy.
All patience.
All patience.
All love.
All love.
All power.
All power.
From Yahweh.
From Yahweh.
All power.
All power.
From Yahweh.
From Yahweh.
All power.
All power.
From Yahweh.
From Yahweh.
By Shem.
By Shem.
Yahushai.
Yahushai.
The water.
The water.
The Yad.
The Yad.
Aman.
Aman.
Circle up. Now what? No, I'm sorry. I'm gonna get these guys.
Tuning out in the heavenly order, Yahweh, Shai, Kodesh Sha'alim, Miv Israel, Emergence, brought
Yahweh Hashem Yahushai Rakam.
Kumi Shal,
Kodesh.
Kumi Shal,
Kodesh.
Kumi Shal,
Kodesh.
Judgment Talk to the face sisters. Sisters, please stand, let him on Shabbat. Tuning out the daughters of Zion, Miv Israel, Emergence, brought
Yahushua Rakam by Shem Yahushai. Yes, Matap. Dismiss. Fall out. Israel, the water for tuning in. We went longer than normal, but the water for tuning in. See y'all on Monday.
practice.
Shalom.
Brother.